Morning.
Morning. Who's speaking?
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Ben, how are you? Okay.
Lindy, can you check other honorable members? I can see that was 80.
7, 8. We've got 8 members, Chair.
Okay. It's fine. Others will join us whilst we continue.
Yes, Chair.
So I record a morning. Morning, honorable members and officials and our stakeholders that have joined the meeting.
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning. I'm proposing to start the meeting, preferable others will join us whilst we are on our way. Can we start by bowing our heads where we are, honorable members? Thank you very much, honorable members and officials and our stakeholders that have managed to join. Let's start our meeting by saying the meeting has been officially opened, and I wish also to welcome everyone in the meeting, knowing that it is a critical month. October is one of the busiest months. It's Older Persons Month. It's also our stalwart O.R. Tambo's birth month. It's also Siyabakumbula month in terms of the transport month. There's a lot, even the breast cancer month. Lots of things and activities are happening during the October month. Now, we don't have to waste time because I can see that the agenda is going to be taking us up until afternoon, but we will try our level best to share the meeting so that at least no one is going to get bored and also tired of the meeting. Everyone is welcomed, and I wish that we will deliberate and debate according to the presentations that will be put forward to us, as we know that this is a very critical day today in terms of the portfolio committee. I also wish everyone to feel free in the meeting to deliberate as much as we can. So the meeting has officially opened. We'll request Lindy to flight the agenda so as to follow the agenda as proposed. Lindy, what?
Chair, must I fly the agenda?
Please.
Okay,
Lindy.
Chair. Is it visible, Chair? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are able to see it. Welcoming and open remarks are done. introduction by MPs, support staff, departmental officials, etc., including the apologies. Can you confirm who is in the meeting, Lindy, from our side?
Yes, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Departmental, your stakeholders in presence. Today is the 11th of October 2023. I wish to confirm the following members in attendance of the PC on Social Development. I have you, Chair, Member Mvana, as the chairperson of this committee. I have Member Peterson. I have Member Aris. I have Member Stock. I have Member Abrahams. I have Member Manganye in attendance. I have Member Hlongo Chair. I have Member Fanda Merve. I also have Member Masango Chair. We are a quorum and we can take decision in this meeting, Chair. I don't know whether I must proceed with the apologies.
Yes, I requested
Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. In terms of the support staff, Chair, we are all here. Yolisa, the content advisor, Siavuya, our researcher, Fungile, our committee assistant, as well as your executive secretary, which is Tanjima Kubelela, Chair. The apologies, Chair, for today is from Member Sukers, who indicated that she won't be able to attend today's meeting due to ill health. She's not well. Also, Member Bilangulu, she's attending the SEDAC Standing Committee scheduled for today and tomorrow. Those, Chair, are the attendance and apologies for today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lindy, from your side. The department.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Chairperson. Morning.
Yes. Morning.
I just want to say I didn't hear my name, so I'm also present in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Polnit Marie is also present. Just add her.
Yes,
Then
Chair.
from the side of the department, Jane Mangani has been.
Yes, I
acknowledged.
wanted to say something, Chair. Honorable Bilangulu also lost her brother and her sister.
Huh?
One
Lost
day.
The sister.
Yeah, in one day.
I went.
Yes.
Sure. Your condolences to Honorable Bilangulu. Oh my God. Yeah. We hope that God will give her strength in these bad days. But we hope and we will put her in our prayers. Thanks ever so much, Honorable Mangani, by informing us about that. And we also wish the speedy recovery to Honorable Sukers. We have heard that from the secretary that she is not well. Okay, from the side of the department, I don't want us to waste time. I know for a fact that we will be giving auditor's office an hour or 45 minutes for them to present. They will present themselves when they present, when they are doing the presentation. From the department, to whom do we have?
Chair, in terms of the normal practice, when we have an engagement with the AG, it's normally the members and the AG only, and the department will join later after the deliberations and the information from the AG. They will join the meeting at 10:30, but will view the proceedings on Facebook. Yeah. So they are not here, Chair. They will join later on.
They will join 10:30.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
You want them to join?
No,
Because
no,
the last time they were here, there was an issue from members. They said the normal practice when we have an engagement with AG, normally the department is not part of the proceedings, so that the members can communicate openly without the presence of the department. But the department can view the proceedings on YouTube.
Okay. Now let's proceed then. Let's give the AG's office to introduce. I know I can see that Mr. Faisal is with us, and I know that he's the one who's leading the team. Let's give over to him so that he can start by introducing who is in the platform and also continue presenting themselves. The time now is 10 past. We hope that at least maybe by 10 past 10 they will be done, or even 10 o'clock. Over to you, Mr. Faisal, and good morning.
Sorry, Chairperson, just
Sure.
want to inform, can you please allow member Aris in there? Seems like she was kicked out and now she's outside. Thank you,
Okay,
Chairperson.
no, thank you very much, Honorable Marie. I'm in again. But somehow, Chair, please note that I experienced some network challenges. I might be kicked out again. So just please note that, but I'm in.
Chairperson?
Lindy will keep on accepting you
Yes,
once
agreed.
you're kicked and out. She will
Thank you,
be
Chair.
able to accept you. Okay.
Chair,
Can we
can I provide an advice regarding the procedure we normally follow? I thought maybe after we've done the introductions, and then we will also adopt the apologies as well as the agenda before the AG can slide their presentation. We haven't adopted the agenda, Chair. Maybe they can introduce themselves when they present their information.
Can we request Mr. Faisal to remove their presentation a while so that we can continue adopting the agenda?
Recording in progress.
I'm getting into the Gautrain because I could see that it's gonna be a long day. Flight the agenda. Okay, we agree on briefing by the auditor, which is fine. I've done that, and then clarity seeking questions from the AG if there are any, because I know for a fact that the questions will come from us to the department. Briefing by the department, which is the committee deliberations. Can you move up? Or the following agenda okanye item is briefing by SASSA, and then we will ask some questions even on that one, and then iphelile Lindy.
Today, Chair, we will engage with the department, AG and SASSA, and Friday we'll finalize with the NTA, just from 9 till 1, Chair.
Okay, it's fine. Is there any person who or any honorable member who would like to adopt the agenda as it has proposed?
Honorable Mangani is adopting the agenda as proposed.
Thank you, Mengani. Any seconder?
Thank you, Chair.
Member Johnson?
The adoption of the agenda.
Yes, seconding. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mangani has adopted the agenda, and then it has been seconded by Honorable Mhlongo. Can we proceed, AG?
Thank you,
AG.
Chair.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be leading the team today, but I am supported by Faisal. I don't know whether I'm audible on your side.
You are audible. Thank you very much. We can see you. It's not a robot. We agree. Continue.
Thanks. Good morning to yourself, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, colleagues from the AGSA, and then from the Social Development Portfolio. My name is Nozi Ponekope. I'm currently the Acting Deputy Business Unit Leader at the AGSA. Normally, Mr. Lawrence will be the one introducing the the presentation. However, today he's not available. It's been allocated to another unit within the HSA. As I have said, I have my colleague with me who will be doing the presentation, Senior Manager Faisal. Faisal, if you can also show your face. Faisal, you can show your face and then maybe move to.
Good morning, everybody. My video camera is on. Thank you.
Thanks, Faisal. If you can please move on to our mission and values. Okay, our mission and our vision remains the same as the AGSA. We deliver on our mandate by providing an independent assurance to various stakeholders on whether the entities that use the public funds have managed their financial affairs in line with a sound financial principle, and if they have complied with the relevant legal framework, and if they have provided credible information on the achievement of their financial as well as their performance objective. In everything that we do, whether with the audit that we conduct or insight that we share with yourself and every stakeholder that we engage with, our focus is on the lived realities of the people of South Africa in our audits, or whether we even if we raise an MI, is to enable the oversight, the accountability, and government in the public sector. And our main aim is to ensure that we build public sector confidence in government to deliver services efficiently, effectively, and economically. So we have a new strategy called Culture Shift 2030, and our vision is to have more direct and consistent, meaningful impact in improving the lived realities of people of South Africa. If you look in terms of the slide is currently in, it talks about the accountability ecosystem, which is coming from our culture shift strategy. In that, if we all work together, everyone on the cycle, if we all work together as part of the ecosystem, shifting the public sector culture is possible. Starting with the officials that are responsible for day-to-day internal control. And then obviously there are senior managers who are responsible to ensure that internal controls are adhered to, and if there's any consequence management that needs to be implemented, it's implemented. And obviously we do have an accounting officer and authority who ensures that we're supported by obviously the internal audits and audit committee. And their main aim is to ensure that the department or the entities that they are responsible for achieve their mandate in terms of what they need to do to provide services to the benefits of the country. And obviously, they are supported by ministers to provide oversight in ensuring that they have all the the vacancies are filled, the resources are there to ensure that they deliver on their mandate. On the other side of the wheel, we have supports and oversight structures. And there are many responsible to ensure that the department and entities that are necessary that are reporting to them have necessary staff and resources to deliver on their mandate. And in the middle of the wheel is where we have ourselves as AGSA. And that is why we're here today to ensure that we provide the insights that we obtain during the audit. And the aim is to ensure that we influence everyone in the ecosystem to do the right thing. And obviously, if the right thing is not done, we do have our enforcement powers that we can use to enforce in terms of raising the MI. And our main aim is to improve the lived realities of our citizens. Honorable Chair, I would like to hand over to Faisal to continue with the rest of the document, and we'll take the question after that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Nozi. Let's give over to Mr. Faisal to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm just trying to see that the document is not moving. I'm trying to get it to move. So I don't know why it's not moving. Oh, there we are. Once again, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. It's once a pleasure to discuss with the Honorable Members the audit outcomes and the reflections and the insights that we have obtained during the past audit on the department and its entities. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the slide that we have here is just based on the 2020-21 recommendations that we had for the portfolio committee. We've currently just indicating that most of these is in progress. We actually indicated here that we put our recommendations was to follow our monitored accountability ecosystem to ensure all role players effectively exercise their roles to improve audit outcomes and ensure service delivery. We also had this up on the consequence measure, finalization of long outstanding cases, and utilization of the preventative control guides as developed to assist your oversight function, and then to continue to engage with the all role players within the accountability ecosystems, especially with those that once we've issued the MIs to ensure that those is properly resolved. What we have taken note of that there was some movement, especially with the consequence management, the long outstanding, the portfolio committee has followed up on that, and there has been a significant reduction in the irregular expenditure and the consequence management, the condonement part thereof. We also seen that there was a discussion on the MIs in that. So, but we still something that needs to be continued. And we say if we can still follow up on these issues, we'll ensure that those key issues within the department and SASSA is appropriately addressed. The audit outcome for this current financial year, as you can see from the slide that's attached, there has been a huge improvement from the previous year. That in the previous year we had four unqualified opinions with no findings. And for the current year, that increased to 6. So the improvement there was on the department and NDA. They both previously were unqualified, but they had findings. And in this current financial year, they managed to resolve those issues, and thus moving from an unqualified with findings to an unqualified with no findings, which we then term as a clean audit opinion. You can also see this was also an improvement from the first year of administration of this portfolio as well, that from 4 to 6. Previously, it was only the funds there. What we quite satisfy is that none of these entities' financial statements were misstated, and therefore receiving an unqualified opinion on their financial statements, all the entities, the department and entities in the portfolio. The overall portfolio performance, as you can see from here, on the left-hand side, when we received the annual performance report on the 31st of May, we compared that to what was happened once we've finalized our audit on the performance information. Only DSD submitted the information. There was no material adjustments that had to be made. There was some adjustment, but nothing material. Therefore, we were happy that there were no findings on DSD on the performance information. Whereas SASSA and NDA, there were some issues with the submitted performance report on the 31st of May. NDA managed to resolve that issue. We have reported a material adjustment paragraph in the audit report for the NDA, but overall, it's still regarded as there's no findings in that for the performance information. But we do make mention of it. Whereas SASSA, there was one indicator which continued to continue. There was other adjustments made, but one indicator they could not resolve. That indicator resulted in a finding in the audit report, and it's on the percentage of inquiries resolved within the stipulated time frame. The days that were recorded there, we could not reconcile it to what the actual number should be, and it's a system issue that SASSA faced in the way to track the days and the resolve time for those from the time it was received, those inquiries, be it online or face-to-face. So what actually happens is that SASSA does not initially record the date on the system that it was received. They try to resolve the issue in some instances. When the issue is resolved, they then want to include the date. And the system does not allow them to have to go back and include the date that it was actually received. So it gives a misalignment in terms of how many days it has taken from the time they received that inquiry to the time they resolved it. So those were the issues in there. So we could not determine if the numbers that were reported was accurate or not in that regard. Then against the performance against the targets, what we do have a look at and we follow up in this is the MTSF key targets. We had a look at those key targets that as part of priority 4 and priority 6 that affect the department. What we do, the stuff is a lot of these indicators and it are, although controlled by the department, but the actual work is done in many instances by the entities or by the provincial departments. We follow up on it to see how the department has reported on it and are they on track of achieving those targets as set out in the MTSF. From the work that we have looked at, we see that most of these targets have been achieved already, but there is still certain that needs to be done to ensure that they achieved those targets by the end of 31st March 2024. And what we discussed is that portfolio committee should still monitor the progress of the key MTSF to ensure that the following are met. And we highlighted too the number of eligible beneficiaries receiving the social grants, as well as a white paper on comprehensive social security approved by target, so approved by cabinet. So we just in a portfolio committee because it's the last few months that we have to make sure that those key MTSF targets have been met. We've also included the overall achievements of the performance of all the programs within the department and entities. As you can see from the table here is that the department achieved 90% of all its targets. It's throughout all the programs and combined, whereas SASSA achieved 76% and NDA achieved 75%. The key targets not achieved include the percentage of appeals adjudicated within 90 days of receipts. They had the stuff that they had to complete within 90 days of receipt, but they did not meet their target. The prevention and treatment for substance use disorder policy submitted to cabinet for approval, they also do not meet that particular target. On SASSA side, we also identified that the number of applications for extended child support grant in payment, the target was not met, and the percentage of new grant applications processed within the stipulated time frame. What we looked at the impact on this, and this is part of our new strategy 2020, which Nozipo highlighted, is to look at the impact. What does all the findings that we've identified or the insights that we have, what's the impact of this? And what we picked up, if by not providing these key basic services has an effect on providing necessary services in a timely manner, especially for those receiving that needs to be receiving a grant in a timely manner, and it does affect their livelihoods as such. And then we also then just mentioned that SASSA should improve their process on tracking the grant inquiries, because with inquiries and as well as those of cases into the application process, if it's done correctly, it will then make sure that those people that's in need of this assistance get paid immediately, and the process is improved in that particular regard. So the grant issues are of concern, and we realize that there needs to be improvement in that particular area. Just achieving some of the key performance targets, the way we've indicated the percentage of appeals adjudicated. The target was 70%, they only 57%. The details of this is included in the annual report, and it's the same details that we've included here as to the delays or to the reasons of why they could not the staff. And this had to do with regards to the direct extrajudicial appeal with the independent tribunal and delays in finalization of the tribunal members to serve. So that delays impacted on them completing this target and getting that necessary appeals process started and completed within the 90 days of receipt. The prevention of treatment of the staff was of substance abuse was to submit a draft prevention of and treatment of substance abuse policy to cabinet. The target was not to sub. They were, however, the application process was finalized, and they're in the process of still trying to complete the policy before they can submit it to Cabinet. The number of applications in the extended child support, there was going to be a target of 191,000 applications, only 37,000. That's only achievable with 19.57 against the targets. Those were mostly affected by regulations that were promulgated late in the first quarter of the financial year. This impacted the marketing of the grants, resulting in the low uptake. So it's something they need to make sure that they improve their way they decide and get those people that's in need of the child support grant to apply in that particular regard. The percentage of new applicant grant application process within stipulated time frame, there was a 95% that had to be done within 5 days. There was only 89.1% achieved, especially for those taken to face-and-face interaction were processed within 5 days. And this is the reason was accumulation of manual applications due to load shedding and after impacted them of completing this within the regulated time frames. Honorable members, with regards to the key insights that we picked up on our audit, the department actually spent 97.5% of its budgeted social assistance grants. I'm talking of the grants itself. The total value of the savings that was not spent related specifically for 4 billion of the 6 billion savings. So there was an overall 6 billion saving on their financial statements in terms of their budget. Of that 4 billion related specifically to the SRD grants and mainly the 350 grants. The reason for this, the anticipated amount that they expected to be paid was much less than what they made payment. And this was due to the lower income threshold. Initially put, and it started off at 300 something, then moved to 619, as well as the bank verification means test that was done, which also seemed to be successful in those that received more than the threshold amount. As they done the validations, the bank managed to identify those that applied, and those were then rejected. So that was the main reason for the underspending of the 6 billion, 4 billion was on the SRD grants. Just to note that the SASSA administers the full grant administration and application process and the payment process for the full grants. Honorable members, what we've also identified and we in discussions with management is that DSD SASSA should be more, especially DSD should be more involved on the grant payments. They should also be coordinating the policies that involve with regards to the grant administration and the onboarding of beneficiaries. Things have changed, so we need to make sure that we relook at the policies. We're asking them to be more oversight roles in regards to the grants. Because it affects their financial statements, they should take accountability of this. There's a lot of investigations that's happening in the grant area, so therefore we feel that the DSD should be subject. So we already started with discussions. We had a lot of discussions with DSD and SASSA in this regard, and I know they have just started to put places or policies in place where they're going to start looking at this in more detail. Grants is a very, it's the main core of the business, and we need to make sure that we prevent, or the fraud is prevented in as much possible, and that those that are eligible are paid, because if we're getting it to the right people at the right time, will make a difference in those lives of those citizens. So overall, on the grants, we do pick up issues on the grants, although they were not, the findings that we had when we extrapolate, it was not material for it to be resulted in qualification. As I said, we do pick up issues, and some of those issues we just concerned on the grant requires received to be resolved within the time frames as indicated. We also noted other deficiencies on the grant payments and administration, such as payments made to ineligible applicants that we do pick up. There were some applicants that were not eligible for the payments and were still receiving a grant. Not a lot, but these we did pick up this and communicated. We do pick up, there was under and overpayments for the foster care grants. This got to do when the person was approved to receive the foster care, the date that they were to receive was not the correct date in terms of the court order date in some instances. Some was prior, so there were some that we did find some errors in this particular regard. So to make sure that when they make the payment of these foster care, it is the correct grant or the correct amount that's being from the correct date of the court order application date. We also picked up that there was some inadequate means tests conducted, especially on the other grants, not necessarily the 350 grants, that we did pick up some issues on inadequate means tests, that the information was not updated, or we could not see that how the means test was properly concluded with all the supporting information that was on file. We also started looking at the verifications of beneficiaries to see if those are indeed eligible to stuff and are they entitled to the grant. We did pick up some issues in this regard. It's one area that we're in discussion with internal audit and the inspectorate at the department to start looking at this particular area. And then we picked up some disability grant fraud in there. As I said, these were not material enough when we extrapolated, but these issues are of concern overall on the grants. So what we indicated to management of both DSD and SASSA is to do a detailed assessment and root cause analysis based on our findings that we have to identify what are those issues that cause it. Let's go deeper dive into those root cause analysis. Once they can determine those root cause analysis, then implement those controls to improve those weaknesses that were identified and communicate it with all the regions to make sure that those controls try to standardize those information. What we do pick up when we look at investigations, the way one region does to the other region differs. We also pick up that issues, and we discuss this with management, is that they need to standardize to make sure that the register is completed properly. What the outcome of this was, actions taken to any, was the data raised. So we have that properly so it can be seen as one, because we picked up that once the investigators, it then has to move over to finance department. Nobody follows up to see if the finance department actually recorded it as a data, or if there was further action to be taken, was actions actually taken. So what we then asking if they can look at this into more detail as to all the findings that we have and put in necessary controls in that particular regard. We also asked that internal audit, as well as I said, the inspector, to be more effectiveness on the effectiveness of the controls in the grants, to test those controls in more detail, go and have a look at the physical verifications for both old age, foster care grants, have a look at the disability grants, the medical assessments that's being done as well, because those are the key areas that we discuss. So we want, and we have been discussing with them for internal audit to actually include that in their next year's audit plan to cover that as well. And then also DSD to have a look at the inspector to see they need to keep to proper hire people in there to capacitate them properly so that they can also be looking detailed into the grants and the weaknesses on the grants to ensure that controls are improved in that particular regard. Honorable members, we then go on to the material irregularities that was identified. We, in total, from the time we implemented the material irregularities, we issued 5 material irregularities in SASSA and 1 at DSD. From, the 3 were issued in the prior year and 2 in this current financial year. What we take note with regards to the material irregularities that were issued, we have picked up that with regards to the 350 material irregular 350 grant payments, we have picked up that there was some amount that were recovered. So this was amounts that were withheld from those that were identified to have received ineligible from the period of May 2020 to March 2021. Those applicants were identified to were ineligible, and when they do become due for future payments, then SASSA withheld those amounts that they were not entitled to, and that process was received was 144 million. We did have recovered thus far from, I think it's about 300 and somewhat million initially recognized there. We also picked up that for one of the MIs, what we discovered that from the 6 MIs that were issued, 4 of the MIs resulted into investigations that were instituted. That was in relation to the 74 million, the 316 million, the alleged fraudulent grant, and the assets acquired at higher price at market value at DSD. There were investigations. This is once we issued the MI. The fraud one on the social grants was started before we issued, but we just make note of that. And then from there, what we picked up that one of the 74 million, there has been an investigation and legal opinion, and it has indicated that there should be disciplinary process taken against official that's still currently in the employment at SASSA, and that process is continuing. From what we've received from management, the disciplinary process has started in September, and they're planning to finalize this by the end of October. So we just make mention in that particular regard. So what recommendations for the portfolio committee in this particular area is to still have a closer monitoring by the portfolio committee to ensure that the MIs identified are adequately addressed, and to follow up on the progress and development and implementation of the action plan to prevent reoccurrence of these issues. As we indicated, that 5 of these internal control processes, we have seen that the process was improved on the internal control. Just to note that from these that were issued, 2 of the MIs, the one for the 316 million and the alleged fraudulent social grant payments, were subsequently resolved, and I will get back into that more detail on the next few slides. So with regards to the one at DSD, this was where we picked up in the prior year financial, prior year audit, that there were purchase of assets that were higher than the market value. We issued the MI. The department agreed with it and appointed a firm to investigate the possible fraud and corruption, and to look at the full internal control deficiencies to prevent this from reoccurring as well. The investigating firm was appointed. I know they have started. There was some delays in them accessing the emails in it where they needed to look at, but they have finalized it. The report was submitted, I think, sometime in July or the end of July, August, to the accounting officer. The accounting officer is in the process of discussing this well, and as soon as it has been done, we will then get the report, and then we'll need to follow up based on the recommendations of the report, what steps the accounting officer is taking, and is those steps that they are taking appropriate enough to resolve this MI. So we wait for the final investigation report from the accounting officer in this particular regard. The other MIs, the one that was resolved is the 316 million. This was related to the payment made to the previous service provider in 2014, where they were doing the looking at and redoing the grant beneficiaries and onboarding, and they then did a variation to on that initial agreement for the children. And however, that was not part. They were saying the children was not part of the initial agreement, but it was. The matter was taken to court, and the court ruled in favor that that service provider must pay back the amount that they receive with interest. So it's 316 million, and you take the interest from that till date is the full amount of 316 million they had to pay back to SASSA, and that's what they then took the matter to the Supreme Court of Appeal, who upheld the previous decision, and they had to make the payment in that regard. The firm then subsequently applied for voluntary liquidation. We issued an MI on the 4th of October 2021, as we realized this was an MI, and one of the purpose of the MI was for SASSA to determine if any officials in the entity should be held liable, and should there be any amounts that should be recovered from those officials that should be held liable. SASSA, through National Treasury, appointed a firm to investigate the matter. The firm did the investigation, and they did find certain officials that should be held liable, should be held responsible, and they then also indicated that a legal opinion should be obtained if you can still now take action against those. All those officials are no longer within the entity. They're all former officials of the entity. And should you take action, and what's the chances of recovering the amount, taking the law of prescription, as well as that you did not initially initiate any consequence management against those officials whilst they were in the employment of the entity, and that the court did not also rule that any official should be held or guilty in that particular regard. As the accounting authority then obtained a legal opinion, who then also indicated that taking prescription into account, you cannot to go now and recover, you will not recover that money, nor can you held any consequence management against former employees, or held them liable if you did not initiate the particular investigation or consequence management whilst you were in employment of the entity. So we received the response, we analyzed the response, and we agreed with it, that there's nothing further the accounting authority can do to on this MI other than wait for the liquidation process to see how much they can recover from the service provider, which is still in progress, and therefore we take it as a result. But we will, as part of our audit, the amount is still on the financial statements. It still is a debtor, the impairment is still, and we will still continue to follow up to see how much has been recovered in that particular regard on the 316 million. The other one is also payment to the same service provider in relation to this, where they were not entitled to payment as they did not provide the services. The same service provider, this was in 2018, that I related to in the 316 million. Similar, this was submitted for investigation through National Treasury. They have received the investigation report in this particular regard, and one of the investigation report was indicated that disciplinary steps should be taken against the implicated official that's still in employment of the entity. That process is ongoing, and as the accounting authority has indicated, that they're in the process of finalizing and hopefully finalized by the end of October. Also, this is formed part of the liquidation process that I referred to above, and we will still continue to follow up this as this amount still remains within the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amount in the financial statements of the entity SASSA. The other one is a 350 grants payment. As I indicated, this year is payments to ineligible. There has been some recovery. We have included recommendations in the prior annual report, audit report. Management did provide us their response. We evaluated their response, and we've then extended those recommendations to be implemented by the 25th of October. We've given them extension till end of October, and every second monthly they do provide us update on the progress of those recommendations. And once we get the final, we will evaluate in terms of the controls that has been implemented to prevent payments. We do see a lot of improvement, the recovery of the amounts, and just to see what going forward they have done in that regard. And if we're satisfied based on our evaluation thereafter, then we will move towards resolving this MI. So we wait for their final inputs on the recommendations that was included for them. We have taken note of the legal opinion they obtained, that to recover those monies amounts are small, ranges from 350 to 1050. To recover, it's more costly by sending out notifications, getting as well as the state attorney not being involved in this. So in many instances, it will be too costly to recover those amounts. So we'll see what other implementation or actions are they going to do to see if they can recover any of those amounts in that particular regard. The other one that we issued was the one, as I said, the grant for. We have, this matter was investigated. It had to do with 2 officials that committed the fraud, and they were subsequently dismissed, but not for the fraud that was identified. It was other issues that they were found guilty of. Subsequently, one of those individuals passed away. The other one is stuff. So what the department did, they've also, in terms of the investigation, and they handed the matter over to SAPS and obtained a legal opinion to see if they can recover any of these amounts from those officials. One of the results for the ones that deceased, it becomes difficult to receive from his estate, because one of the things, he was never charged or given opportunity in terms of a consequence management whilst in the employment, or there was no case. So to recover that from his estate becomes difficult. So there's some legal opinion in the regard where it will not be. Another one, because he was also not charged, so there is certain things. And then the Hawks with the SAPS, they looked at the case, and they also found that based on these, to recover this money becomes very difficult, and therefore have decided not to continue with this case in that particular regard. We looked at everything, we evaluated, we consulted, and then we felt there's nothing further that can be done in this regard. Controls have been improved, so we've also taken this MI as a result, because nothing further can be done. The accounting authority has done whatever she could do in this regard to try to recover these amounts, and it as such. Honourable Chair, then you'll just take note that one of the MIs that we initially indicated here that relates to the awards to incorrect supplier, we have issued that MI to the accounting authority. We have received the notification back from the accounting authority. We're still busy evaluating, and we just take that in progress. We're still looking into the details of that there to determine what the appropriate or next steps to be taken with regards to that MI. So we will follow up in our next year's audit and report on it accordingly. On the financial reporting, as you can see, the financial statements that were submitted for auditing before adjustments were in good quality, because by the time we got the final, we done the audit, there was no material adjustments made in the financial statements for the department and its entities. There could have been some adjustments, but they were not material enough for material adjustments. And we do pick up issues on the overall financial management controls. We have identified all these weaknesses to management in the management report. We still pick up issues with the record keeping not adequate, delays in submitting information, that proper controls and reconciliations are not being done on a timely basis, and with regards to proper compliance monitoring with regards to supply chain management, that still result in irregular expenditure. So overall, we were happy with the financial statements, that they submit reliable and credited financial statements as such. Okay, then with regards to the financial health, we've got no concern that both the department and its entities will continue as a going concern. With regards to the funding that they will receive, they will continue into the next financial year. We did pick up some indicators which we're not too happy with. It doesn't concern us in terms of a going concern in the overall financial health. The issues that we picked up is SASSA's debt collection period increased to 72 days, while the debtors impairment provision over the debtors that included in there is 98%. And that 98% is made up purely on the 316 million. So what actually happened when the court decided that the supplier must pay back the 316 million back to SASSA, they raised it as debtor. But because they went in liquidation, the uncertainty of receiving that amount became effective, and therefore they made a provision for doubtful debts of that same amount, and therefore the provision is quite high. So 98% of the debtors amount relates to that provision. The balance of that is more staff debtors, and they should just improve their controls around to recover the money in a more timely manner. Not a material amount, but it's something that which is highlighted in that particular regard. For the creditors, we do pick up that with SASSA, the creditors payments period increased by 30 days. This was in result and went to about 64, specifically around the social assistance fees that is paid to Postbank. There was a disagreement in terms of the penalties that were charged to Postbank, where Postbank disagreed with it and said the penalty should not be charged, and SASSA could not make the payment until that disagreement was resolved. It based on the same service agreement that was ceded from the post office to Postbank. And as a result, the accruals or the creditors increased for the end of the financial year, because there were a couple of months that were not yet paid, and SASSA had to wait for the credit note on the invoice that were received from the Postbank before they could process that payment. And therefore, the creditors amount increased on the financial statements from the previous financial year, and that's a result that there was a delays or the payments to creditors increased from greater to 30 days because of the payment not made to the Postbank, which was only paid after financial year once they came to an agreement in that particular regard. On the DSD side, we also take notice that there was the increase in the 30 days from 75 to 99%. This was the 350 grants payment that related to certain that were to made before the financial were only made after the financial year end. So that also included in accruals and increased the accruals amount on their financial statement. So we just take note there, but the payments were then subsequently made in the new current financial year. We also, in terms of the impact, we also just highlight that there was a deficit on NDA of 23 million. Although we don't see that this has a impact on its continuation in the future as the funds are received, but also to note that a lot of these, there is the part of the 23 million is also expenditure that are not cash expenditure, such as depreciation, and that's form part of that deficit as such. But overall, we could certify that they will continue. There's no concern in that regards. DSD still has a bank overdraft of 15 billion. So it's called cash shortfall that shows negative in that. And this is mainly due, and is there for the last couple of years, to the unauthorized expenditure that has been incurred in the 2020 financial statements That was when when there was the lockdown introduced in March 2020, and there was a decision being made to make the grant payments, certain grant payments for the April by the end of March, and became taking your financial year into account. Therefore, for that year, that grant payments that was made before the end of March 2020 resulted in over expenditure on the grants and unauthorized expenditure. Yes, they have received the funds in the next financial statements, the funds that should have been paid out in April, but those funds were then used to fund the part of the 350 grant. So therefore, that amount still sits in the financial statements as a bank overdraft, and it can only be taken out once there's approval from SCOPA through National Treasury. I know SCOPA was supposed to meet a couple of weeks ago to resolve this issue, but it has been postponed for the department. From communications, it seemed like SCOPA is about to meet with the department within the next week or so. So hopefully they can resolve this issue, and then this amount will be removed from the financial statements of the department. But overall, with the funds coming through and in terms of the budget allocation, we don't foresee any issue on their financial health, and they will be able to cover their expenditure and projected expenditure in that particular regard, both from the grants and the normal expenditure. Compliance with key legislation. As you can see, we had a material finding on SASSA on the compliance with key legislation. The material finding had to do that the accounting authority could not prevent the irregular expenditure reoccurring, especially on the leases. These most of it relates to the expired lease that they did not go out again on tender, and therefore still reoccurring irregular expenditure. When those expired leases ended, they should have went out on tender, and because they're not, and therefore it's reoccurring irregular expenditure, and therefore we reported that the accounting authority did not take appropriate steps to prevent the irregular expenditure, especially on the leases, from continuing. And this was reported as such in the audit report. We also picked up other procurement and contract management findings on all three entities that related to the uncompetitive and unfair procurement process, as well as preference point systems. As you can see, these were not material findings, but there were findings, and we have reported this into the management report. What we've also taken note of, wherever we had these findings, that all the goods were received or the services were acceptable of acceptable quality. We did follow up to see that was received and they were of the necessary quality. What just to take note is that there has been a change in the PFMA compliance and performance reporting framework that was issued by National Treasury that was effective from the 3rd of January. The key areas here is that part of this framework does not require that the department and its entities did with regards to irregular, fruitless, and unauthorized, provide the full details of your opening balances, your those that incurred in the current year, those that were condoned. They do not require that to be disclosed in the financial statements. All they required in the financial statements is to include the current year irregular expenditure that relates to the expenditure that's being reported on in the financial statements. And it has the comparative figures of last year. So that's all it shows that's required, and that is what we require to audit as part of the financial statements. What it also indicated here was that the detail of the irregular expenditure, the balances brought forward, and how it has been dealt with, be reported in the annual report of the department and its entities. And we, as the auditor, although we don't give an opinion on the annual report per se, and that day, we still do have to have a look at the opening balances, the condonement, as part of our consequence management. And if we do have findings, we will report that to management in that particular regard. So what we do, so we have audited that, and we've indicated that as such. So in the financial statements, we'll only pick up this year's amount that has been included as irregular expenditure as such. So our message to the portfolio committee is that the fact that now that the historical balances and movements are included in the annual report, and there's no assurance given on that amount, the portfolio committee would need to engage directly with the information disclosed in the annual report, or request this information on the historical balance directly from the department and its entities, were not disclosed in the annual report, and exercise the oversight responsibility in this particular regard to see how they have been dealing with irregular expenditure from the prior years in that particular area. We then give an analysis of the irregular expenditure for a current financial year that's been included in the financial statements. As you can see, there has been a reduction in the irregular expenditure from the 2019-20 to the 2022-23 from 145 million to 39 million in this current financial year. Of that, SASSA is the major contributor of 20.8 million, and DSD at 18.2 million, and NDA at about 330,000. We looked at the details of this, and most of it relates to the breach of the 5 procurement pillars of equitable, fair, cost-effectiveness, transparency. On SASSA side, 17.8 million related to competitive, and this is mainly around the leases, where the lease agreements are not signed within time or for a new service provider. What we also picked up in SASSA is that we picked up there was a contract of 1.98 million that was not awarded to the correct supplier who scored the highest point, but was not given to him as such, or that person, that supplier as such. We also picked up on the DSD in terms of fairness and competitiveness. They were competitive, the bids process were not properly followed, and there was a payment made on a expired transversal contract. So those were the key findings that we've identified on the irregular expenditure. Although there's improvement, but it's something that needs to still be addressed to move or to take this irregular expenditure and not have them anymore in its financial statements. We also give the update on the balances. As you can see from the previous financial years that we had 1.3 billion of last year to 1.09 billion to this year to about 444 million. There has been a reduction, and most of that reduction, a 55% reduction of 561 million, related to either condone or remove from the irregular expenditure. So those were subject. Those were in terms of the SASSA, where they've taken it for condonement or they've identified that this is not irregular expenditure, and those were then subsequently approved by National Treasury for condonement, and therefore reducing the irregular expenditure. We have tested, and we agree with the reduction and the condonement thereof that was up. Of the 444 million that remains, 424 million remains within SASSA, that's 95%, 19 million in DSD, and 1 million within the NDA. We also have the 424 million. There are 2 big cases, namely the iCrop case of about 281 million. That's still in progress, and it's still waiting for the public protector's investigation into the matter. And there was a 12 million communication contract that they requested condonation from National Treasury, which is still waiting. And there's plenty other smaller cases with smaller amounts in that particular regard. If these issues are followed up and resolved, it will reduce that amount tremendously as well. So it's something that I think the portfolio committee can look into it to make sure that this is adequately dealt with, as well as to see if there was anybody guilty or anybody found where they committed this irregular expenditure, how have they been accountable, how many people were found guilty, and how many have been accountable, something that can be followed up by management on SASSA and TSD in that particular regard. Honorable Chair, in terms of the overall message and conclusions that we have identified the root causes with regards to the grant administrations and payments, and the oversight that I have discussed that needs to be done by both DSD and SASSA. And part of it was the slow response in addressing some of our weaknesses that we identified in the previous year that still continued, as well as key vacancies in both the DSD and NDA. We've included key recommendations to be done by management to improve the controls in the performance information together with supply, the issue priorities filing of the key vacant positions, and to ensure that the action plans are detailed enough as to what is the real root causes, what recommendations should be there, and to make sure those are implemented accordingly, and ask internal audit from both departments, SASSA and NDA, to have a look at those to ensure that those controls are operating effectively. We also discussed these with the Honourable Minister, and we've also included some commitments for the Honourable Minister to ensure that the vacant Director General post and the CEO post of NDA is filled, that there is a proper action plan, and she's briefed on the implementation of the action plan, as well as the financial misconduct cases, the impact of what actions have been taken, and get more details in that regard in terms of her oversight role with regards to the losses that's been experienced, and to finalize the implementation on the biometrics to prevent fraudulent access to the grant payment system, which we hope will then reduce the fraud within the SASSA, and also in that particular regard, be able to do, as one of the key issues with coming out from the investigations, is the access around that as such. Our overall message to the portfolio committee is to continue to monitor the filling of key vacancies at both the DSD and NDA, continually to actively engage with all the role players within the accountability ecosystem, and ensure that appropriate measures are implemented to resolve the MIs and repeat audit findings, and to continue to utilize the preventative goal guides as developed by the AGSA to assist other oversight functions and to ask relevant questions during their oversight roles. So, Honourable Chair, that's my presentation. I would like to thank the committee for its work that's been done on with the department. We do follow up on the work that has been done and see that is, I think we all were driving the same message in terms of our Culture Shift 2030 strategy, working together to see how we can improve the livelihoods of the citizen, to ensure that the grant payments are being made in a timely manner, to ensure that where all the social ills, there is proper policies, and the department is following up on those to cut down on and to fulfill its mandate of poverty alleviation in addressing inequalities within the sub. It's a very important department in improving the lives of the citizens, and it's, I think, we is working together with the department, the portfolio committee, CSOs. We can all, as part of our accountability, add value, and we can provide proper insights. We can also then try to influence ways changes can be made to improve the lives of the citizens. I thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Faisal. Just on time. You have made it. Honourable members, let's engage in terms of checking the questions for clarification from the AG. Can I identify hands? I see the hand of Lizelle, Honourable Lizelle, followed by Honourable Bridget.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, our Chairperson, and good morning to the AG South Africa. And let me take this opportunity just to thank them for the good work that they continue to do. And Chairperson, I also think that with regards to the clean audit for both NDA and DSD, we need to welcome that and the improvements. However, what worries me, Chairperson, and it's not just in this portfolio, but it's also in other portfolio committees where you find that the AG comes back and gives us repeat findings. In other words, what stood out for me from this presentation, and of course we shouldn't be raising it with the AG, we will be raising it with the department and its entities. But for example, the inadequate oversight by DSD on grant administration and payments, slow response from the management in terms of addressing key weaknesses. And then, of course, the issue of vacancies, which has been an issue for us since we started in this portfolio committee. And then, what stood out for me for last year, which is a repeat finding this year again, is SASSA's inability to pay the right people. In other words, last year when we met with the AG, it was a big concern that SASSA systems are not adequate, and therefore we continue to pay people that are not eligible for the grant. So I want to know from the AG, at least from Mr. Faisal, whether there's been a slight improvement, at least since the findings and the recommendations that they gave to the SASSA last year, whether there's been slight improvement or whether there's been zero improvement. And I'm asking this because I really would like us to get to a point where we identify the challenges with regards to SASSA's systems and why they keep on paying ineligible grant recipients. For example, in the slide, Mr. Faisal speaks to the MOU that the department has now, or SASSA, signed with banks, which will help with verification so that people don't double dip. But is this the only solution that we need to implement, or is there something else that the AG can propose? Then on the issue of consequence management with regards to the material, the MI, now, there was a payment of 74 million and 316 million to one service provider. It was one official, and it happened in October of 2021. It's 2 years later. So I take it from the presentation that this employee remains employed. So no steps have been taken to date. Is that correct? I just want to check that from the AG. Then in terms of recovering the funds, now last year, the AG says we identified about 300 million that was paid to the wrong people in terms of the 350 grant. We've been able to now collect 144 million. I want to find out from the AG the prospects of us recovering the rest of those funds. And then my final question to the AG. As a committee, and I think we did raise this with the AG last year as well, we have difficulty in terms of we spend taxpayer money, and Mr. Faisal mentioned it, that this is a very important department. We look after the best interests of the most vulnerable in our society. But as a committee, we often struggle with we spend taxpayer money, but we don't know whether it's having an impact on the ground. In other words, when we say we spend money on GBV, we don't see the results. When we spend money on fighting teenage pregnancies or gender or substance abuse, we don't often necessarily see the impact. Whether in the next audit, whether the AG could help us to look at spend versus impact, whether that is a possibility. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lise. Honorable Bridget Masango.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I ask the questions of clarity to the AG, I just also would like to just, express the word of condolences to the colleague, Honorable Bilangulu, on the passing of her siblings, and just say that we really are keeping them in our prayers. Chairperson, I would like to thank the AGSA for the presentation, and the way the presentation was so clear, and it is they just need to be very patient with us, because I still have questions that I would like or issues that I would like clarified, just for me to be able to know whether I have questions for the department later on. With the first one being, I understood during the presentation that the 350 SRD grant recovery, I understood the presentation to say the recovery was not actually getting monies from people, but it was identifying those people in what would be the future payments, and then stopping that. So there is no money, literal rands and cents, that have been recovered from the people that were ineligible to receive the grants. That's the clarity I would like. And then the other one is that the penalties that I believe the Post Bank is there are still discussion and ongoing about the penalties that the Post Bank was supposed to pay. I would like to know if the agreement, obviously where everything should be, it should be sort of outlined as to what penalties can be paid and for what reason and things like that. Did the AG find that the agreement was not clear on the penalties, or is that the question that I must ask the department, the SASSA later on? Because I don't know how we can have discussions and disagree on something that should be contained in a legal document in the form of an agreement or a contract, or and so on and so forth. And then the last one, Chairperson, is the one about, the other one is the leases that keep coming back every single year. I would like to know from the AG, how many times can the AG just keep repeating that, this is an issue and it must be sorted out before something else can be done, something, further than that can be done before we then hear that, no, this thing is prescribed and nothing can be done and so on and so forth. I'm just nervous. And I will obviously pose the question to the department or to SASSA later on. And the last one is that what brought about the change in the compliance reporting framework? Because for me, it sounds like information will not be made available and oversight will be obviously compromised. But I will obviously benefit from the response on that question of clarity. But other than that, thank you so much for the presentation. It really helps for one to also try and do their work. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Honorable Abrams, followed by Honorable Stock.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues on the platform and to all the stakeholders. Chairperson, I'd like to echo some of my colleagues' comments on that. Well, I think it was Honorable van der Merwe who said that the presentation is rather repetitive. We seem to be finding the same information coming through presentation after presentation, and it's, I don't know, I find it rather frustrating that you know, these matters can't be resolved, and maybe if the AG can take us through once again, you know, right in the beginning slides, you know, we talk about enforcement powers, but if the same findings are coming through, how effective are these enforcement powers of the AG? And if the AG can just maybe take us through the scope of these enforcement powers and how effective they are finding it. Then, Chairperson, on the Mr. Joji made a comment that it was either SASSA or Hawks that indicated that the one MI with regard to the two officials for the just over 1.8 million, where the one official is deceased and the other one, I think the comment was that either the SAPS or Hawks said it was too difficult to recover monies from the second individual. So I'm just trying to understand, so what is the whole point of us talking about consequence management and going on about consequence management when there are other departments and entities that are not supporting us, supporting the department, supporting SASSA in recovering these funds? So I'd just like clarity on where does one then get clarity on, you know, who made this decision? Where's the report making this decision? Because from other officials maybe, you know, engaging in the same behavior, if they are seeing their colleagues are actually not being dealt with or disciplined and the relevant consequence management being followed through because an investigation it's now suddenly too difficult to recover, what stops them from doing the same and repeating what's going on at SASSA? So just some clarity on that, you know, because now it sounds like that 1.8 million will just never be recovered because somebody somewhere else said it's far too difficult, which leads me to my next comment. I mean, the AG doesn't just deal with social development, it deals with all the departments and the entities. And who is responsible? Is it the AG or the Public Service Commission to be keeping a blacklist of these officials? Because, you know, they resign or they go through disciplinary, they leave before processes are concluded, and then they'll pop up in local government or provinces, and the same cycle just continues to happen. So, you know, is that a record that the AG keeps, or who is keeping that record of officials who are just completely either ignoring or abusing supply chain management processes, and are essentially stealing from the very poor citizens of the country. It's completely unacceptable. And then just lastly, slide 20, when we speak about the disagreement between the Post Bank and this disagreement went on until, and therefore, you know, the value that needed to be paid increased and increased. What was the rand value at the end of the year when the Post Bank and SASSA finally reached an agreement? And is that accrual, I'm assuming it's interest, on SASSA's books, and therefore obviously being paid for by SASSA? Just like to understand, you know, what that rand value was and when they eventually reached the agreement. Thank you, Chairperson. That's all from my side.
Okay. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the presentation done to us or presented to us by the AG this morning. It's quite comprehensive, and it also deals with a number of issues which have been concerned for quite some time for most of us in the Portfolio Committee. I think I also want to join my colleagues in echoing a word of condolence towards one of our colleagues, Honorable Bilankulu, towards the passing on of her siblings. We will continue to put her in our prayers, and then we wish the Almighty to grant her strength during this difficult moment of bereavement. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think as a point of departure, I would just like to indicate that I've also noted there's quite of an improvement since we started with this administrative term from 2019 up to this far. There's quite an improvement towards the department and also its entities. But one also needs to highlight the fact that it's quite worrisome because of some of the issues keep on coming back and they are not being resolved. And one of those issues, as part of the issues raised or highlighted by the AG as part of the material irregularities towards SASSA, the issue of the leases, which continues to be a problem towards SASSA, and then which continues to, SASSA continues to actually occupy some of the buildings without a valid lease agreement and all of that. And then when the AG comes, there's an adverse finding against SASSA. And this is an issue, I think some of our colleagues have also indicated it has been coming, and it's quite frustrating that it comes. And then we are saying, as members of the Portfolio Committee, can you deal with this thing, resolve it? And then in the next financial year, it comes back again. Maybe the AG, with regard to that, can just take us through in terms of what steps can be taken to ensure that this matter does actually not occur in the near future. And then there's also a crisis of processing grant application, which is also a crisis at SASSA, the relationship between SASSA and the Post Bank, where money is not available and the ordinary grant beneficiaries are actually being affected. And also there are problems of the system towards the Post Bank and all of that. So these issues as well are affecting our ordinary community members or beneficiaries on the ground. So pertaining to the key targets in the medium-term strategic framework for Portfolio Committee of Department and then its entities, is actually achieving its objective of, especially on priority number 4. And then one needs also to applaud and commend the department and also the National Development Agency for having achieved a clean audit, which is quite commendable, and it's a step in the good direction. We appreciate the fact that there is an improvement from those to the department and one of its entities. And then with regard to the material irregularities, SASSA has the following material irregularities. The payment of social assistance fee for services not rendered for 74 million, the 350 SRD grant payments made to ineligible applicants, overpayment of about 316 million to service providers. The alleged fraudulent social grant payments are also awarded to incorrect service providers. And then the DSD has the following assets required at prices higher than market value of about 144 million, which was actually recovered. The report highlights that the accounting officer is taking measures to address the problem with other aspects which have already also been resolved. So with regards to out of the issues, the 5 issues that the AG has highlighted, I just want to extrapolate one issue amongst the 5 because I think the other 4 has been widely covered by my colleagues. It's with regard to the 350 SRD grant, which was actually paid to eligible grant applicants. So I just want to find out from the AG, maybe just to clarify us, which data did SASSA use to identify the 350 grant beneficiaries? Is the same data that was used by the AG? For an example, I know in one of our meetings, I think it's last year when we had a similar interaction, and then we were informed, no, the department uses this data, and then the AG, when the AG came, used a different data. And then the adverse finding is actually on a data which was not used by the department. So I will really appreciate if the AG can just come in and be able to clarify us in that regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That's my contribution. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Stock. Honorable Polnit, followed by Honorable
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
No, Chair, I've been raising my hands before.
Yes.
Anyway, I will come
Yes.
after. Fine. I'm
You
just
will
checking.
come after Aris.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
so much, Chairperson. I also want to say thank you for this presentation, Chairperson, and I also would like to give my condolences to our colleague. All the previous members have spoken of the things that we want to say is that I want to understand this. After listening to what the AG was saying, it seems like the Department of Social Development don't have the capacity to run this department. If we look at what the AG was saying, it is repetitive of what he's saying of the previous years. But what is most disturbing is that 6 billion was sent back. 6 billion where our country is in a crisis, where people are hungry every day, where people don't have money to buy food, and the department is still sending money back. That is the most disturbing thing. It is treason. Basically, it's treason. The whole department must be sacked and bring in all new people. And then the worst part of everything is that key positions, vacancies that are still open at the department. That is why we are failing our people. That is why we are failing our country. And the problem that I'm having is that the foster care grant is underspent. Why? Because they are just giving the people a top up to make sure that people have something to continue. And it is not right where grandparents are looking after children because the mother and father has passed on, and now they must live with this 650 rand. It is very disturbing when you are saying 33,000 people were given food parcels from SASSA. SASSA don't give food parcels for the past 3-4 years. The only time they're giving food parcels when they have by-elections, and you'll see the food parcels coming out. So AG must investigate this thing of the food parcels, because SASSA have not been given food parcels for years now. I also would like to know from the AG is that you were given 2.937 billion to Transnet for repairs for KZN, the disaster. We have given, there's a fund from the president and all the other departments that they made a fund together for disaster. Why must they use this money from social development when there is a fund available for disasters and then been given for repairs for Transnet? I also want to understand, this thing is not, we keep on talking about oversight by the administration, but it is not being done. The AG is sounding like a little dog, that small ones in the yard, making a lot of noise. But when it have to come and bite it is like it's running away. You are being given the powers, but you're not being using the powers, because every year you will come with a report and say, this and this is not right. What are you doing to implement these things? To say, we are taking this person and this way, because here again, people in the department were using monies that was meant for the poorest of the poor, and nothing has been done. You will hear a case that's been running since 2018, and the person is still working for Department of Social Development. I want to agree with Alexandra that these people are moved from one department to the other department, but nothing is happening to them. There must be at least a way to trace these people, because these people are just eating the money. And then also the money that has been given to service providers that never have been given service. And then you will find out the owner of that service provider's company is working for the department. What is the AG doing about that? Because the rule is quite clear: when you work with the department, you cannot do business with the department. So I just feel that every time we come, we repeat the same things over and over, but no action has been taken. It's like gender-based violence, you're being abused all the time. And when you go to court, the case has been thrown out. We need to come up with constructive ways how we're going to deal with this, because it looks like the department officials are just saying, man, nothing is going to happen to us. We need to come up with ways of how we're going to keep these people accountable. But my view is that the department is not capable of running this department, because this is the most crucial department in the whole of South Africa, and we are sending money back. And I cannot agree with that, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honorable Polnit, I think the questions that we are asking, you are referring to the department, which is not part of us for now. They are going to be admitted and accepted in the platform after 10:30. Then for now, we were asking questions of clarification to the AG. The AG is assisting us in terms of noting and looking after these things that they have raised. So the questions that we are asking are still relevant, but the department is going to join. Honorable Harris, and the last one was Honorable Jane.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, and thank you very much. Morning, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'd also like to extend my condolences to Honorable Kate and the family in this time of mourn. Mine are just, I'm covered by most of the previous speakers, Chair. I just want to make a comment on what you were saying now to Honorable Marie. I feel that the input that Honorable Marie was given, it's still the AG's prerogative to say to her that if that question is irrelevant to them, he can refer it in. It is not your duty, Chair, to say to Honorable Marie that the input that she was
my
given.
duty. Honorable Marie, let me stop you.
She did raise it to the agent, and
It
I
is my
believe
duty
he was the one that was presenting. But be as it may, my input would be on the recently we have seen that there was lots of people, more than 600,000 people that did not receive their social grants, and many people do not receive their 350 grants, and they do not hear anything about that. And even on the appeals on the SRD grants, they didn't get any responses in that appeal applications that they are doing. And I just want to check with the AG in his view or their view, will this be part of the inadequate systems that they refer to in slide 7? And then it is really saddened that that while the country is grappling with substance abuse, the department has not submitted to the cabinet their prevention and treatment for substance abuse plan or policies. And then there's a lack of capacity to process new applications. Ultimately, that resulted into this huge backlog. And that is why the people never hear anything about their appeals, even on these grants. And it boils back to the lack of capacity in terms of the 6 billion that was underspent. And this, I would like on slide 9, he make reference of this new tribunal and members to serve on this independent tribunal, and I want to check if they are appointed. And then in terms of slide 10, the questions in terms of targets not achieved due to load shedding, because now I want to check with if there's load shedding, why does the SASSA offices do not have generators capacity in order to fulfill services or deliver services to our people. And then in terms of slide 11, the low uptake of the 350 SRD grant, the reality are many people apply and never hear anything about the applications. That shows that the system does not work effectively. And ever since this independent firm that they have appointed, I want to check with the AG, did they, as the AG, see any progress in terms of that new independent firm that was appointed, and by when will this report be presented? And then also, I want to check with the AG because recently the EFF have posted questions to the minister, and she have responded that there was a loss of 50 million in terms of fraud and corruption from SASSA grants. And I just want to check the implicated officials, are all of them on suspension? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Manganyi.
Thank you, Chair. I must echo what my colleague have said to congratulate the department, the AG. It was straightforward. It assists us even to pose questions to the department. But what I want to check with the AG, because of this, the lease expired without being renewed. I just want to raise this question. It's not because the department, they don't, in some of the lease of the building, the department don't have land. How can they work hand in hand with those who are supposed to give them the space to lease or the permanent space? Because leasing all the time, sometimes it goes higher, and then most of the money will be going to the building. How can the AG advise us or the department? There's one that I'm concerned about. Even I can hear also the AG, you are also repeating it, always in progress, always in progress. I've seen that since there are so many things that we have been saying, while the others we have covered, this one of the fraud we have been saying is in progress. Even today is in progress. How can we make sure that we kept it? It shouldn't be everything in progress. And the other one is this one of people who run away from the department after seeing that they have been seen that they are the one who have fraud the department. How can I'm asking from the AG now, how can we come about with the legislation? Is that proper if we can come with the legislation that will make sure that people don't go with the money of the public as easy as like that? We are working together, as Honorable Abrams have alluded. Other institutions, why they don't, like other department, why I'm checking this one of the fraud, what, after being reported, maybe the other question of how long did they report, I will check from the department. After reporting, why they can't just get in and assist. Because I think even although we are different department, but we are one government, what we yearn to do is to cap the fraud or the criminality that are encrypting all the department. So I was just checking if maybe there's something that you can advise us to do so that we must be able really to make sure that this thing doesn't happen. The record, the issue of the record is that that are not matching, is because they react late, or is the problem on its own that it doesn't. I heard you saying it doesn't, after, if you can submit the record without putting the date, you won't be able to put the date. So it shows that maybe the system, it shows that if they kick, they thought you are frauding, or what is that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. Let's give over to the AG's office to respond on the ones that are related to them. Then we'll pass to the department, those that are supposed to be asked from the department. Nozi.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister, members, for the issues and those that need clarification and the questions. Hopefully, I will cover all the questions. If I do miss out, then just remind me this out. But I made a note of the questions and the issues that were raised, so hopefully I would then cover that. In terms of the repeat findings, yes, it is a concern. I think the concern of us, why are these findings still occurring, especially within the grants areas? And that is why we've asked that both the department and SASSA be involved in this particular area to identify what is the real causes of these issues that keep on being identified in the grant environment, and what controls need to be this up. They need to go and re-look at the policies, the procedures with respect to the grants. Some of these policy procedures, many years ago, things have changed. See what can be done to improve the situation so that they can be resolved. So they need a full detailed analysis of those findings and address that in a particular manner. We're also concerned, and I think one of the stuff is when we do our grant payments and our grant testing, I think there was an issue raised to see if whether there's been an improvement from the previous year with regards to the findings, or has it remained the same? What we can say is that, yes, we do see improvement in respect to the new grants that are onboarded, with the information that we've taken, that has been taken into account, the documentation, we do see an improvement in that regard. Most of our findings relate, when we have with regards to the grants, relates to those that have been paying grants for a long period of time, that they've been onboarded many years ago. So what happens as part of our sample selection, we don't only look at the new ones that were onboarded in the current financial year, we take any beneficiary as part of our testing to see what has been done. And when we look at those files, we still find that the way the means tests were done then has not been correct, or those hasn't been improved. I know SASSA is going in the process of reconciling all the data and having input onto the online system. But if they can resolve this, so therefore a lot of these findings are because of the way it was dealt with in the previous. And when they come across this, they need to make sure that those persons, based on the requirement, are still eligible for the grant. So that's most of the issues that we pick up on the grant, is those legacy issues when they were initially onboarding, the documentation is not on file, or we cannot decide if the means test was done properly to determine if that person was eligible. We also picked up, there were quite a number of people over 100 years that's been receiving the grants. We have communicated with management and we've asked them, you know what we do know that in many cases, these deaths, once a person dies, is not being reported to SASSA, but they need to have some sort of validation process where now and then go and verify some of the applicants to see if they are still at the right place. And this only, but they need to, therefore we emphasize. So as we indicated to DSE and SASSA, they need to work together on this to try to improve controls. Yes, you're not going to stop this up, but if you've got controls to prevent people from the stuff, you can, and then hopefully we can reduce some of the findings in that regard. With regards to the MI, the 74 and 316 million that was actually brought in this up, only the one, for 74 million, the 316 million, whoever was identified to have caused the 316 and make these payments are no longer in employment of SASSA. So those are no more in the stuff. There's nobody that's currently employed SASSA involved that was involved in the 316. For the 74 million, there were, in terms of the investigation, there were 3 officials that were found to where they had to follow up on. 2 of them are no longer within the SASSA environment. The only one person is still within the SASSA environment, and there has been a disciplinary process taken against that official, which is still currently ongoing. So that's in regard to the MI in that regard. What I can say and what it is, it's, yeah, these issues have been brought up, and it goes into one of the future questions that come up to say, why at a late stage and why, in terms of the AGSA. I remember these occurred many years ago. The material powers only got implemented in 2019. We only started implementing this in 2021 audit for the SASSA. And when we also considered whatever was irregular expenditure at that time or fruitless, and whether it meets the definition of an MI, and because there's still ongoing, money to be recovered, we then considered. So yes, we identified this at a time where the action or the stuff has already been taken. And what we do agree is that when it comes to these issues and a lot of irregular expenditure and fruitless, is that management should follow the National Treasury Framework, which outlines a guidance on how to deal with it in a timely manner, identify the determination test and test it in that particular regard. And that will then hopefully resolve the matter in a timely area. With regards to they were talk of the struggle on impact on grants and money spent on drug abuse, and the spend versus the impact. I think it's something where we can consider. What we do look at from a performance information, we don't look at all the targets, all the programs. We looked at specifically, I think, it's program 3 and 4 within the department, which we consider as the key programs. Program 2, because we audited within SASSA, we don't therefore focus too much on program 2 from performance. But 3 and 4, we do look at. What we can do in this regard is we can consider it for next year to look at the spend versus impact, but also to note that a lot of this of the spending on some of these stuff is done by provincial departments. So we'll have a discussion with the department to see how they track the spending on a lot of these indicators within the provincial departments against the actual target, and how they result. And we will then follow up, especially with forms within program 3 and 4 that we do select. But it's something that we will, as we do in the planning, we will then see if we can consider that in that particular regard. Then there was the stuff on the 350 grant recovery, not setting monies from the people, not getting monies from people. Yeah, the 350 grant, the 148 million, I think what the stuff there is, from what we discovered, there was no actual physical cash recovered. If there is, it's a very small portion. So what actually happens in this regard, as I indicated in that, and I think SASSA will be able to explain more in detail, is for the period May 2020 to March 2021, we have identified people or applicants that were ineligible. We communicated to SASSA. SASSA had a look at it, and they also then confirmed, and they came at amount about 300 somewhat million that was paid to ineligible applicants. What they have then subsequently done is they've only managed to withhold funds. When I say withhold funds, is once those ineligible became applicable at a later date. So if they were paid for 3 months, the 1050 was then withheld by SASSA for the 3 months that they were ineligible applicant, and thereafter they received their funding in that, or the 350 grant in that particular regard. So that's what was happening, and that's where the 148 million. To my knowledge, there has not been any physical cash recovered. The chances of recoverability of the balance of that amount that we initially, until that person doesn't become eligible, your chances are up. They have got legal opinions to try to recover. The amounts are so small, it will cost them much more to recover those amounts from the SAF just by taking to the state attorney, the administration cost behind it. In many cases, it will be much more for them to recover. So there is a decision that they will not be recovering that money. But I think SASSA can explain more in terms of the strategy and the recoverability, what they have in terms of recovering those payments, not only the ones that we identified on the MI, as well as others that we identified after we issued the MIs in that regards. The post bank, with regards to the post bank discuss and the agreement and the penalties that's been charged. Yeah, I'm not too disturbed as to what was the disagreement between Post Bank and SASSA on why they did not want to pay. But I know the service level agreement that was with SAPO was continued when it was ceded when it ceded to Post Bank. So they had to comply with that arrangement. I think Post Bank, and this will have to be confirmed with SASSA in terms of their regard as to what their disagreement was, but it had got to do with them to allow them time to implement systems in place and therefore not wanting to pay the penalty. But SASSA will be able to give the details of why there was a disagreement or what was the issue for them not making that payment and the penalty that had to be raised in that. But the agreement was enforced and therefore SASSA implemented it, which then subsequently then Post Bank agreed to it and then issued the credit notes, take into account the penalties and therefore making the payment after financial year. If the matter has been resolved between Post Bank and that with regards to the penalties and what the penalties are being charged, I think SASSA will be able to give details thereafter if the issue and the service level agreement has been signed or not in that regard. The leases, yeah, it's a big issue. Leases is a big issue. I think where and how they can resolve this leases is one of the leases. The issue is that SASSA is dependent on the Department of Public Works to go out on tender for these leases before the contract comes to an end. They do notify Public Works, but it's always delays and they're dependent on Public Works. What SASSA has done, they have started getting deviation from the minister. Although SASSA is a public entity, and normal public entities are not required to use Public Works for leases. They can go out themselves. But the SASSA Act specifically indicates that SASSA will utilize Public Works for these leases. So what they have done is, with the minister's approval, they have got the minister to approve deviations where they can start looking out for these leases before the expiry comes into a contract. They can continue with that particular method to get the deviation approval and see if, most probably going forward, if legislation needs to change. As a public entity, unlike a department, they are not required to utilize Public Works and they can go out on themselves. So it's something, but there's a legislation change that can be needed, which is more discussion between this committee and the department and SASSA in that particular regard. Then there was a question around the change in the compliance framework. Yeah, I think that National Treasury will have to give more detail as to why they've now removed the amounts with regards to the historical balance, but they have indicated that it be part of the annual report. So the amount is still there, but not part of the financial statements. It's only the current year, but the details I'm not too fully aware of it. So why the decision was made by National Treasury in that particular regard. Then there was a question of enforcing the powers, and I think that's a very valid question. So there's a couple of things that we said. Why the AGSA, with all these findings reoccurring, why are we not enforcing our powers to get them to be more accountable and taking those to be more accountable into account? We have to also go back to the legislation. Not every finding that we issued that we will form as an MI. There's a certain definition of an MI. We look at it in terms of a non-compliance. There's amounts involved. If it's over R1 million, the type of non-compliance, did it occur in a loss? So you can find a lot of non-financial loss. You can find non-compliance, although they have made payments and it reversed to irregular expenditure, but there was no financial loss, in the sense that it could have been a tax clearance matter, but the service was delivered and they have got it and the price was good. So there was no financial loss. So we don't every this up there, but we do communicate with management and we expect management to take those findings that we have and hold those people accountable that resulted in irregular, incur irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. As part of our consequence management, we do follow up on those to see if management has taken action against that and what is up. So we may not go into too much detail in terms of the action, but we do see what was the outcome of those investigations and has management implemented that outcome. So if disciplinary steps were taken, has disciplinary steps taken? We do look at those outcomes to see, okay, disciplinary step, the person was given a warning, and we decide there. If the outcome was the person to be fired, then we see if that has been done there. We do pick up issues around the investigations where the person that has been the stuff, they take the matter onto CCMA and other stuff there, because in many instances, the way the investigations or the disciplinary process was not following the proper employment stuff, so that then delays the whole process in terms of way the investigations were done and not completed. And we do pick up weaknesses in that regard. But I think with regards, we do follow up from the AG on those and communicate those weaknesses with management to implement, to make sure that those that are accountable for the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful are held accountable in that particular regard. There was an issue on the Hawks and the SEP stuff as to why that matter was closed and dependent on that. I know what actually happened. This was investigated. It was referred to SEPs in the Eastern Cape. SEPs did investigation on this matter. They worked closely with SASSA, and they have then taken this matter. The whole case docket was submitted to the National Prosecuting Authority for decision after numerous consultation between the National Prosecuting Authority, SASSA officials, and investigating officer on the chances of the recovery of this money from both the deceased as well as the other official that was no longer. And based on all the information, NPA decided to not prosecute the case as there was no prospect of successful prosecution. So we took that all into account, that if the NPA and it is decided it is no successful, there's nothing further that can be done in this particular regard. What I think is of importance and need to the stuff, and this is where of importance is where, and it relates to one of the further questions that came up as well, is the minute there's identification or fraud or any of the stuff, those investigations be done on a timely manner. You need to make sure, and whatever the actions is should be taken on a timely manner, so that even if the person leaves the organization, you've already done the process, which will help, because it seems like once they're no more in the employment, it becomes more difficult to recover that money. It's something they will need to discuss with, because each case will stand on its own merits. They will need to take into account with the priority crimes unit, the DPCI, as well as the state law investigator, when those people are no longer, what should be done in order to recover this money, taking into account, one, if the investigations were done or the disciplinary process, and if it has not yet been done. Because I'm sure there's something, I'm not the legal expert, but I'm sure there must be, depending on each case and each scenario, what needs to be done. Because if it's easy that you can stop and you know you're going to be found guilty, you leave and then all of a sudden nothing is happening. So I think they need to work the legal stuff to get what can be done in those cases where people have left that are no longer but should be. And I think there is, once you open up a criminal case, you should then follow up and to make sure that those, and should work closely with the NPA, the state attorney, to make sure that those cases then go through. So I don't think so. It's just overall the stuff that once the person leaves, you cannot be doing, but you'll need to have those discussions. The department SASSA should have those discussions in that regard. The social assistance fees that was not paid over to Post Bank, that's included in the accruals. I don't have the actual amount in regard it was not paid over. I know the accruals amount in the financial statement was over 575 million. That was in the financial statements of the stuff that was the accruals. Of that, I know the bigger portion is the social assistance fees that was not paid to SAPO because of that disagreement. We will send it to the portfolio committee secretary, the total amount that was only subsequently paid after year end. But I don't have the actual amount, but I think it's a bigger portion of the 575 million that was not paid over. But the the amount in the financial statements as a social assistance fees, that amount is the total amount that should have been paid for the year. So although it's sitting as a credit, we do account it for it in the so-called statement of performance as such. Then there was a couple of issues in terms of how to address, in the future. And I think, it's working together by the department SASSA on our findings, especially in the grants, to come together, as I indicated previously, and they'll need to really look at the grants in terms of the policies, procedures, the controls in place, what needs to be done, how do we get all the old grants onto the system to make sure that everything's all right, continuously following up, have methods in place to make sure that payments are being made. It has to be done in that regard, and that we're going to continuously having issues in that area. With regards to the post-bank SASSA funds not available, as I indicated, and this also, and we spoke of the oversight in it. I think, like how SASSA hold post-bank over responsible and charge and penalties, there should be some other accountability between the department and SASSA, because in the ending, the department is ultimately responsible to ensure that payments are made to the grant beneficiaries in this regard. And they should not only be involved the minute when there's problems coming up. If they have a more proactive review of things and make sure they're involved within the discussions between Postbank SASSA and to see where those weaknesses and take into account, and also follow up if they say they are going to appoint a service provider to assist them with regards to payment, to see has been working, operating. I don't think so. It stops them from getting their inspector in internal audit to go out and have a look at it. There is many methods that you can to satisfy yourself that what has been happening and are they agreeing to the service level agreement. So there is much more, I think, in that working together will help to ensure that they prevent, these payments not being made on a timely basis. So it needs a whole culture shift change in that particular area between the department and SASSA in that regard, so that they totally involved at all times, and not only when the payments are not being made and then all of a sudden there's a crisis mode in that regards. The data on the 350 grants, yes, initially with the 350 databases, when we initially started, we selected where the department used 2 months prior, we selected the month of the payment, and we did have differences in there. But what we have found out with regards to these differences was that although there were differences, a lot of these were ineligible applicants that should have not been paid. Subsequently, in the current financial year, what we have not used the databases of the department that they use, but we've used the same month that they. So although they may have extracted, now in October, they've extracted the August database to make the October payment. When we did our testing, we also used the August data itself. Because it's a live data and it changes, we do pick up differences again, which we communicated to management in that particular regard. So yes, there is differences which management needs to follow up on those to determine if those were indeed illegible and raise them and see if they can recover that. We're also looking at ways going forward by also utilizing and comparing the database of management use to what we also stuff there. So we're also looking at that. But I think the key issues we do pick up, there has been improvement in the 350 grant payments with the means test that has been done. It has identified quite a number of beneficiaries or that should not be applicable because they receive more funding. And we see the impact, and therefore that resulted in the low intake. There was also concerns with regards to the appeals and the grants process and people not disturbed in relation to the 350 grants. The adjudication committee that has been in place. So that adjudication, the new tribunal adjudication committee is appointed by the department. It's within the department. It's a total independent member. So what actually happens is those that were not paid the grant, the 350 grants, that were declined, has a chance to appeal that case. It goes to the adjudication committee. The adjudication committee looks at these cases and get the information, and then will decide if that person is indeed a valid applicant or not. From my initial, I think most of the cases that were referred, I think most of them were then rejected in the sense that those were indeed not applicable applicants. The department can give those breakdown from the months that they have adjudicated, the breakdown of those that were successful applicants and those that were unsuccessful applicants. And they will be able to give that to the committee, the breakdown in that particular regard. Yes, with regards to the food parcels, I agree that the SASSA department does not issue food parcels anymore. What they do have, and it is to, and I think one of the key issues around this, which they can then provide more of the stuff, is just the procurement process on those food parcels, and that resulted in the irregular expenditure. They decided the best was to issue food vouchers in most of these spaces, especially when there's disasters, to issue the food vouchers. They've already got agreement with certain stores, so they will issue the voucher. There's a process of how the person applies for the voucher, and once they issue the voucher and how they can then go to those stores and redeem those vouchers, and then there's a whole process of reconciliation in that regard. So rather issuing the parcels, their preferred method is to issue the vouchers just to prevent the fraud and the irregular expenditure that was there, but they'll be able to give more input in that regard. With regard, there was an issue on the funds transfer to Transnet. I'm not too sure on that. I think it's something that we'll take note of and we'll follow up in that regard. Yes, there is disaster relief funds that have been approved. There is one within the department, but for the 22-23, there was no amount spent from the disaster relief fund for any of the disasters in that regard. So with regards to the Transnet, as I said, it's something that I'll need to look at. Was there a budget approval for this? What was the stuff and what amounts? So at the moment, something that I never come across, but it's just depending when this funds was allocated in that regard. But I think the department will be able to give more in that particular area. Oversight, yeah, we discussed our powers and that what we're doing and where we do identify where it forms part of the material irregularity. We will raise it and we will follow up to see that it has been implemented in an appropriate way. Okay, then I think the people that's non-compliance, I think they need to follow the National Treasury framework and implement those investigations and determinations within the timelines prescribed. And if they do that, it will be, be able to deal with that appropriately. We look at the investigations. Some of the weaknesses we have identified with management and discuss with them that they need to improve those investigations and outcomes, because a person can be found now, found that he have consulted and there was a verbal warning, and 2 years later we pick up the same person is involved. You need to make sure that you address that properly, so it's not the stuff. If you have to fire, go back into the stuff. Follow the employment laws to the T when dealing. Have your human capital as well as your legal involved in that process when it becomes to disciplinary, so that you make sure, because if those are not followed properly, you cannot then remove the guy, because they take you to say and they have to reinstate them. And these are the issues and these are the things that impacting the SASSA in implementing many of those there. Those doing business, it follows the same process. We did not pick up anything within the department for this current financial, but if we do pick up that any of the employees that are doing business with the state, we then communicate with management for them to take action in that particular regard. I discussed the appeals on the SRD grants and the process for the adjudication committee. The substance abuse plan not being submitted, I think the department will have to give more detail in that regard as to the delays in that regard. The application backlogs, even they'll have to give more details, but as I say, the adjudication committees was start late, and they started from a certain month and it has taken time, but the department will be able to give certain information in that regard. Yeah, also with regards to the load shedding and the issues are not meeting those required timelines and it as such, I think it's important that SASSA also give as to why the load shedding most probably, I know there is generators in most, what was the impact on that and why that the stuff is not achieving those applications within the time frames and it as such. So they'll have to give more detail in that particular area. The 350, as I've discussed, the 350, the slow uptake was the work that was done on the 350 and the means test, because based on the applications that were received and those that were done with the banks, it picked up quite a number, and those were then resulted in much less people and increasing the amount to 624 than what was anticipated. Is it the only system that the staff? No. What we do, they should continue to still do the validations with other departments or government entities to make sure that those people that are applying are indeed deserving of the three and meet the requirements as we say. So that should still continue. In that regard, we will still continue. It's one part of our MI to see the controls in place, how they have the stuff there. So we will take that into account when looking at those matters in it as such. Then I think the last stuff, the independent firm appointed, just need more indication of what firm was this in relation, if it's the independent firm to do the investigations. Yeah, we do look at the type of work and what they were looking into in that regard. So we do look at the firms and the appointment of those firms. The 50 million loss that's anticipated on the grants, as I said, we do test the investigations. We look at it. How was the investigations? Is there recoveries? What the process have we been doing? But I think what is needed from the portfolio committee as well is the full list of those investigations. Who has been responsible? What was the outcomes of these investigations? If it's in progress, what's the delays in this program? It's something that we will also continue to follow up on those fraud and corruption and those investigations. And our focus has been, we started it within this current financial to look more into detail, and we'll continue to look more into detail on the investigations to see that what they have done is adequate enough and has there been changes in that particular regard. Then with the lease type, as I discussed, the leases or the department and what they should be doing, I think, yeah, it's for SASSA, I think it's something that we'll have to relook at a policy or the act as well to see that change and to get the minister to get those deviation approvals like what they did in this current year to prevent those from reoccurring. So if they can do that, and hopefully we can see a reduction in those, or we can see there will be, and those leases are timely dealt with, and there won't be any irregular expansion, and that finding can be resolved if that is dealt with adequately in this current financial year. Yeah, I discussed the fraud, and I think, yeah, it's just working together and making sure that they take the necessary actions. You know, the investigation unit within SASSA should be able to not only but should be more involved on the investigations that happens in the provinces, the way it's been reported to determine outcomes so that actions can be taken adequately, and responsibility and accountability to ensure what the outcome of the investigations are being implemented in a timely manner. I think that's the importance of this, because what we do pick up, it delays the investigations, take long. Nobody takes accountability to ensure that it has been resolved in a timely manner. Those are weaknesses, and those needs to be addressed in that particular regard. Yeah, I think, Chair, I think I covered most of those questions. If there's something that has not been covered, I'm willing to take that. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal. Thank you for answering most of the questions. And there are those that will be directed straight to the department. Then we will do that one. Otherwise, I don't see any follow-up in terms of the questions that has been asked. I noticed that the department has already joined us, and we are behind schedule because we thought that they will join at 10:30. Nevertheless, we can't complain. It was work in progress. And thanks ever so much from the office of the AG, who will excuse you, and then we will continue with the department. Thanks ever so much. We appreciate the way you have answered the questions. You are excused.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Okay. Welcome to the department. Welcome to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, if she's present. but we'll have to give over to you, Minister, to do your overview. I know for a fact that it's Wednesday today. You might want to go and join the cabinet. So let's give over to you so as to give the department to present. And there are outstanding questions that were coming in. We will pose them immediately after the department has finished presenting. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity, but also to say that I had raised my hand because I wanted to request that we deal with the questions that have been asked in the process after the presentations, if that works well. It is just a proposal. That's the first thing. The second reason why I also raised my hand is I am not even speaking from home. I am currently in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the Population and Development Partners in Population and Development meeting, which is an international meeting which I chair. So I'm not at home, but I connected, and I will try and be as much in the meeting as possible. Because I have to travel back today. I'm in Zimbabwe, as I said. The third thing I want to raise, Chairperson, is that today we are celebrating the International Girl Child Day. And I'm hoping that as a department, all of us as a department, as the committee members, and everyone who has concerns around the girl child will today give some thoughts to those young people, the girls in particular, who are still not in a conducive environment for them to grow up in a normal environment. And then before I come into speaking specifically to today, I also think that the release of statistics by SASSA is an issue that is important for us as a Department of Social Development, because the population has grown to 62.2 million people. And it happened that the results were released when we are in an international conference of population and development. And I can tell you the appreciation by people who are from other countries who were present here was the appreciation of South Africa's consistency in terms of doing our census and releasing the data on time, which enables us, and in particular as a department, to deal with the challenges within population growth and the impact thereof. The different aspects of the population in terms of movement, in terms of migration and all is very important. So I wish to thank you for giving me that opportunity to highlight those issues, because they are part of our day-to-day lives. Chairperson, thank you very much. Yourself, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Henrietta Bogopane-Zulu, if she is in the meeting. I tried to call earlier, but the network wasn't very good. The Acting Director General, the Executive Officer of SASSA, the NDA Acting Chief Executive, senior managers and officials who are here, and everybody else who is in the meeting. I greet you all far away from home, but I think, Chair, I also missed one other issue for us to call for peace and stability in the entire wide world. Living in peace is the best thing that can ever happen to all of us. We in South Africa, with all the challenges we have, we do have that peace, but we have some challenges that we still need to deal with. It's a very good morning still, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm hoping that NDA, SASSA, and DSD will be able to respond to some of the issues that were raised from the Auditor-General's report, and also indicate to the meeting that as a department in our portfolio, we work very well with the Auditor-General. Yes, there are some times when we agree and disagree here and there, but I can tell you we never miss the meetings, we never miss the issues that they raise. We try our best to also respond adequately to some of the challenges that they raise to us. It's a process of responding and building the institutions of governance that all of us have to contribute towards. So today we bring the portfolio 2022-23 annual reports before you on the month of October, and I think everyone is very much aware that this is the South Africa commemorates the Social Development Month in the month of October. This month reminds each and every one of us of our predisposition as a caring people, as a caring government, particularly where the most vulnerable among us are concerned. Consequently, Chairperson and members, throughout this month, the portfolio will be showcasing the diversity of its services while taking stock of the human level impact and outcomes that these are having on the state of the people. We do all this in the quest to progressively improve the relevance, visibility, and effectiveness of all social development services and interventions. And we do declare here that we know we're doing as much as we possibly can, and yet it's not enough. There's still a lot that needs to be done. I sincerely appreciate the support, Chairperson, and guidance that the Portfolio Committee continued to extend to me as a person, to the DM, and the portfolio throughout the sixth administration. And particularly today's business, I thank you for urging us along while relentlessly reminding us of our responsibilities whenever we seemed to falter. And I think the report of the Auditor-General and the areas that the Auditor-General is raising and the recommendations that the Auditor-General's office and the entire staff is making to us is something that we always take very seriously. And today, the Portfolio Committee will also be receiving the Progress Implementation Report of the 2021-2022 Budget Review and Recommendations Report, as was presented earlier to yourselves by the Auditor-General. I also note the material findings on SASSA's performance information for the past 3 consecutive years, 2021, 2020, 2022, and 2022, 2023. And I do want to say, Chairperson, I work very well with SASSA. In fact, I just really work very well within the portfolio. And we have to keep trying to improve as much as we possibly can. What I think is very important right now is evidently receiving unqualified audit outcomes is a remarkable improvement from the previous years. The African National Congress, the party that I belong to, will stop at nothing to strengthen the relationship between the mandates of government that receive unqualified audit outcomes and visibly improving the state of the people in every village, every town, every city throughout our country. I say to the department at all times, if we want to make an impact on the work that we do, we need to focus house to house, street to street, community to community, so that the work that we do, people can see the impact. And I also want to say, as an example of this in our instance, is following the resumption of its duties in January 2023, the NDA has got a board now, and the board introduced key aspects of governance stability in that entity. This contributed greater efficiencies in the clearance of funding requests by civil society organizations, and as a result, for the financial year under review, the NDA was able to surpass its annual target of 95% disbursement of funds. This saw more civil society organizations deepening community empowerment and initiatives. And Chairperson, I know that it is still not adequate because we still have quite a number of society organizations, some of whom are new being formed, some of whom are old, some of whom are still waiting. And considering the fact that obviously the NDA's budget is very small, I've requested that the NDA and the board to try and be very creative in seeing where else we can be able to get resources. And therefore, marking midterm point of the 6th administration, the 2022-23 financial year demonstrated our growing conviction to enhance the people's dignity and improving their lived reality. In this regard, Today's as well as Friday's representations will reflect on the relevant achievements and challenges relative to the commitments for the 2019 to 2024 medium-term strategic framework. We're almost coming to the end of it, and this is a time also for reflection. Central to the efforts that were carried out in the past financial year has been the National Development Plan 2030 and Cabinet 7 priorities. As it's been widely documented, the term of the sixth administration coincided with the unprecedented series of shocks, disasters, and crises that range from something that honorable members are very much aware of, and we've been talking about this all the time when we come to the Portfolio Committee. Here, I'm referring to the slow economic growth and growing unemployment, to a shrinking fiscus, and as you are well aware right now, the discussions about the fiscus are heated up, and I'm sure that as a government, we'll find a way also of resolving this. The third one is to the national electricity supply crisis, to the recurrent social effects of climate change, to the social and economic cost of criminality and social ills, to the vandalism and deterioration of public infrastructure, to the socio-economic effects of COVID-19, which we're still suffering from, even though it's no longer having the same impact as it has, but its impact still lingers. And lastly, the disruption that were brought by the July 2021 social unrest, lest we forget. Notwithstanding, the portfolio developed people-centered responsive policies and entered into agile partnerships that were targeted at easing the attendant hardships. Whereas SASSA's growing consistency in addressing poverty is unquestionable among the country's efforts, with 27.3 million combined beneficiaries, or 45% of South Africa's total population, at the cost of 232 billion. This entity is courageously taking advantage of the benefits of digital and data technologies that they will aggressively be popularizing going forward. The Solidarity Fund examples are a good way for us, where we're learning a lot of how the Solidarity Fund was able to really cover so many people within a short space of time. And we, as a portfolio, are learning lessons from that. Then also, Chairperson, a series of public hearings at the moment, consultation and public engagements are taking place on, for instance, the Older Persons Amendment Bill 11 of 2022, the draft policy on social development services to persons with disabilities, and the basic income grant, which I'm hoping that no one will stand on its way. And notwithstanding the growing expectations for the portfolio to deepen its mandate, particularly in addressing the perennial challenges of poverty, hunger, and economic exclusion, its key interventions continue to be underfunded. For instance, whereas in March 2019, SASSA disbursed 17.811745 million social grants, at the end of March 2023, this number grew by 5.5% to 18,825,716. And Chairperson, as I conclude, I underscore the fact that the ministry is prioritizing the filling of the vacant positions of the Director General as well as the relevant Deputy Directors General. And I want to say and indicate here that that process is out of our hands now. It is in the hands of the Public Service Commission and the Minister. And we're hoping that these will be finalized very soon. I have similarly impressed upon the board of the NDA to finalize the turnaround strategy of this entity and employ a chief executive officer that will practicalize the strategy sooner than later. And Honorable Chairperson and members, with your permission and through you, please allow me to call upon the department, the NDA and SASSA to render their presentation on their respective 2022-2023 annual reports, and not forgetting the questions that were raised by members in relation to the Auditor-General's report. And apologize, Chair, that I will hang around in this meeting as much as I possibly can, but I've also got to run to the airport so that I can catch my flight out of Zimbabwe. I thank you respectfully, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, you have raised critical and important things, but we're not going to discuss your political overview. we'll give over to the department as you have said. Department.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and a very good morning to yourself and to honorable members. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. I'm not sure on their side.
Okay, thank you very much. No, thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you, Minister, for the remarks. It really set the platform for the presentation this morning. I'm going to ask that we put up the presentation, and if the Secretariat could allow Sabani to share the presentation, and then we'll speak to the issues related therein. Is it okay if I put my camera off, Honorable Chair? Okay. No, thank you very much. I think we are presenting to the committee our annual performance report, 22-23, and I think the Minister has laid a solid foundation in terms of the presentation that we are going to present to you today. Of course, this is an annual milestone towards the realization and achievements of the MTSF and DSD priorities for the NDP Vision 2030, which is a mere 7 years away, and of course towards wrapping up the 6th administration of government. Let me say, Honorable Chair, that it's not been an easy journey to implement the DSD mandate in the past few years, given the various challenges that we face as a country generally. In fact, as a globe on the whole, they have a significant impact on us. But I do want to highlight the historical underfunding of the Department of Social Development against escalating socioeconomic challenges. And I think the Minister spoke to the census data released yesterday, which indicates a growth in population from 62 million up from 51 million in 2011, meaning that the impact of the budget, in fact, ought to be increasing. In other words, we ought to be having an increased budget as opposed to a reduction in budget, given the demands of services that would be required for us to service and to assist more people in the Republic. And I say this also, I do want to talk about the aspect of underspending, which is sometimes misconstrued and sometimes misunderstood and incorrect. Tabani, you can go to the first slide. I want to just place it on record to the committee that we have never returned 15 billion rand to the National Treasury on the SRD, as some would seek to purport. It's absolute lies. We actually realized savings 4.3 billion rand of the SRD grant due to the stringent criteria we employed after having engaged and received guidance from the National Treasury. So it's a complete false and an absolute lie for people to make a noise about the fact that we returned 15 billion rand, and make that suggestion. And such lies should never go unaddressed and unattended to, because they feed people a wrong narrative to the public, and it gives people a wrong perception that we as government are failing. This is not the case. This fact can be checked by the National Treasury as well as the AGSA. It was 4.3 billion rand of the SRD, an additional 1.8 billion rand savings and other grants. Why do we have this? Because the predictions are never accurate. We had wanted to take on board more people, and we were not able to take on board more people given the rules and the regulations and the stringent conditions that we had to follow through the guidance of the Treasury. So I just want to make that point, quite firmly and inform members of the public that it's not the case. It's lies, and those lies must never go unattended and never go undealt with. In fact, even to this very committee, you would recall, we presented such outcomes to yourselves. And I want to just make the point that this department has been working extremely hard, notwithstanding a number of shortcomings that we may have, which we are working on. But if you look at the broader picture, especially if you look at the past 3 to 4 years, this department has been doing a significant piece of work. And we'll demonstrate this through through the presentation that we'll show to you today. So we have been delivering on our mandates, and I think the presentation by the AG may also link towards that, notwithstanding, as I said, the challenges that we may face. We are obviously pleased about the improvements in the audit outcomes that we received from the AGSA and the portfolio. We've developed a series of action plans in addressing a number of challenges and findings that will ensure that are not recurring anymore. Of course, later, Chairperson, we also have shared with you the progress in the BRRR report for your attention and the committee's attention. Yeah, just leave it on the slide, Savannah. And I just want to say, okay, maybe I can come back to that. Let's go first. So, Chair, I want to make the point that in this report, we are going to be frank about the achievements, but we'll equally be frank about the challenges that we faced as a department, especially against some of what we would call external forces, if you like, for lack of a better word, particularly around load shedding, disasters, and of course, extreme budget cuts. It must not be said that budget cuts are only being implemented now that affect the department. Budget cuts have been implemented in the past 3 years against the National Department of Social Development. We've been reduced quite drastically, not because we are underspending, but because the Treasury has indicated that they have to find money from a number of departments to contribute to other priorities. We were the second highest cut department in government in the last financial year after the police. And I just want to make that point because sometimes people think that the budget cuts only came now. No, we've been experiencing budget cuts for the past 3-4 years in the department. So, as I said, we'll be frank about the issues. I think, Honorable Chair, the portfolio was also able to positively impact the lives of the poor and vulnerable individuals and communities through various interventions. I'm going to list a few interventions which I really want to talk to and spend a bit of time on because I think they are quite important. The most vulnerable in society is our priority, and we've managed through our social assistance program to really provide a significant amount of support to, example, social grant beneficiaries. Nobody can dispute the fact that social grants have been this government's most impactful poverty alleviation program. Even Stats SA have proven this and indicated it over a number of years. This remains one of the most effective programs in addressing poverty in this country. And that is something to be applauded in terms of the interventions by government. If you go to other countries, I made the example the other day, there are other countries that I personally have been to and have engaged with their departments of social development. In some instances, they would not pay grants because there is no money in the fiscus to pay grants. They rely and depend on donors. As a country, we should be proud that we take money from the fiscus and provide that support and that funding directly into the hands of millions of people in this country. And we've moved, as I indicated, from 18.6 million people in the 21 financial year to 18.8 million people in the previous financial year. And I think so there has been some increase in the social relief of distress grants as well. And I think what's important to highlight here is that in line with the motto of SASSA, we continue to pay the right grants to the right people at the recipients at the right time every single time. I make the point because sometimes people think that we have not paid grants. We pay grants. Money is released into the client's account timelessly. And the challenges occur when they have to collect the money. And so I just want to make that point and provide that level of understanding. Let me take this opportunity to also highlight that, in fact, in the previous, no, go back to the previous slide. Please stay on that slide. I'll advise you when to move. I'll list it. We'll deal with the categories in the next presentation in terms of the increases of grant types. Let me make this point that the money that we pay in grants has increased from 221 billion rand to 239 billion rand, making this department one of the highest funded departments at the national level. In the previous financial year, we were allocated 239 billion rand for social grants. And this money is paid directly into the hands of recipients, straight to them. Last financial year, I must make the point also that The Department of Social Development, representing the country, of course, also received in the past financial year the International Social Security Association ISA Good Practice Award for Africa on the gradual extension of social security coverage to vulnerable children. This indicates that on the continent, we are leading in terms of how we pay social grants. And I want to make that point quite clearly. Go to the next slide. The other significant achievement that we've made is around the area of gender-based violence and femicide. You know that we lead in the implementation of Pillar 4, which deals with response, care, support, and healing. We've consulted, actually, Honorable Chair, I noted that we may not have the recent information. However, I do want to inform the committee that we have consulted on and approved 2 policies, the intersectoral shelter policy and the policy on the provision of psychosocial services. We've done that piece of work. Our command center continues to assist people in real time by providing immediate psychosocial support to victims of gender-based violence and femicide. And we've got trained social workers who are available 24 hours a day. And I repeat that, 24 hours a day to provide support to victims of gender-based violence. Of course, we've also successfully implemented and enhanced our response services in all GBV hotspots. And we've trained a number of ambassadors in those hotspots, including having deployed additional social workers to provide support. And in terms of psychosocial support services, over 53,000 victims of gender-based violence were reached. And I want to say this is a modest number. This is just through the data the preliminary data that we have, but we've reached much more victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Let's go to the next slide. On non-profit organizations, we continue to do what is expected of us in terms of the Act. I must say that registrations have become a lot faster. We have improved our timelines, our turnaround time in terms of registering. We now do registration in less than 2 months. The Act allows for, I think, 90 days, if I'm not mistaken. I want to also indicate that NPOs are an extension of the work that we do as an organization. And we have improved in terms of the payments of NPOs countrywide. And yes, there has been some challenges in 1 or 2 provinces. We've intervened accordingly in that regard. Let me also indicate that we've spent almost 6 billion rand, 6 billion rand almost, in providing support to NPOs across the country in the last financial year. Almost 6 billion rand, 5.8 billion that went to provinces and about 43 million at the national department. We continue, of course, to also provide support in terms of the expanded public works program. And contrary to popular belief that the Department of Social Development only deals with social grants, it's far from true. We also are very active in the job creation space as a department. In fact, I must put it here on record that we employ more people. Our sector employs, the social sector employs more people than any other sector when it comes to EPWP workers. This department has been at the forefront of doing that work, and we continue to do that accordingly. So we are providing jobs, and we are providing sustainable jobs in most instances and trying to assist the poorest of the poor, because most of these jobs that we provide through EPWP are to the marginalized and people in underprivileged communities in rural areas and peri-urban areas. I want to make that point quite clearly, because sometimes people forget that we're actually providing a significant amount of job creation through this department. You can go to the next slide. On food security, I want to indicate that, can we go to the next slide? On food and nutrition security, I want to indicate, Honorable Chair, that we spent north of 195 million rand providing food to millions of people in this country. And this, again, is a modest number if you have to take into consideration the fact that we also have the SRD through a number of provinces, social relief of distress that is allocated to provincial departments of social development, as well as SASSA. I've not even included that figure. And just for SASSA alone is an allocation of 400 million rand that we utilize. So that's north of 595 million rand that we have provided to recipients in terms of food and nutrition. through our program at the department, and as well as through SASSA Social Relief of Distress. We do this through our community nutrition and development centers. And let me just make a point that in terms of our community nutrition and development centers, we have tended to only focus on providing food. And by the way, we have increased from 285 CNDCs across the country. We have now increased those to 352 CNDCs that you will find throughout the length and breadth of the Republic. In every province, you will find these food and nutrition centers. We have shifted from only providing support in terms of food. We are now empowering people in the CNDCs, because it's a community nutrition, but it's also a development center. So we are doing that actively, and we invite members of the portfolio committee to actually come and visit some of these CNDCs and see what we do. Now, let me just spend a little bit of time also talking to you about these CNDCs. Let me inform you, honorable members, that in every single CNDC, the fruits, the vegetables are sourced from local SMMEs and cooperatives. And what are we doing in that regard? We are providing job creation. So I would invite you to come and look at some of the work that we are doing through the CNDCs, through the food banks, through our lunch-on clubs, through our home-based care facilities, and of course through our drop-in centers. We have also worked very closely with the National Department of Monitoring and Evaluation when it comes to the food and nutrition program. In terms of the evaluation that has been done, that evaluation is crucial because it gives us a sense of what we should be doing as a country in terms of food support, food and nutrition support in the next few years. And so we've been part of that and continue to work within that context. And of course, we ensure that we improve access to food in various communities. Let me say that our CNDCs also assisted during the disasters, where people were able to go in and collect and get some food for themselves. Just another one that is not in this presentation, which I do want to talk to, is around the support that we continue to provide in terms of care and protection to children and older persons. That's an important aspect of work that we continue to do, and our interventions have intensified in that regard, particularly to address rising social ills. But of course, we are conscious that this is not a responsibility that is only to the Department of Social Development, but requires a multi-pronged approach with a number of other government departments as well as different sectors of society. Let me just also indicate to you, Honorable Chair, while I have the opportunity, that we've tried to improve our work on entity oversight to ensure that we're able to monitor the agencies much more closer. We have also contributed significantly as the Department of Social Development towards the social compacting agenda that the President has been talking about in terms of getting business, civil society, and government to work together. We hosted the Presidential Social Sector Summits, which brought civil society and government together, and that was an extreme success. And we are continuing to forge ties with civil society in particular. Let me also just add that in terms of legislation, we've done a significant piece of work which members are themselves aware of. We started the Older Persons Amendment Bill, which the Minister also indicated is currently in consultation, but we closed the Comprehensive Legal Solution, which is a matter that has been hanging on us for a number of years now, I think almost 11 years, that has been sitting with us. We closed that issue, and we must appreciate the committee for having assisted us in that regard through the amendments of the Children's Amendment Bill. The victim empowerment and GBV legislation, I spoke to those already. We've worked on some of those. Let me also just indicate that we did in that financial year amend the Social Assistance Act, which is an important piece of legislation that enables us to reach out and provide additional and more enhanced social assistance. And of course, we stepped up a notch and moved a little closer, including in this year, to the realization of the basic income support. And we may talk a little bit about this in this regard, but we have done a lot of significant work in terms of consultation and gathering significant inputs. And I can tell you, Honorable Chair, we are not very far from the realization of the basic income support. And you will, in the next few months, hear a little bit more about progress that we've recorded in this regard. We can go to the next slide. This is a slide that essentially talks to the audit outcomes. I'm immensely proud of the work that has been done by the department. It is no joke to handle the largest budgets in the country and still come out with a clean audit. It's not a small thing. That's a major thing. If you look at the number of transactions that we do as a department, significant amounts of transactions, and we have been able to provide a clean audit, having the largest amount of money that is given to us. So we've looked after the public purse. We've been responsible. I want to make the point, notwithstanding that there are a number of challenges which are expected given the quantum that we are dealing with, but we have looked after the public purse. We've been responsible, contrary to what others may say. We've been quite responsible in looking after this money. So, and of course, this is an improvement from the previous year where we received it was not a qualified audit outcome. It was unqualified with findings, actually. So we must correct that. The financial statements did not have any material findings that were raised. And of course, they were free from material misstatements. And this is a commendable achievement given the management of the department's allocation. I've spoken to this already. There are one or two areas that the AG has raised as concerns, which we are working on, particularly around the supply chain environment, as it relates to monitoring controls, as it relates to transactions, monitoring and reconciling transactions on a regular basis, and of course, building an ethical culture within the organization. And we've had significant sessions with all staff to ensure that all staff are mindful and conscious around how we adjudicate the fiscus. I just want to add that we are working hard in addressing the root causes and instilling strong preventative controls. The AG has been very useful in assisting us in this regard, and we continue to maintain sound organizational business practices across the organization, particularly to promote accountability and efficiencies in the department. And of course, we have implemented in that financial year, I should have had that part of the presentation here, a significant amount of consequence management where we've recouped money from those who have been found naughty, if you like, and we've been able to do that effectively. But of course, much more still needs to be done in that regard. Let's go to the next slide. 85% is what we achieved in terms of our annual performance. Can you go to the next slide, please? 85% is what we achieved, and of course, Program 4 achieved the highest, followed by Program 5, then Program 3, and then Program 1. Let's go to the next slide. I just want to say that if you look at the 85%, if you were to look at some of the targets that were not achieved at the time, so some of them have been achieved, and if you were to look at the real figures, it's actually beyond 85%, given the fact that we may have missed just the timelines in terms of days, but some of these targets have been met, and we'll talk to some of those, and we'll talk to those that we've carried over. This is just over the past 3 years, what it looks like. You would all recall that we were sitting on 49% as a department. In 2020, 21, and 22 financial year, we improved to 81%, and this is now our highest achievement in terms of the annual performance, and we're sitting at 85. But as I said, we could be sitting at north of 90 actually, given the fact that some of the targets were actually met. Let me ask Tabani to take you through the next piece of this presentation, and then I will come in again towards the end. Tabani, you can go with this part. Thank you.
Minister, the DM, and the honorable members, as well as the colleagues. I will then be moving and start by taking the honorable members by highlighting some of the targets that the DG has set, which then constitute the 15% that you have highlighted previously, which is 10 targets is audited and met.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Exactly.
Excuse
Yes,
me.
yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
There is an echo behind you. What is it that is taking place? We can't hear you. Can you improve?
Let me check. Maybe someone is logged in. Maybe need to exit. I'm not sure if there's improvement, Chairperson.
It's getting better now.
It's getting better. I'm asking the colleagues because we are sitting in one room. Some might have logged in as backup, Chairperson, but you'll indicate if there's still echo. But we have made sure it's only one machine that is now logged in. If I may proceed with indication, Chairperson.
Proceed.
Thank you. Once I get under the administration, which is problem one, Chairperson will recall that we had committed in terms of our efforts towards increasing the number of social service professionals. It's been our commitment to then develop a strategy towards the employment of social service professionals, not just within DSD, but across government. And now this has been extended to include schools, to include also business. And the commitment has been to table this in cabinet by the end of the reporting period. However, as we're in the making efforts towards and the process towards tabling that, there was then the issues, especially from the National Treasury, that we might have to give up the quantitative data, especially relating to the funding model. So that is very clear and so forth. So to the end, by the end of the financial year, this was not submitted to cabinet, but however, it been submitted and presented to the technical working group for the social protection cluster. If I may proceed, the next slide. This jammed now. We can press next. Press next, please. Also on administration, there were three targets relating to the legislations. One was with regard to the SASSA amendment bill, which currently is still being considered. This is there were delays. Is still being considered for preliminary opinion by the Office of the State Law Advisor. And this is the delays as a result of external dependencies, as the bill had to receive the certification with legality and constitutionality before it can be approved by cabinet. Secondly, the Victim Support Services bill, because we then had delays in terms of finalizing the consultation at the level, so we couldn't submit to cabinet as we had committed as one of the target for by the end of the financial year. Also, the target on the NPO amendment bill, there was a withdrawal because this had to be promulgated, but this legislation, this bill was withdrawn and was substituted with the General Laws Amendment Act, which has necessitated the department now to develop the regulations. And these regulations, Chairperson, are currently being implemented as we are talking in the current financial year. One of the issues was for us in terms of the appeals. In terms of the adjudication of appeal, the target was for us to adjudicate 70%, but by the end of the financial year, it was 57%. So this reduction was a result of the amendments of the Social Assistance Act, which then allowed direct access to lodge appeals with the independent tribunal and the delays in the facilitation of appointment process of the new. But there's been measures that we have done to correct this and make sure that we go back to ways of making sure that this target of 30% is achieved even better. Number one, we have reviewed our business strategy in terms of how we need to manage the new workflow processes as a result of these amendments. And so we have seen the increase in terms of the numbers that we have received. And now this has ensured that we are able even to process 81.4% as we are speaking during this current period as a result of these changes. And also those those that were outstanding have already been processed as we are talking. Further to that, we have finalized the appointment process of the newly enlisted legal and medical practitioners that are serving on the independent tribunal, which has been finalized and following the completion and the induction process that we have been able to conduct. The one target from the welfare services it relates to is what also the Auditor-General, I think, in your engagement also highlighted. It's related to this for us submitting the draft prevention of and treatment for substance abuse disorders policy to cabinet. And this was not achieved because this year's process was only finalized by end of the financial year, and this draft policy was reconsulted so that you are able to address the gaps that have been identified following that particular process. The last two then or three the last two relates to the program 5. One is on the youth development. When we started the financial year with the target of training 600 young people on skills development programs. And unfortunately, it was only almost 326 youth that were able to participate in this. And because of the technicality of how these targets are set. So when you say you're gonna do a training of 5 days, how then is calculated? It means each and every young person of the 600 must complete the training for all these number of days. So what then happened is that some of the discrepancies, so there's an issues of the attrition here. Some people will come for 2 days, some come on the 10th, some come on the 4th because of some of the challenges. So not everyone could complete all 5 days except the 326 that you would report on. So the target of 600 young people was compromised because of those particular inconsistencies in terms of those that were not able to attend fully. On the poverty alleviation, the department had planned to submit and the reviewed sustainable level framework to cabinet for their approval. And we had challenges that prevented us in terms of consultations and some of the issues that had to be raised and but we can assure that currently the department is halfway towards meeting this target because we've been able to present this framework at various management structures. The three critical ones, of course, is our management committee, which is in our internal governance structure. We have also presented this to a forum of all heads of social development, and we've been able as well to present it to the technical working group. And this is finalized and will be completed during the current financial year, chapters and parliament members. Now I'm moving, having addressed the reasons that are on the targets that we did not fully meet by the end of March 2023. I'm now moving, I'll only be focusing on program 1, and then as the DG has guided, I'll then allow the relevant other colleagues to get in their specific areas. On program 1, one of the targets is about stakeholder and donor management strategy. This strategy that we have developed and we have presented in our previous report in different quarters where we are. And this has been implemented. And the implementation of it has been in various ways. Number one, it required us to update the database of all the stakeholders and donors that are within our space. And these, of course, will vary and they will increase based on the needs. DG and the minister indicated in terms of some of the social ills, some of the disasters. So we had to form and establish different, identify different stakeholders depending on need. But we've been able to develop the profile of these partners, and also we were able to put them in a shared platform, and also we've been able to have a digitized system so that at the press of a party you know which stakeholder we need, and these have got different fields so that you know exactly which stakeholder that you might need depending on what you want. We've been able to coordinate as well, because one of the issues that exposed us from COVID, even with the disasters and floods in particular, is a whole humanitarian requirements that is there for many of the victims. And we've been able then to identify some of those particular relevant partners that will assist and donors in that particular regard. And there's quite a lot that has been done. We have held the roundtables with the sessions, with the various stakeholders. We'll highlight some of them. For example, an engagement on disaster relief was held with the Church of the Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. And this was after the declaration of the national disaster due to the impact of flooding. And so we had to have that particular engagement. And Chairperson, we are doing this strategy so that we are able to ensure that as a department working with its entities, we're able to provide guidance on how we manage this donor coordination and stakeholders in the department and in the whole portfolio, and make sure that the donations that we're able to receive are able to be dedicated to the department and to those relevant communities that fall victim of any particular crime. We further identified some of the donors, such as the Jill and Allen Gray Foundation, and so that we are able to bolster some of the social entrepreneurship that promotes youth and women empowerment. And the DJ has spoken a bit in terms of some of these opportunities that are not only within the EPWP space in terms of job opportunities we're creating, but also in terms of social entrepreneurship initiatives. We are also quite extensively involved in some of those. We've identified people like SASSA Foundation, collaborating with them in the work that we do in terms of analyzing the matriculants that passed and would have been recipients of our grants, making sure that they are able to receive some assistance from SASSA. I remember when we have lunch for them, they are able to donate even laptop for them and so forth. These are the initiatives that we've had. We are partnering with the First Rand Foundation on gender-based violence, on disaster relief, and on how also we are able to link the grant beneficiaries with our economic opportunities. We are also in advanced engagements with quite a number of them, and we are in the process of analyzing and drafting some of the memorandum of understanding with those that are there, so that we are also able to update our system and the database that we are having. The International We Love You Foundation on the provision of support during national disasters is one of those we have engaged with. The Old Mutual Limited, we've partnered with them initiative who set to foster the gender equality as well as women empowerment, community building initiatives that target our officials as the department and also beneficiaries of the SDE services. Moving further as well, there's been some of the initiatives that are also targeting young people on issues of youth development and empowerment, as well as HIV/AIDS. We want to partner as well and intensify our engagement and partnership to deal with some of the social issues, in particular issues of teenage pregnancy, the issues of food, nutrition and security funding, and so forth. There's quite a number of areas that you could do, but the latest as well is the MOUs that we have been signed and action for such as the Prota and Gamble as well as UNDP, especially in areas of mutual concern on social development programs, social entrepreneurship, as well as enhancing effectiveness of all of our efforts. Moving to the monitoring and evaluation, we've been reporting, Chairperson, that there's been a digital or an electronic M&E system that we have been able to develop. And we have developed this so that we'll be able to enable us to have a routine collection of all service delivery performance data. This would be at the provincial as at the district level, as well as improved data management. And so that we are doing this so that we are able to continuously making sure that the decisions that we are able to make are evidence-based. And also we want to make sure that all our systems are centralized and they are standardized at the society that we have. So by the end of the previous financial year, because the system has been developed, year one, it was about coming up with the concept, coming up with a scope and sending the SASSA, which was an as-is report. The year two was about the development of the system, and now as the financial at the end of this financial year has been about testing. Now the system has been developed. How do we test it? And testing it, you could see it's 3 provinces, but it's quite a lot of work to get into that, because we've been going through many districts, too many of the service centers. And not only is for us that we're using this as DSD, but understanding and appreciating that a larger proportion of our welfare services in particular are provided by NPOs. Some of the NPOs as well are already, in particular in Gauteng, using the system. So testing it has been an extensive process, but now we could even say that some of the areas are already using the system, and now we are in the stage whereby now it's about rolling it over national, and we are ready as a department to roll it, but we are still looking at the financial implications. But the system is ready, it is working, and we are happy with it. We have developed the social welfare index, which we have presented over the past reporting period, 3 quarters, and as I said, this will assist us as a social sector to determine some of the indicators exactly that will assist us to know if we are making a difference in terms of the work that we are doing, and this is what is being done across. On finance, still under program 1, our ultimate, I wouldn't say ambition, part of the ambition has been the target of making sure that we obtain an qualified audit opinion. And once you obtain that, it means we definitely have dealt with issues of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures, and we have ensured that all the compliance matters are in place and the systems are working, and it's obvious that we have able to receive in the reporting period. And I think the AGSA in your earlier engagement did present and see the improvement we've been making, especially during this administration. On IT, one of the issues has been for us to implement the National Integrated Social Protection Information System, which by and large is about how do we integrate and have a single view of what social protection interventions government is making at an individual and also at the household level. And this has required us then to register this part of work within the SETA, because it's just not only about the services you provide the social development. Because when you talk about social protection, you talk about issues that involves human settlement, you talk about basic services, you talk about many other interventions beyond what the SDA provides in the form of grants, welfare, and so forth. So it's about us making sure that as a strategic agents of government that deals with information, we are able to register this within their domain. We register our NISPIS domain through SETA, and it's been approved. And all the relevant CIOs have committed to make sure that we are able to have access to their information, so that if we were to use an ID number, we are able to say this ID number belongs to Tabanatelis, and he's able to receive these type of services from basic education, from a grant, also from water affairs, from human settlement. So this provides us to see the investment the government is making in improving the quality of lives of our people. So basically this what is that, and many of the systems have been integrated because the department was able to procure the conversion tool. So meaning all these different data sets are able to be converted so that they're able to be linked, and we're able to tell some of these narratives that you want to tell regarding the investment government is making. On legal services, there's quite a number of legislations in terms of bills that have been finalized. To highlight just the 3, on the draft social development bill, which is need to emanate from the white paper. This has been refined and validated by end of the reporting period. On the draft regulations on the other persons bills, I know the portfolio committee members have been participating actively in terms of the public hearings, and this is at the advanced stage as we are reporting. On the NDA draft amendment bill, this has been developed by end of the reporting period. Through you, Chairperson, I will ask the acting CFO, Mr. Fani, to take us through Program 2, which mainly is about the transfers of monies to SASSA for the benefit of the different social grants beneficiaries to be paid. And this is allocated monthly. Thanks.
Thanks, Stefan, and good afternoon, honorable members, Minister and DM. So in terms of the Program 2 social assistance, the one thing I want to highlight is that when you look at the initial allocation of 248 billion that was allocated for the payments of social grants for the 22-23 financial year, in terms of the achievement, the amount has been reduced by the National Treasury by about 9 billion rand. And therefore, the 239 billion has been paid to the various grant beneficiaries for the financial year. You would see that in February and March, the amounts, we started at 20.5 billion per month, but in February and March, we actually reduced to 17 and 14 billion. That was to ensure that the money that was reduced from our budget has been taken into account when we transfer the money to SASSA for them to pay the social grant beneficiaries. But all in all beneficiaries was paid in terms of the SOCPEN, all the SRDs that applied was also being paid, but you need to take note of the amount that was reduced by the National Treasury during the financial year because of the slow uptake in terms of the SRD. Thank you very much. For Program 3, we're going to allow Mr. Baker to proceed in terms of the achievements for Program 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. Good morning, members.
Morning.
Apologies for that slight delay. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, and good morning, Minister, if she's still on, and all of my colleagues. Program 3 is the one relating to the policy around social security and social grants, or social grants being part of social security. There's a couple of policies that we were working on last year, and there's quite a fair amount of progress that has happened in that regard. The one we've struggled the most with is this one relating to the comprehensive social security system and the reform agenda for the whole system. So members will recall that we had released a green paper, and the intent was that once we get comments on that, we'd refine it into a white paper, which then becomes the precursor to the social security legislation, that we introduce a completely new social security system that covers everybody in the country, both with regards to the social grants as a foundational aspect of social security, but then also introducing mandatory contributions and voluntary contributions to ensure that everyone is protected from income poverty throughout their life cycle. However, we had to withdraw the green paper, members will recall, in order for us to go and clarify certain very contentious things. I think one of the things that I need to explain is the fact that the reform agenda is very complex, and it's very contentious, and it's a very high stakes reform agenda, primarily because it starts to say, how do we tackle the problem of intergenerational poverty in the country? And in that regard, not only to assist people who are poor and unable to support themselves with the social grants, but also get people who are working, whether temporarily or in informal sector, and people who are in formal employment, to make sure that they begin to make savings throughout their working age, working life, to protect themselves for risks that may occur to them over their life cycle, such as becoming unemployed on a short-term basis, or becoming disabled and therefore unable to do the work that they were doing, or even dying and leaving dependents behind. Now, that aspect of the policy is very contentious in that we have a very strong voluntary environment, but not an equally strong mandatory provisions for that aspect of savings. And this is the area that became the reason for the withdrawal of the paper, in that it was very misunderstood, and there was a lot of worry and concern about what that meant for the country, and we had to withdraw in order to go back and clarify those things. So we did that. We appointed an expert panel which was going to maybe simplify and clarify some of the things for us, and in the last year we just completed those consultations with them. So we have not been able to do the white paper yet, because we needed to first do that refinement and that clarification of what is tax, what is a mandatory contribution, what is a voluntary contribution, and what are the interactions between those things, what rights they give people, whether you pay the tax or you pay the contribution, and whether that contribution is mandatory or voluntary. So that area of work is very, very difficult, and we are still struggling to get to the point of finalizing it. But at the end of last year, we had just managed to do some of the refinements with the expert panel. We still have to, we are only in this year now engaging with all of the different government departments so that we agree on a refined paper that can then be finalized into a white paper. That is on the green paper. On the policy on linking grant beneficiaries and the other two policies that follow, can we just move to the next slide, because I'm going to go more quickly on the other ones. So the linking of grant of children grant beneficiaries to government services, and the next one, which is the policy on income support, which is the basic income support policy, and also the policy on maternal support. All three of those policies, last year we had been doing a lot of consultations on all three of them. We finished those consultations on all of them, and then we started to do the refinements on those policies to take into account some of the suggestions and proposals and so on that the different stakeholders had made. So in the current year, we are planning then to finalize those policies and then submit them to Cabinet. With regards to, if you can just move then to the next slide. Before you go to move, that bottom one, please go back to the very last one there. The policy on voluntary cover for retirement and risk benefits is part of the green paper, but it's also a standalone policy proposal. This one is about providing a platform through which people in the informal sector can make contributions for themselves, so that should they run into problems, financial problems, at least they have a platform from which they have been saving that they can claim benefits. We finished this work, at least the consultations on this work, and we also finished the draft policy last year, which is what we had aimed to do. This year, want to now take it through to Cabinet for consideration so that we can begin to finalize it and have it approved for implementation. Now going into the next one, then the next slide. That one speaks to the Social Security review. The appeals. We struggled a bit with appeals last year. Members will recall that we amended the Social Assistance Act through the assistance, of course, of the Portfolio Committee. And one of the amendments we did was to introduce direct appeals so that people can appeal directly to the tribunal instead of just going through SASSA. And the effect of that was that the numbers of appeals that would have otherwise been dealt with by SASSA came to the department directly. And we struggled, therefore, to meet the 90-day turnaround period by which we needed to achieve those appeals. And therefore, instead of the 70% target we had set ourselves, we only achieved 57%. It doesn't mean that the appeals were not dealt with. They were dealt with by the end of the financial year. The only challenge was only 57% were done within 90 days. The rest were done later than the 90-day target. So that is what we were able to achieve in the last financial year. If we go then to the next slide, we also, in terms of some of the work that we do to improve the integrity of the social assistance program under the inspectorate, we produced an audit report on the disability grant medical review process. We were concerned about some of the implementation of that. And so that report was completed, and the reports, of course, were sent through to SASSA for them to then review and improve the way in which they do the disability grant reviews. So that is the work on that regard, what it was achieved. That covers, I think, the work for at least that we had in the APP for Social Security. And I think I can just pause there for the next colleague. Thank you, Chairperson.
Isabella.
Who's next?
Isabella's next.
Good morning, Chairperson. Honorable
members, minister, and colleagues. I am presenting program 4, and just to remind members, because always when I present, I make sure that I reflect on the sub-programs within this program, which is the largest program in the department. And I normally say that it is the heartbeat of government, because we're dealing with, issues of people who are vulnerable, but even those that are not vulnerable, because at the end of the day, they also end up with us. We've got HIV and AIDS, Children's Services, Legislation and Families, Office on the Rights of a Child, Social Service, Professional Social Services and Older Persons, Social Crime Prevention and Anti-Substance Abuse. And then the last one is People with Disabilities. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that as I said earlier, it's the program with quite a number of targets. You look at the targets that we are having in this program are 24, and we've been able to achieve 23 out of 24, meaning that it's the only target that we missed. It was substance abuse policy, which we managed to present to the cabinet, during this quarter. And we are doing very well in this regard, and the percentage of in terms of the achievements in this programs is 96%. Now coming to the achievements, I'm not gonna dwell into all the achievements, but I'm just going to pick up one. I'm going to focus on the issue of the families. One of the critical areas that Minister always, wants us to focus on is the strengthening of families, because if we get the family right, we'll be able to deal with the social ills, alleviate the social ills that the country is confronted with. And therefore, family is one of the areas that we are focusing on. You look at the revised white paper, which we have taken it through the different clusters, and for this quarter, we'll be taking it to cabinet for approval. And maybe coupled with that, which is in the next slide, we also have the parenting Synovio parenting program that we are dealing with in terms of ensuring that we empower our families so that they can be able, to nurture, the individuals within the families, but also to socialize, the families in a way that they'll be able, to deal with the social ills that I have spoken about. I want us to go back to slide number 33. I want to talk about the Children's Act. Children's Act is the principal legislation that mandates the delivery of services to children in the country. And it is important that, all social service professions are able to understand and interpret that legislation well for them to be able to effectively implement it. And our focus was on ensuring that we empower and capacitate the social service practitioners in this regard. The target that we have achieved quite well. Can we please move to slide number 36? Slide number 36, which talks to the issues of HIV and AIDS. Slide number 36, I've dealt with children's legislation and family. So slide number 36, please. 36. Hello, slide number 36. Yes, HIV and AIDS. This is the area that we are also focusing on as social development. We've got a responsibility. It's not just a health issue, but that is why it's a social behavioral issue, and hence it is important that we should deal with social behavioral social behavioral programs, and hence we focused on capacitating, the social service practitioners on how to implement the social behavior change programs, but also on other guidelines that we have developed as the Department of Social Development in terms of ensuring that we support, our beneficiaries on HIV testing, because we believe that once they know their status, they will be able, to deal with the issue and accept it and be able, to move on and live, the healthy life. So slide number 36, please. 37, please. 37. Okay, it's not moving. But in slide number 37, it's where we've been able, to provide core packages of services, working together in partnership with USAID to ensure that we support orphans and vulnerable children and youth with regard to, core packages of services that involves the provision of food, nutrition, and support to education, just to mention a few. I'm sure we are quite aware that
child poverty is a reality. And in these programs, that's where we ensure that we really provide nutrition to our children. There are quite a number of programs that I'm going to talk about where we're trying as the Department of Social Development to deal with issues of child poverty. And I must say that we are really making strides, even though we know that we still have to work hard to ensure that we meet to every child. So when you look at this slide, we've been able to provide, food nutrition only as part of the core package of services to more than 55,000 children, in the country. Next slide, please. Slide number 38, please. 38. Okay, this basically shows what is the impact that we are making in terms of what I've spoken about. We are able, to create a resilience to individuals and families so that they can be able, to support their members. Slide number 39, number 40. Let's go to slide number 40, where we're dealing with children's services. In terms of the children's services, I think in slide number 40, I'm going to focus only on community-based prevention and early intervention services. And I'm linking it to what I've initially said in terms of the issue of food nutrition that we are providing to our children. We've got a RISIHA that we are implementing, throughout the country in 1,200 drop-in centers, where one of the critical services that we are providing is food nutrition. We are providing educational support. We are providing, life skills, to these children. So we are trying to ensure that, we look at the needs of the children in a holistic manner. And in this, by the end of August, we have already reached, to more than 172,000 children through this program. Slide number 41. Slide number 41, please. Okay, 42, because this one is speaking to the impacts. 42, where we're looking at professional social services. I'll just also pass through that slide because it's about the readiness assessment that we have conducted to ensure that, that we implement the white paper. Slide number 43, where we're dealing with social crime prevention and anti-substance abuse. The key areas in this slide is about the issue of anti-gangsterism strategy. Of course, members, I would really agree that we've been implementing this strategy for a long time, but we must indicate that we need to be able to implement it in quite a number of years for us to be able, to register impact and be able to measure impact after a long time. So we are considering working together with monitoring and evaluation to look at the impact of our services, not only the anti-gangsterism, but the other services that we are providing to check whether they are making an impact or not. But also what is critical is the integrated program that we have implemented, where we look at the issues of gender-based violence, the social crime prevention, and the anti-substance abuse, which we are implementing in partnership with institutions of higher learning. So we are really doing strides, although we understand that, there's a lot that we still need to do as the issue of substance abuse is rocketing. We really trying to forge, the relationships with other stakeholders to ensure that we look at the models that we are applying to ensure that we deal with the issue of the substance abuse. The next slide, please. Slide number 44. Let's go to slide number 44. 45, because the issue of substance abuse we have dealt with. Here, members, we are dealing with the issue of implementation of national drug master plan, which is very critical in terms of ensuring that we really deal with partners at local level to root out, the issue of substance abuse. This is an implementation that is coordinated by the Central Drug Authority. And in this regard, we've been able to capacitate, some of the provinces, even the other government departments, for them to be able to understand their role and what is it that is expected for them to be able, to deal with the issue of the substance abuse. Slide number 47, please. We as the country, we are signatories, to the treaties, and we are part of the international world. And as such, we are expected to submit the state report to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child. And this is in accordance with the Article 44 of the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child. And as a department, we've been able to successfully deposit the state party report, which was submitted to DERCO, and it was deposited to the UN Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child. Chairperson, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, Linton. Any other one?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we'll ask Peter to come in now. This is the second to last one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, TDG, Honorable Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister and DM colleagues. I'm going to present Program 5. Some of the issues I think the DG highlight, it was in the DG's highlight, and they covered it very, 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 very well, which is part of the achievement. We have got programs, social policy, APWP included in the Program 5, and we also have the sustainable livelihood, food security, community social mobilizations, and the NPO. I will go through in terms of that. We last year planned, I think, Minister and the DG proposed that we should have a state of the produce a state of the people report. The concerns were we just touch, even when we go to State of the Nation, we do what government will do, but we don't focus on what is the state of the people in the country. And that is something that through many interventions, including household profiling that we do in provinces, we get to get the state of the people address, which I think it has been corroborated. If you look at the State SA report, which has indicated the number of the population growth and the number of many other issues. We also have the report, which is important for us to prioritize and to look at where the most vulnerable people are, and also to guide government on where they need to start. So such a report, first report was produced by the department, and I think this financial year you will see a lot of additions. States also agreed that we should delve much deeper when they say this population district, we will go to the level of a district of an area, and outlines the vulnerable people in poverty, people that are living in poverty and that are prone to hunger, etc., etc. The second thing was that we planned to add about 176 EPWP work opportunities, and we have overachieved that. And I think you might have heard the DG very well. This is the biggest area within the EPWP program, because we deal with the softer issues, and we ensure that we provide opportunities, work opportunities, and reduce unemployment within 9 provinces. On the other areas, poverty elevation. One of the things that we do is the food security. I think the DG touched on that in detail, where we provide an annual report on the implementation of the National Food and Nutrition Plan that was developed and approved in Cabinet, which coming to an end this financial year, and that we have seen a lot of the increase. It is not necessarily the increase, what we have dealt much also. It is if you look at the CNDCs and some of the food drop-in centers and others, we are incident-less. We provide food, but you haven't had anybody saying they've got botulism, or they've got E. coli and the people are sick. The reason is that one of the things that we do is to train the cooks and those that are providing food to provide quality food and to inspect and do quality assurance at all the times. So one of the things that has been is that to also do parametric testing at all times to make sure that people are healthy. We also have increased, I think we just mentioned it, the CNDC. Access to food in the country is not good. We still have the Northwest, Mpumalanga, Free State, a little bit of KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape that has got high in access to food. But in Limpopo, it's very high. They've got 95% access to food. But in other areas, there's the area that we need to deal with. So therefore, the approach is to increase the CNDCs and also increase any other areas where food are being provided for, especially the cooked food, to alleviate hunger and malnutrition. The report have indicated from health that the malnutrition incidences, especially severe malnutrition under 5 years, is increased by 1.5%. But that is being managed, and the proposal is that we work together ourselves, agriculture and others. The other areas we're looking at, we introduced the linking aspect, and I think thanks to the acting DG, you remember the approach we brought in terms of the linking. It's his project to say we can't just do a sustainable livelihood project without linking to social entrepreneurship and others, so that we can begin to look at these people that are on grants or beneficiaries of the social protection, so that their well-being is improved. So we have achieved, we have did that in 29. There are still some challenges in other provinces, but high in Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and we have seen Mpumalanga and the Northwest following, and with others coming on board. Our aim is to ensure that those beneficiaries of grants are taken off, especially the mothers that are receiving their children are capacitated, they are able to fend themselves and they are self-sustainable, which in linking with other government departments like small business, agriculture and economic development, we will target those so that they get out of poverty. The next one was the issue where we drafted a policy, community development policy, that we processed it. We are taking to cabinet this financial year, and this policy encompasses everyone else, so that people that are working within communities, they know exactly what they're supposed to do, and they are guided. We also increased the number of people that are trained. Continuous training of people within provinces is important, because people move out. Today they are 10, tomorrow 5 have gone somewhere else. The new ones comes in, they need to be capacitated so that they can implement the program appropriately. So one of the things that we're doing is the issue of the DDM. We realize that most of the districts are not aware, they are still far behind in terms of participation. So we went up to a district level where we targeted 18 districts to train them on how they can implement community mobilization, and to ensure that they also can form part of the one plan of the district, and also introducing them to the TDL. For youth development, we have a policy which we're implementing. So we have to produce a report. The policy has got a lot of pillars which relates to, we are looking at the reduction of the vulnerability within the youth. Remember, some of the focus of the department is to look at the vulnerable people, children that are coming from single-headed household, orphans are there which are dealt on the other side, those that are in secure centers, when they go out, what will they do to be reintegrated? When it's a very reintegrated on the other side, they need to have skills. So we target on those skills development and giving them some of the things that have been implemented, like social entrepreneurship that we have. We also ensure that the youth, the issue of social cohesion and ensuring that youth are trained for a variety of things. One of the important things we have seen is the issue of the life skills, how to prevent HIV/AIDS, how to make sure that the youth don't go into substance abuse and alcohol. We need to make sure that they are mobilized and trained. And also, as we have been reported, 255 youth completed the training as planned. The last program we have is the NPOs, and I think it's two, NPO funding and NPO registration and compliance monitoring. In that, I think the DG reported on those. What we were monitoring is that when the applications are done, we must make sure that we process them quickly, faster. The Act requires us to do it within 2 months, but we were taking an average of about 3 weeks for application if it's correct. Some of them that are not correct will take longer because we will say correct 1 and 2 or 1 and 2. We drafted also the issue that NPOs register, but they fail to understand their rules. You're registering today and you don't know what you're supposed to do next year, and then you don't submit reports. So one of the things that we introduced was to develop what you call mentoring program, that the newly registered must be inducted. And we asked the bigger NPOs to induct the other ones and to take them at a ratio of 1 to 10 that they need to be capacitated and report back. We have that program, and this year we are continuing to partner with Health and Welfare SETA so that we can train them and make sure that they are trained. In terms of, I think that's what the DG has also reported, that we 98% of those were processed and 95% of the reports. We have seen a surge of reports that they are processing. Once a report is sent to national, it is not just say yes, received. You need to check whether it meets the requirements. You also scrutinize. You also have to look at whether this is what you're supposed to do and the guide. You can see in the next slides the number per quarter, just to indicate what we received and what we processed and what we registered. You can see the percentage is 15,103 registered of the numbers that have meted. The next one is on issue 56,000 reports were received the whole year, and this is going up. I think it's a 30 to 55% increase on the compliance of the NPOs to the NPO Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is the last part.
Chairperson, just in terms of the...
Go ahead, Fanny.
Can I continue?
Go ahead, Fanny.
Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of the financial performance, the overall performance financially for the 22-23 financial year, we've actually spent 97.5% in terms of the reduced budget for 22-23. The initial budget was 257 billion for the financial year. It was reduced because of the declared savings by National Treasury on the SRD. So our budget was reduced to 247 billion, and of that we've actually spent 97%. This is just a comparison between prior years, what the budget increases were and what we've actually overspent in the prior years. So for the prior financial years, we've had a 1.8 billion, and then for last financial year, we had a 6.1 billion underspending for the financial year. The quarterly spending just basically indicates how did we do on quarter to quarter. We've started slow in quarter 1 and then it picked up in quarter 2, 3 and 4 for the financial year. That obviously is because of the payments of our social grants. Then the table on the various programs, you can see what is the final budget allocation that we had for the financial year and what was actually our total spending. I will come to the reasons just now. For program 1, we only had an underspending of 1.4 million. The social assistance, that's we've underspent partly because of the SRD. For social security, we had 16 million, welfare services 18 million, and program 5 contributed 1.7 million. The reasons there is basically for program 1, with our operational savings that we had also and on capital assets. On social assistance, the big thing is there on the 350 grants that we've underspent because of the means test, the qualifying criteria for the applicants in terms of this. The Social Security Administration is almost 100% spending. Welfare services, 94%. And it's also because of the process that we've implemented to ensure that we have more cost effectiveness in when we do outreach programs for the financial year. On social policy, very little, 0.5% underspending for the financial year. Just the illustration, the next one is because it's the reasons, not the reasons, the comparison between 21-22 and 22-23, just an operational. So if we take out all the transfer payments that we currently have, our department only has a budget of R1 billion to cater for personnel, operational things. We've actually increased or improved our expenditure on the operational side. For the prior financial year, we are sitting at 96, comparison to 21-22, we only had 85. So there was an improvement in the spending on operations. Again, just some illustration on the quarterly for compensation of goods and services. The operational spending for the various programs, that's in total for all the different economic classifications. For program 1, 99% spending. For social security, 81% spending, and that's also largely because of the underspending that we have currently for the establishment of the inspectorate. Welfare services doing quite good in terms of 94%, and then integrated 98%. Just on goods and services, you could see where the underspendings were. Goods and services, very little. In terms of the major programs, except for program 3, social security, 62%, but that's largely because we had to show underspending for the inspectorate establishment. Then the last slide is basically just what we spent our money on, major spending items. The one that you flagged there is the communications. Chairperson, you would know that in our quarterly reporting, we've reported the issue about Telkom, that we had to pay for the toll-free number. We're glad to say that this number has now been taken over by SASSA from the 1st of April. Although we received additional funding for the payment of Telkom, that there was a 90 million expenditure on the Telkom. It came to about 83 million in total for the financial year. So you will not see the same expenses on communication for the new financial year. And then our other biggest cost driver is traveling and subsistence for 76 million. Just going to repeat the block. Okay. Then just very high level in terms of the regular expenditure that we emanated from the previous financial year. Unfortunately, Chairperson, it has increased from 21-22. When we did submit our financials prior to AG looking at the finances, we had almost zero irregular expenditure. But when AG started looking at the samples and look and do some compliance checks, our irregular expenditure has moved to 18 million. The biggest portion of 16 million relies on the Vodacom contract. We had some issues with the renewal of the contract for the GBV command center. It was on a month-to-month basis with Vodacom. We were struggling to get a correct service provider to take over this service. Therefore, because we were working on a expired transversal contract with the National Treasury, the AGS felt that this is a regular expenditure, and we will do due process in terms of the investigation and also ensure that proper consequence management is effected in terms of this. This is just the regular expenditure that we have actually resolved since April up until to date. It's almost 250,000. So these of the 18 million, we've almost resolved 227,000 of this. For fruitless and wasteful expenditure, very last, the cases that we had that emanated from prior financial year was 305,000. We've since then resolved 23 cases amounting to 203,000. And there's the issues that we had in terms of the 23 cases that was finalized and approved. The write-offs was about 54,000. We are recovering currently 140,000 from the various officials in terms of this. And there's also a recovery from the travel agent in total. So our fruitless and wasteful expenditure has also come down from 21-22 financial year. It only relates in this financial year to vehicle damages, but that's about it. We didn't have any no-shows in terms of hotels. Chairperson, then, just as a recommendation, we want the portfolio committee to note the program's performance against its predetermined objectives. We also want the committee to note the expenditure recorded for 22-23, and the DJ has already spoken to the responses in terms of the beta for our report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. That's the end of our presentation. We'd like to hand over back to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Siyabonga. And then let's give over to the honorable members to interact with you with the presentation.
Chairperson.
Yes.
I just want to bring down your attention. We saw a very lengthy, detailed report now. It is 1 o'clock almost. We've been sitting here since 9 o'clock. Can we have a 15-minute break so that we can just get our heads together, because this information all in one is too much. We need to.
Yeah, and you must be the first one. You must be the first one with those questions that you asked and the concerns you raised. You must be the first one. Can we?
Chair, I feel 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Can't we just have a 15-minute break so that we can just do something, because this information is such a lot and it's just making a person think too much. But just a suggestion, Jay, why don't we have a 15-minute break, come back, because we're going to be here till 5 o'clock. But we've been here since 9 without any break. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, we can have a break. I don't think there will be anyone who will oppose that. We can have a break and then come back with the questions, and you must be the first one to raise all what you have raised before. So can we agree? It's not going to be 5 o'clock, I promise. It's going to be earlier than that time, especially if we're done with this one. But the proposal of the break has been put forward by Honorable Obanit. Is there anyone who's against that?
I'm seconding. I'm the second one.
Yes, you are seconding, because we are used to stay from 9 to 1 at least, but we are going to go beyond 1 o'clock now. So can we have a stretch break? Then we'll come back at, what is the time now? It's 1 o'clock already. Then can we come back at 1:15? Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And get ready for the interaction with the presentation.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, we're back.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, we're back. Okay, I see the hands. Members, are we back? Are we all back?
Yes, we are all back, Chair.
Okay. Now, can I give over to Honorable Mangani? Honorable Mangani?
Yes, Chair. I'm struggling with this. Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, and thanks to the department to give us this short briefing, even if it's long, because it's many units, program, and so forth. But I just want to check my understanding on this one of this program of children, specifically the one of Sinovuyo. I want to check how the department, how do you see this program yourself as a department to say is making an impact? And how do you measure that impact? I'm raising this question because you said you are also working with higher learning institution, of which I wanted to know if you can do a sampling with fewer higher institution, because nowadays what we have seen, this substance abuse is happening more and more on those higher institutions. So I want to check if maybe, and also tell us what are the model that you are using. I have seen on the other slide, you said you are also doing the testing and so forth. So I want to know because if we talk about the HIV and AIDS, also the Department of Health, they do have checkings. I want to know how often, or are you sometimes doing this program together with the health, or you are doing it silos on your own as Department of DSD? The other issue that I wanted to check, you said you have already gone into, can I say, many communities or whatever, and then you on your slide 40, you have mentioned the Gauteng, KZN, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. How have you chosen only those provinces? Do you think those provinces are the ones that are higher? If so, is the other one that you didn't go to, Eastern Cape, Free State, and Western Cape, and Northern Cape, and Northwest, do you think are much better? And then your answer, how do you base that answer to say is best? And then lastly, I've already said in many of our school, and then we see also the NGOs or the NPOs, some of them, they are doing this program that you're talking about. But I didn't get clear how many, let me put it this way, how many NPO have you managed to give education? Because what you're talking about here and what my little bit understanding is that we're strengthening every community. So when are you going to reach other community? I know that we are doing the sampling or whatever, so I just wanted to know more about, so that I must get the information in future, I must know how far we are. And then the other one of the progress that we were given of the people who have gone wrong to the department or so. I wanted to know from department, what is the difficulty that you don't charge a person until that person leave the department? Is there any laws that is prohibiting you not to charge this person, or what is that? So that I must understand, maybe others understand. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Polnit.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Chairperson, the question I would like to ask the department, like we spoke earlier on, is that I have a report. I have a concern. More and more people that are supposed to get foster care grant is not getting the foster care grant. They get a top-up grant. Like this past weekend, I spoke to a grandmother. The mother and the father passed away. The child is 13 and the other one is 15 years old. And the grandmother is only getting that money. I want to know, what is the reason for them not going through the system to get the people the foster care grant? Is it because they don't have enough social workers? Is it because that the dates when they were supposed to be appearing, the social workers can't make it? Because I just feel we are asking the same questions over and over. We don't get a proper answer, and it just comes back some next time. And they are saying here that the vacancies is still not filled. We've been talking about, I've been in social development here since last year, February, and we still didn't fill positions. And it's critical positions, and I think that it's
Chair, we've lost the honourable member.
Polnit? Honorable Polnit? Marie?
Chair, I think she just experienced a technical glitch. She's out of the system, Chair.
Okay. Then when she is in, she will finish up the questions.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Okay. Honorable Masango?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation by the various officials. It helps a lot. Chairperson, I would like to to ask a question about the comment that was made by the ADG when he says that we pay grants, we pay each and every grant into the account of the beneficiary, and then he said then things happen thereafter. I just would like to understand that to please ask the ADG to confirm or not confirm what my understanding is, because my understanding says that the fact that the department as entity SASSA is the one that pays grants, until the money is in the hands of the beneficiary, the department and SASSA are still responsible for that period. If a beneficiary says, I got my money and then I was mugged, SASSA and the department are out of that because the money was in the hands. And if we were to say we were to take what the ADG is saying, then we mean that we are not interested in the impact of the grant that are paid to the beneficiaries, because if you say as soon as I have paid it into the account, I have nothing to do with it, you are saying that the impact that would accrue from a beneficiary getting this grant is not your for your credit, as it were. But I would like the ADG to confirm or not confirm this, because my take is that the beneficiaries apply to SASSA for grants, and it is SASSA's responsibility to make sure that that money goes up until it's in the hands of a beneficiary. And the other one there was a presentation on one of the targets that were not met, which is the appeals. I think it was about 50 something appeals that were processed. I just would like to say that in my view, behind each one of those appeals, whether it is legit, it is valid or not, there are livelihoods of individuals and their households. So if we do not meet the target, the flip side of that coin is that there are people who have not received the grants that they literally live on because of them being maybe people with disabilities and so on and so forth. And then the next one, Chairperson, has to do with there was a document that we received, I think it's yesterday, that was clarifying the issue of the 15 billion rand that we now understand was not the truth that was communicated. And in that same document, towards the end of it, it says that the minister identified departments that the billions of rands would be taken to. I think those departments were Home Affairs, they were the Department of Communications and Information Technology, and there was another one. So I'm saying that what about this money going to within the departments on the issues of the departments that are outstanding? And I will give an example of the 1,200 vacancies of much needed social workers that some of these vacancies have been open for the last 8 years, according to the answer to the question that was asked to the Honorable Minister. So I'm saying if the money can go to other departments, surely it can revolve internally in the department and plug the gaps that are so glaring in the department's service delivery programs. And also the substance abuse policy was one also of the key, according to the AG, of the key targets that were not met. And both from the AG and from the department, I may have missed either when they were saying what was the reason for this substance abuse policy not being achieved, because obviously I know that there was a very comprehensive presentation that was made today, that the work is being done. And I'm saying, what is the role of this substance abuse policy in making sure that the lot of the hard work that is being done on the ground is shaped to deliver on the mandate of the department? That would be all for now, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Alex.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. My clarity-seeking questions are as follows. The first one is something that I labor on about quite frequently in these meetings, and that is the updating of the DSD website. I was once again on it last night, trying to search for policy documents and so forth, especially the policy documents that have been referred to now in the annual report, the ones that have been either completed, and once again, they aren't present, so which means that our stakeholders also do not have access to the policy. I mean, the two most recent ones that are on there is the child support grant review and the disability policy. And I think those are the only two policies that I was able to find for 2023. So again, the plea is that if there's going to be a DSD website, the source of information, if we can, please ensure that the policies and the relevant documents are updated. Then, Chairperson, I'd also like to know, the CDA, have they submitted and concluded their most recent annual report? I then also would like to find out, and the department will have to indicate if this is a question for SASSA or for them, but when I suppose it'd be more for SASSA, so maybe I should keep it there, which speaks to the amount accrued in terms of interest when they moved from SAPO to the Post Bank, and there was the disagreement about taking over some penalties. I was looking for the RAND value, and the AG said to ask the department. Then, Chairperson, the AG also spoke about overdraft and this 15 million emanating from prior years, and the question is why, what is the delay for SCOPA approving the non-clearance of that? And then I think Honorable Marie touched on this as well before she was disconnected, but again, the DSD will have to indicate if we must wait for SASSA to respond, and that is the gap between foster care grant beneficiaries and the child support top-up beneficiaries. The department hasn't reached, and SASSA hasn't reached their target. So obviously the question is the North Gauteng High Court backlog, and the reason for why we did approve the child support top-up grant, is it having the intended effect, the desired effect that it was supposed to be, seen as the target has not been reached and children are still not entering into the grant system? And another question I have on that, so obviously the foster care grant is significantly more than the 200 Rand top-up. So obviously there's a savings there, because the SASSA isn't spending as much money on the foster care grant as they are with the top-up grant. And I just want to know what is that difference, that Rand value difference, and where's that money going? Because for me, it would still be on SASSA's bottom line in their financials, if I'm making sense. Then also slide 31 in DSD's presentation. It's an achievement, an audit report on the disability grant medical review process has been produced. Are we speaking about SASSA's temporary disability grant assessment? What audit report are we exactly speaking about on that slide 31? Then also on slide 96 under the financials, under which line item, I would imagine program 1, does the DSD TV fall? And also why did it fail to work in the beginning when it came to the child support grant review? It didn't work initially, and I'd just like to understand what the reasons there were. And then I think it's my last question, Chairperson. On slide 69 as well, there was in Q3 a spike in the compensation to employees. In Q3, if I can get an explanation as to what that spike was about, what led to that spike for compensation of employees. And then also when we did the Q1, this recent Q1 presentation, the CFO had a nice line graph which depicted the monthly projections, forecast compensation to employees, and then of course the actual. And I was wondering if the department can't maybe do a similar exercise for the year that we're reviewing right now, as to what they had projected versus what they actually spent for this Q1, 2, and 3, and 4 that we're busy talking about, if it's possible. And then just lastly, Chairperson, and this will be taking direction from yourself, I also see DSD sent us a document which speaks to the responses to the AG and the BRRR. And I was wondering if at some point in this meeting or on Friday or the department's actually going to take us through the responses to the AG. But I will leave that for you to decide if it's on this agenda or if we can look at it on Friday. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Hello, can we give over to the last person or the last honorable member, Comrade Honorable Stock?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join my colleagues to appreciate the comprehensive presentation presented to us by the department, and also let me also echo some of the views or sentiments expressed by my colleagues as well, to appreciate the good work and the progress that has been made thus far. And then by so doing, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to make just to start by making a few observations before I pose my questions to the department. And then I've also noted or observed, Honorable Chairperson, that the department has actually done some good work, and then we must be able to commend the department for obtaining an unqualified audit opinion with no findings. And then also the department must also be commended for the upward trajectory of the targets met from 81% in the 2021-2022 financial year to an increase of about 85% in the 2022-2023 financial year. And then also the department has also demonstrated its commitments to attending to the recommendations of the committee. Like normally when there's a portfolio committee, then we complain, or rather we raise our concerns and then pose questions to the department. We are not happy about certain things. But I just want to extrapolate for an example, maybe just to cite an example to demonstrate how there's a movement in terms of some of the issues that we raised to the department, and then the department are actually adequately responding or resolving such issues. For an example, it addresses the shortage of the social workers by capacitating about 399 social workers against the annual target of about 240 on the adoption policy framework and strategy. Notwithstanding the challenges which may persist, the department has also done well by increasing the number of social grant beneficiaries from 18.6 million in the 2021-22 financial year to an increase of about 18.8 million, which translates to an increase of almost about 11 million new beneficiaries. With this being said, Honorable Chairperson, more can be done and must be actually, we must actually encourage the department to do more work, and so that they are able to achieve on the targets, also on the areas where they have actually not been able to achieve 100% target. They must be able to be encouraged to perform much better, so that they actually meet their annual targets in order to meet their objectives of providing support to the poor and the ordinary vulnerable people on the ground. So my questions are as follows, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, I would like to find out some targets on Program 4 were not met due to the lack of provincial reports from the different provinces. This issue continues to persist after the department reported that it had a strong monitoring and evaluation system in the 2021-22 BRRR process. How efficient is the system, and how will the department lead in permanently closing the gaps? How is the department planning to utilize the piloted electronic M&E system to ensure compliance on a number of programs at the level of the department? And then I would also like to find out, Honorable Chairperson, what consequence management strategies will be implemented against provinces that continuously demonstrate poor accountability and affect targets being met by the department. And then also the number of approximately 4,819 social assistance appeal cases is actually very high, as it has been presented in the presentation of the department. So I would like to find out what are the common issues identified and how can this be addressed to avoid a recurrence and reduce the number of appeals? And then also, what time frame can the department provide for the new tribunal members, which can when can they be able to commence with their work program? And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I would also like to find out, in the 2021-2022 Portfolio Committee BRRR report, it was recommended that the minister should ensure that the department develops mechanisms to address the challenges of dependencies to the other stakeholders that result in it not achieving some of its key targets, particularly those linked to the medium-term strategic framework. So these dependencies affect service delivery and compromise the ethical governance and accountability of the department. So I would like to find out, how was this addressed in the financial year in relation to the targets which are not actually met on Program 5? And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, what material challenges are experienced during the consultation with stakeholders which affect the meeting of targets, such as the consultation at the level of the NETLAC stakeholder meetings? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Those are my contributions. Thanks.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, man. I just want to ask the question because I keep on thinking when I open my mouth. I just want to know the NPOs, Chairperson, we just some of the social workers was raising a concern with me. They say these big NPOs that is having these old age homes and soup kitchens and things, they are, because they've been there for many years, they are being funded by the government. But the poor poor black NPOs that is trying to assist the communities, all their funding was cut. So I just need to find out from the department, what are they saying about that one? And then on the rehabs, I just want to find out from the department, how many rehabs were built by the department? Because they're having a crisis in our country about the drug and alcohol abuse problems. And then in the slide, they were saying that they have had a youth program where 255 children were finishing the course. We have something like a few millions of youth that is unemployed that need training. What are they going to do to increase the capacity to get more youth training? And then also the vacancies that I spoke about earlier on, that is still standing open. Since I became a member of this portfolio, it is still not filled. And then I asked the question about the foster care grant, chairperson, where the people are just been giving a top-up grant, and the social workers are not prepared to go the extra mile because there's no transport, there's nothing for them to do their work properly. What are we doing about that? Because the old people are struggling with the grandchildren they're sitting with, and they can't give the grandchildren proper food and clothing. And then the other question I want to know is that the inadequacy of the system, because a lot of people don't get that 350, and a lot of people have asked the question is that we need to find out what is really the problem, what is the criteria that they are using for these people to get this money. And then also the underspending is a huge concern for me. The Department of DSD that is underspending 6 billion rand, it is treason. Basically, that whole top level management must all be fired because they can't do the job properly. And then the last question I want to ask Chairperson is that there's a lot of rumors going around, a lot of fighting going on with some who would know how. When they say Linton must go because Linton doesn't have the qualifications for this position. What are you saying about this thing as department? Because department people are very unhappy about this, and no one wants to ask a question, so I'm going to ask the question. Linton doesn't qualify even to go for the interview, but he got the position for another 6 months. And they even backdated it from the 1st, and he only started on the 3rd. So the department's workers are very upset about this thing, and they want some answers saying we at the portfolio of social development, we are failing them because they keep on coming to us and tell us about what is happening there in the department, but we are just not taking note of them. So I just would like to get some answers today. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. I think there are no other hands for now. Department, over to you.
Chair, I don't know whether Mama Mangani, it's a legacy hand, Chair. Mama Mangani's hand is up. It's a legacy hand. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the questions. I must say some very interesting questions coming from honorable members around the work that we did in the year. Some questions are not may not necessarily be related to the work we did in the year, but nonetheless, we will accordingly provide guidance. Let me start by asking Thabani to respond on the issues around the M&E system, and then how we are dealing with targets that are not met in terms of provinces, dependencies we have in provinces. Let me ask Thabani to start, and then I'll ask Kumbula to come in on the website, as well as on the DSD TV. I think there was a question there, and other matters that I may have missed. Let's start with those two, and then I'll come back and provide guidance. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think the question came from Honorable Stock. Of course, one of the major and inherent challenge with us in terms of the departments and how this government work is when departments have got concurrent functions with the provinces. And this is one of the sectors of social development where there are concurrent functions, which means as we implement these services, even if we agree on having this one national policy, but the provinces as well do have their own priorities, which at times compete with those of national because of the whole intergovernmental relations. So as a result, this becomes a much more negotiated space. And we have set and established mechanisms through which these could be overcome, because it's difficult then to impose in terms of how we do it. And one of them is through the various forums that exist between the national, at the ministerial level, which is much more at politics. They go down even at programmatic level, even at accountability. So you'll find that we've got min-max, where is the minister sitting with the MECs. We've got HSDS, which is the DG, and meeting with all the his counterpart as of social development. But also one of the things that we have done at programmatic level, all branches, that is all DDGs as well, through programs, they've got their own forums where they sit and meet with their counterparts. And it's where that those particular issues begin to be negotiated and there's agreements and so forth. For example, we are one of the sectors, because of the concurrent functions, that we then need to have an agreed set of indicators which need to be signed by all HOPs. And we sit every year, agree to say, as a sector, this is how we want to be measured. Because once you have that, you make sure that there's uniformity in terms of how we get to be done. And the DPME has set that particular process. And through the electronic quarterly performance report, we are able to submit on quarterly basis how then we're fed and how we are dealing with issues of these agreed upon set of indicators. And unfortunately, for the past 3 financial years, whilst there's this framework that is there in place, but you've been a sector that has been found that we are not being declared to be compliant with this, because some of the provinces, when we agreed, they would choose to report on some of the targets and choose not to report to some of them. For example, over the past 3 financial years, the province of the Western Cape has not been reported to all the indicators, and there's been numerous attempts to engage on this. We have written letters even from the minister, the ADG, and I have had engagement, and there will be a commitment. But when it's come to then the actual reporting and so forth, but the system does allow, and our system does allow to say, we understand and appreciate that there could be provincial specific indicators and priorities that you have, and this system allows that you can add them, but just make sure that you are able to report against it. So these are some of the challenges. And so as a result, also with this M&E system is one of the areas in which will be an attempt as well to try and add to some of these strategies to mitigate that. Because with this electronic M&E system, it will enable us to collect a reliable and a routine data and information on service delivery, because one of the gaps that we have is about that monitoring at the service delivery level. It's difficult for us to rely on reports which will come from time to time, and they come in different formats from different provinces. We understand the issues of data and so forth. So hence we have developed this electronic M&E system so that we make sure that we are able to standardize. We are able to automate a standardized, centralized database on all service delivery elements that we are having. We have piloted it, as I indicated. It is working, including the NPOs that are delivering some of our services are already excited and they are able in some of the areas, particularly in the Gauteng, they are already using it. But it's one of the ways that we will be able to collect information not only at the provincial but also at the DCs or also at the service delivery point, as I've indicated, even at an NPO level. It is a difficult element. We try and negotiate in terms of the consequence management. We try and engage through various forums. We elevate some of the issues to the LTMDG, making sure that we are able to do that. But also, on all the targets that are not met, one of the things that we are able to do, they get to be prioritized in the following reporting period. For example, all the 2022-23 unmet targets are the first priorities, that the first target that should be considered in the current APP. As I indicated, and some of my colleagues have already indicated, some of the areas have already made a shift, if not some of them have already been met. I think I've been able to respond adequately, but the system, the M&E, the election quality is ready to be rolled out nationally. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members and the DG. Well, the first question on DSDT. So my name is Kumbula Ndaba. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. The first question on DSDTV. The DSDTV resides in communication, which also resides in the corporate support services. Now, in the beginning, of course, there were some teething problems. Majority of the staff in communication needed training, with service providers were assisting us with the training, and that training has since been done. Immediately after that training, we executed ourselves very well and recovered quite a number of successful programs. So we apologize for some of the teething problems in the beginning, but they were not unexpected given the fact that this project is new. We're establishing television for the first time. As we sit here today, I am quite convinced that we'll come up with something that is an innovation that we should all marvel in the public service. In relation to website, yes, there are teething problems, there are challenges with the website. For this reason, we've dedicated one of the IT developers to help us update the website with policies and all other documents that should actually reside in the website. Perhaps in the next meeting, we'll be able to report how far we are with this process. The last question relates to the filling of post or vacancies. I am able to report that notwithstanding some of the slow pace in finalizing some of these processes, we've since recorded a lot of progress. The DG post as well as the post of DG Welfare Services were advertised. They are currently with the Department of Public Service and Administration, and they are en route to Cabinet. Of course, the process, once it is at DPSA, is now outside of our hands. We are awaiting them to advise when they are going to take those two posts to Cabinet. From our side, there's nothing that, in our view, should prevent them from processing those posts and taking them to Cabinet. The other two posts, which is DDG strategy, which is SOT, as well as the CFO, those posts were advertised on the 17th of July, and they actually closed in August 2023. We've now generated a submission for with a proposed shortlist, as well as a recommendation for the minister to appoint the panel. That submission is then brought to the minister. Once it reaches the minister, which is going to be soon, then the process would then be finalized. In other words, the interview dates and appointment of the panel members will be finalized, and then we can proceed with that. I will ask Swami to comment perhaps on the impact of the National Treasury Circular on this, as well as the funding issue, the finance issues. I must perhaps say that there are some interpretation issues in relation to the adverts from the point of view of the Labour constituency and ourselves. But I believe that our interpretation is correct. At the time the posts were advertised, both for the DG as well as the DG Welfare Services, we can confirm here that all the applicants for the post actually qualified or meet the minimum requirements for the post. It is for that reason that they were shortlisted and were interviewed by the panel, and the panel has made recommendations. We have responded to this question as part of the prior request as well, but we can provide details if such details are required at a later stage. But there is no issue about qualifications. Perhaps there is an interpretation issue, and it derives largely from the circular or the directive that was issued by DPSA in 2015, and the directive that was later issued by same DPSA in 2017, which directive adjusted some of the requirements for the post. But there is no question of any of the individuals who were interviewed not qualifying in terms of both directives. So I can only take the matter as far as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumbula. Let me ask Peter to come in. There were questions on the NPOs. Peter could come in on that.
No, thanks very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think the question relates to the big NPOs continually getting funding, while the small, poor NPOs are not funded. Indeed, this is some of the things since the promulgation of the policy on financial award, its review in 2011, and the current one of 2018, which is sector funding policy. One of the things that we tried to do was to localize the funding of NPOs to where they are, which is part and parcel in there's a chapter there on the transformation. We have seen that, yes, indeed, the NPOs, bigger NPOs, they still get money, and you can't stop that because the services are still rendered in those areas, and the needs in the areas are the same as the other area. This is based on the issues that the rate of the NPO funding budget increase is very low. In 2018, we did a study that indicated that we need over 9.2 billion to be able to fund to fund NPOs adequately. Therefore, the increase or the rate or the percentage of increase of the number of new NPOs that you can take on board each year is very slow. It ranges between 1.5 to 2% increase per province. But recently we have seen the Treasury cutting budget in all 9 provinces, not necessarily cutting the budget for NPO funding. That has got an impact in terms of that. It's something that as a country and as a department we are worried about, but we have tried in many ways to lobby our donors in the private sector to assist those NPOs that are upcoming that need to be funded. We have seen some increase in other provinces for those NPOs entrance into the funding area, but the rate of increase to those is very poor, and we acknowledge that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Let me get Isabella to respond to matters pertaining to Program 4. Isabella?
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members.
Sorry, there is an echo. If there can be a muting from CVS.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members, once more. And I want to start, members, by appreciating the questions that have been raised and, the wisdom that comes from the floor. I want to start with the question on Sinovuyo, the impact that it is making. Let me start by saying that Sinovuyo Teen Parenting Program, it supports the caregivers in developing positive parenting skills and behavior management. And it is also there to ensure that it builds on existing positive parenting practices, culture, and values. And I must say that, honorable members, we've heard from the people themselves who benefited from this program when we were opening the Child Protection Week and when we were closing it. We had to get people who are benefiting from this program. I remember there was a mother and a daughter who gave testimonies and said that, you know, they did not have good relationships. They were not talking to each other. They were fighting always, and they had to go through this program. And the child was like, you know what, I'm able to talk to my mother. I'm able to understand what my mother is going through. I'm able to understand the budget in the family. And the mother was also saying that I've learned on how to communicate with my child, because if I don't communicate, you know, the child won't understand what is happening. So I might not be able to talk about the full scale, but the testimonies that we had from Western Cape and from Mpumalanga, it shows that, you know, the program, this program Sinovuyo, is really making a difference in the lives of the people. And it is important that we should really ensure that we upscale the program. Now, honorable members, coming back to the second question on institutions of higher learning, the partnership that we are having with institutions of higher learning on substance abuse. I must say that we all know that, you know, substance abuse is a big issue in the country. And the hard hit, you know, a generation is the youth. And that is why it is important that we made it very critical to partner with institutions of higher learning. And I must indicate that, you know, we're partnering with quite a number of partners, because substance abuse, we cannot deal with it on our own. We've got other government departments that we are working with. We've got civil society that we are working with. We've got faith-based organizations that we are working with. We've got traditional leaders, you know, that we are working with, because we understand that these people come from community, and we've also have community structures in the community that we are working with. Now, coming back to the issue of institutions of higher learning, currently we are working with more than 30 institutions of higher learning. And it is during this time that we are able, you know, to forge the relationship between ourselves. And there's, you know, that referrals that are being made, you know, from the institutions of higher learning to us. And we work very close as we do this. The local social development officers are there so that they can pick up, you know, the issues that young people are going through, or even those that are affected by substance, and be able, you know, to screen and refer them accordingly. Now, when coming to issue of testing of HIV, I must indicate that as the Department of Social Development, we are not testing for HIV. It's the responsibility of the Department of Health, you know, to test. But we're working very closely with the Department of Social Development. And here we're talking about the guidelines that we have developed to train our social service professionals so that they can be able, you know, to screen our people, you know, just to determine the high-risk behavior, and you know, be able to prepare them to be able, you know, to accept to go, you know, for testing, and also to prepare them, you know, for the outcome, what we call the pre and the post, you know, counseling. That's exactly the role that we are doing here. Now, when coming to slide number 40, in terms, I think I want to take it is the training on the issue of adoption. It's not only those provinces that we are training. I'm sure members are quite aware that this is a recurring target that has been there, I think, for 2 to 3 years. And therefore, we train as per need, you know, when the provinces are telling us that there is a need for them, you know, to be trained, because we know that sometimes we need to really, we cannot train all the people at the same time because of intensity of the training. So we'll keep on training, you know, the people on this. So it's not only restricted to those provinces. And when coming to issue of how the NGOs that receive education, I want to take that the education, it cuts across all the programs. And when we do the education, we're not specifically focusing on the DSD, but you know, our target is all the social service practitioners or professionals, you know, whether they are in government or whether they are in NGO, even in other government departments, you know, we train them so that they can be able, you know, to implement what is expected from them. Let me check if I've missed the other questions. I've received some of the questions from Honorable Nhlongo, what lessons can we learn from the HIV 1990 strategy? We are saying that the 1990 strategy, it has proven to be working, because the first 90 is, that people must know about their status, and the second one is, once they know, we have to increase the number of people that are knowing their status, that are willing to be tested. And once they have tested, we need the third one is those that are on treatment. 90% must be on treatment so that their viral should be suppressed. And we are saying that we are learning from this because let's say, for example, for GBV, for people or gender-based violence and femicide, if people take ownership and say that I'm having a problem, at least it's a starting point. We are able to help those people, and they'll be able, to work on their behavior. And at the same time, we can be able to even use them as ambassadors, because they understand, the problem, and they have been there, and people will be able, to listen to them. I'm not sure, Honorable Member, if I have really answered all the questions. I just want to check from my WhatsApp on the, sorry? From the Honorable Member in terms of the other programs. Yeah, the challenges that why we did not submit the policy on substance abuse to Cabinet is because it is a very controversial policy, members. It's not something, a policy that you can just take, to Cabinet without having, a consensus with all the state, not all, but the majority of critical stakeholders. And what is important, it has got cross-cutting issues. And, we had to also ensure that we have bilaterals with those departments that are having direct link in terms of the implementation. So one of the critical departments was the National Treasury. So we had to ensure that we really engage, even though we consulted broadly, but we engaged them on bilateral, so that when we take this policy to Cabinet, we don't have issues. We have a consensus in terms of, what the policy positions that we have put in the policy. Yes, I think I have tried to answer all the questions. The issue of the rehabilitation centers, public rehabilitation centers that we are having, we've got 13 in the country, and some of the rehabilitations are rendered by NGO sector. So for government, it's only 13, but we're working very closely with the NGO sector. Whether there are many, there's enough that we are having. Of course, they are not enough given, the challenge that we are facing, but currently the government has got 13. Then I will pause. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, if I may, this is Brenda Sibeka to answer some of the questions around the Social Grants Program 3. There was, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. There were questions asked around I think 2 or 3 questions around the top-up and the foster care grant related to the legislation. Members will recall that when we were doing the amendment to the Social Assistance Act, the intent was, in fact, to increase the top-up grant take-up and thereby reduce the foster care grant take-up. It wasn't about saving money. It was more about creating more consistent and reliable income support to those children who were not in need of care in the classical sense of facing things like abuse and neglect and so on. Because prior to the legislation, what was going on is that children who were orphaned and were staying with relatives were in the same queue with children who are in dire need of placement in the foster care system because of being in harm's way in the places where they were staying and needing to be put into foster care. The result of that was, because the queue was so long, children who are desperate and needed urgent support were in the same with children who were not in need of care, were not in danger, but they were placed with families who are just struggling financially. The idea then was to separate those two children so that those who are in harm's way, who are needing care, who are being neglected or abused in some ways, can go into the foster care system. But obviously, it's very important then that the foster parents get assessed to make sure that they are suitable to look after those children. And that process requires social workers, and it also requires the court order to be issued. That's a very long process. Whereas the children who were in extended families but have lost their parents did not need to, we thought that it would be better for those children to rather be supported in terms of the income need by providing the top-up grant, but not necessarily making them go through the foster care system. So hence the provision of that top-up grant. The reason, the take-up is higher, yes, because that's the intent, but it's not as high as we would have wanted. And part of the reason is that the two pieces of legislation are meant to work in tandem, the Social Assistance Amendment Act and the Children's Amendment Act. But as members are aware, the Children's Amendment Act took a bit longer to amend, and the regulations are still being developed. Have not been passed. So as a result of that, there are still social workers who are not necessarily referring children who would ordinarily go into the top-up grant. They are still referring them to the foster care system. So there's a bit of a time lag in implementation, but we expect over time for these things to start matching. So we don't necessarily see this as trying to save money. It's more about prioritizing the children who are in harm's way to go into the foster care system and make sure that they don't stand in the same queue with children who are not in need of care, but also dealing with the issues of income support for those families that are taking on children that are not their own children. So that's the intent in terms of that legislation. With regards to the question around the disability, the medical assessment review, the review we're doing there did not differentiate between temporary and long-term disability. It was more about the extent to which the rules and the procedures and the processes that are meant to be applied in determining eligibility for disability are actually being applied correctly. And so in that regard, then the findings were then shared with SASSA. Some of the findings, for example, were things such as, because some doctors are meant to use the disability criteria form in order to identify whether the person is this category or that category of disability and whether or not they qualify for the grant. In some instances, a person might not meet all of the criteria, but they would still award a disability or indicate that the person should be awarded a disability. Sometimes it's a question of someone being very, very poor, and therefore the doctors themselves might feel a sense of, if I dump this person, I don't give them anything, and I don't say that they're disabled, they might not actually get a grant. But so some of those things, and in some instances, some of the signatures and administration documents and all of that might not be filled correctly and those sorts of things. But it's primarily a lot of the administrative things that needed to be tightened up at SASSA. And we've advised them about some of those findings and asked them to then, in the current iteration, to make sure that these things are dealt with. In fact, because it's such a high-risk area both from the perspective of the doctors who might feel pity for somebody who's applying for a disability grant when actually they're not really disabled, but they're just really poor, might feel that let me rather award. And in that instance, we are now in this year also going to do further regions to check the size and the extent to which this problem permeates other regions. But so the findings so far indicate that there are some problems, some challenges that need to be addressed, and we have shared these with SASSA, and we'll be looking at the extent to which they are applying those findings in terms of responding to the audit results. On the question of the appeals tribunal and why we didn't achieve the numbers that we achieved, I did indicate that last year was the first year of implementing the Amendment Act. And the Amendment Act also introduced a new process for appointing the appeals tribunal members, which meant we had to first go through the parliamentary process in order to be able to appoint the appeals tribunal members. They have been appointed, they have since started doing the work on our stock. So we do have an appeals tribunal in place at the moment. However, in addition to dealing with that, remember we also had a new thing happening, which is the SRG grant. Because it keeps being billed or stated to us as a temporary grant, we have not been able to create a permanent capacity to to be able to deal with appeals relating to the SRG grant. So that's additional work that has come onto the department without us being able to really build the extra capacity for that. So that's one of the challenges that we've been facing in regard to dealing with appeals, and this one specifically because it's appeals that are electronic in nature. They don't work like the other appeals where people submit documents and so, where we get documents and so on from SASSA. So there's also that challenge that we've been facing in terms of the size of appeals that we're experiencing. But I must say that in the current year, now that we sort of started to stabilize, we have an appeals panel in place, we're starting to see quite a significant improvement in the number of appeals that we're dealing with. But I must also assure members that even the 57% does not mean we did not deal with all the appeals. We did deal with all of the appeals that were due for last year. The only thing that we did not do was not to do them within the 90-day turnaround period. So some of them took longer than 90 days to do, but all of them were done. And I must indicate that in the 97% or more than 97% of the cases where these appeals come, the finding from the appeals tribunal, which is an independent panel, is that in fact SASSA's original decision to not give a grant was accurate. So in those 3% where then they are required to, we find that SASSA might have erred in deciding not to grant the grant and have a turnaround time for SASSA. We report to them to say, you must pay the grant, and they have a 1-month turnaround time by which they must repay the grant. So anyone who was falsely deny the grant will get their grant back, and our turnaround time is that within 3 months you must decide, and then after that you must notify SASSA, and SASSA must pay them back within a month. So we have tried to make sure that by the end of the year, all of the appeals that we get have been dealt with, even though we might not be able to do the turnaround time. But as I'm saying, this year we've really made significant improvements in this regard, because a lot of things that we were on a steep learning curve on last year, because we're implementing a new legislation, is now starting to stabilize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brenda. And myself and Brenton will take the last bit. So on the interpretation of my comments with regards to the grants, I do want to confirm that the honourable member's interpretation is in fact incorrect. And I will advise, I'll ask Brenton to unpack that a little bit more. I do want to say though that also the assumption that we can't be interested in the grant payments is also incorrect. We are completely interested in the grant payments. In fact, if you look at when we first start fighting for grant recipients to get money from the Treasury, including the increases, etc., we are at the forefront of that work. So we have complete interest in the grant recipients from the time we get the money from the Treasury to the time when the grant recipient has the money with them, whether they draw it through banks, ATMs, or otherwise. We have an interest. The recent challenges that we face as a country, insofar as the technical glitch, you would recall, we were in the front line working daily, day and night with the Post Bank, trying to find solutions to the challenges that we face. So we have a very significant moral responsibility. The grant recipients who are recipients of grants carry a SASSA card. And these are the most vulnerable people in society, at least from an aspect of looking at it in terms of them being poor. Our department has the mandate of care and protection. And therefore, there is just no way possible that we cannot take an interest, that we cannot be involved. We are completely involved. We work on a daily basis with all stakeholders in this regard, and we want to make sure, and that's why I indicated that SASSA's motto is paying the right grants to the right person at the right time, every time. And I think we do that to the best. So I want Brenton to further unpack it though. Yeah.
Thanks, DG. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members. I think and again, just as DG says, not that we don't care, because we do care, and I think the fact that we were seized with this challenge in the last month is demonstration that we do care when something goes wrong in the country's payment systems. But I think it's also very important that one does also recognize where roles and responsibilities and accountability eventually rests. And this has already been well cleared in legislation, as well as declaratory orders issued by both the High Court and the Supreme Court. And just to give a sense, SASSA uses the exact same, and often this is asked, that civil servants gets paid every month, but grant beneficiaries have to suffer. SASSA uses the exact same payment system that we use to pay public servants. We use the Purcell system, and we pay grants without fail for the last couple of decades. There's never been a delay in the payment of social grants. Those grants are processed into the bank accounts of individuals in the same way salaries are processed into the bank accounts of civil servants on the 15th and the end of the month. And we use exactly the same system. Now, it is deemed that a grant is paid once the money, in the same way your salary is paid once your money is put into your bank account, a grant is paid once the money is put into a bank account. And I'm just going to read a short excerpt from a High Court judgment which sought a declaratory order on this. But it says, furthermore, it is common cause that neither SASSA nor the Minister of Social Development is extended regulatory powers under the Act, and there they're referring to Social Assistance Act and the SASSA Act, that would empower them to regulate and impose rules and restrictions relating to electronic payments. Such powers are deferred to the SARB, and then they go into the details around how two banks clears money between themselves. So I think it's very important to recognize that the failures that happened in September were transactional errors that occurred between two banks, the bank that owns the ATM or the point of sale device, and the post bank who the beneficiaries' funds were placed. And that is essentially where the failure happened. It did not happen within the payment system of SASSA. But again, as the DG said, when such failures happen, and it's not just Postbank, we've had challenges with other banks as well. And when that happens, we engage the sector, we engage the banking industry. Almost every month we have meetings with the banking industry because we are a key player within the national payment system. And we do want to see that the country's payment system does work optimal and effective for our clients. And it does pain us, obviously, when our clients suffer from any inconvenience caused by any challenges or electronic challenges within the payment system. Honorable Chair, I think there's another question, and I know it's a SASSA-related question, but I think I could quickly deal with it. That's I think Honorable Abrams raised around the payment of Postbank. So the amount that accrued, that we've recorded as an accrue on our financial statements, it's not interest. It is just basically because we haven't paid Postbank. So in accounting terms, if you know you owe someone money, but you haven't made the payment, you then record it as an accrued amount on your financial statements. And then the question was, how much have we eventually paid them? So for the 6 months that Postbank has had this contract from October to April, in the last financial year, we've paid them about 517 million rands, which is roughly 86 million rands a month. In terms of the penalties, we have deducted the penalties of those payments in the months where there was a need to penalize them. But according to the contract, they do have the right to dispute penalties, and they have raised disputes, and that is obviously a process that has to unfold. But we have withheld all penalties that we believe is just, and hence haven't paid that over. Thanks.
Thanks, Brenton. CEO, you want to add anything to that? Sure. Okay. So let me just wrap up with the one or two responses as well. There was a question around, well, firstly, I want to thank the Honourable Member for confirming herself that the 15 billion rand underspending is actually not true. I appreciate the fact that Honourable Members confirm that the authority to determine where savings go does not lie with the Minister. It does not lie with the Minister of Social Development, so it is not possible that she could have given the directive or guidance to that effect in terms of determining where that money would go. In fact, that determination and the final sort of determination on this particular matter sits with Parliament. It's the Minister of Finance who makes recommendations to Cabinet. Cabinet make the recommendations to Parliament, and our honourable members of Parliament would be the one who pass the appropriations bill. And therefore, appropriations were passed by Parliament upon the recommendations placed by the Minister of Finance. And so that matter is a matter that falls within the auspices of Parliament in terms of those determinations based on the recommendations from the Minister of Finance. I would actually like to get a copy of the documents that the honourable member says that she has, including the source of the document, so we can provide adequate guidance to this effect as it relates to the law. I would also like to indicate that the reasons why there has been delays or the scope matter, there is a meeting that has now been scheduled, and our hope is that the scope matter will be closed or during that meeting that will take place in the next few days, I believe it is. On the issue of compensation of employees in terms of the increase, it is because of the cost of living adjustments that were made by government. So all government departments have to use. There's no new money provided. They have to use their allocations within that financial year. On the issue of projections, we can surely provide this at the next reports when we deal with quarterly reports. And then there was also a question pertaining to, okay, I dealt with that. There is one matter I'd like to close off with the Honourable Chair and sort of respond to. I had the time, the opportunity to just open the Oxford Dictionary very quickly, and it gives a definition of the word treason. It says treason is a crime of betraying one's country in an attempt to overthrow the government. I just want to highlight, Honourable Chair, that in terms of that definition, no one in the Department of Social Development portfolio has committed any form of treason. I want to state that on record. We are doing the opposite, actually. We've been protecting the state, protecting our people, and safeguarding our policies. We've been working hard towards that end. We may not be perfect, but what we are doing is doing our best to serve the people of the Republic with passion, with diligence. We do that all the time. And it was this very meeting in the Portfolio Committee, and I suspect that the AG may have spelled this out quite clearly in their report, because I've read the AG's report, and the AG's report highlights that there is a significant improvement in the work of this department and its portfolio. It's there, it's clear. So I'm trying to find the correlation between an improvement, which the AG has highlighted, versus treason. We have not committed any treason in terms of the definition of treason, and it's a little difficult to sort of understand that particular aspect. I thought, let me make the point so that we can be on the same understanding in terms of the actual use of the word treason and the context with which the AG has presented its report in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands for now. Can we then go straight to SASSA now?
CEO?
A very good afternoon, Chair, to you and to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I am going to ask CPO to flight our presentation. We are going to work through this together. We'll try, Chair, to keep it as high level as possible in light of the amount of time that has been taken already. I will do the contextual analysis, and CPO, who's standing in the space of the EM responsible for strategy, will then take us through the rest of the presentation, and the CFO will go through the financial side. Thank you very much, Chair CPO. Thank you very much, Chair. I will not go through the purpose per se because it's basically standard, but I'll try and highlight issues that are related to the contextual analysis. As we always indicate, Chair, as per our defined framework, is we're responsible. Our core business is to provide social assistance to eligible South Africans who are unable to support themselves and their dependents, with the goal of alleviating poverty. Our operations are affected by a number of issues which then impact on whether the numbers that we deal with increase or actually decrease. There's an issue that was spoken about earlier on in terms of how do we deal with the issue of projections. So when the year begins, we would normally make projections in terms of how much grants are we going to do, and then it would depend on the processing, but also on what it is that we have as walk-in customers, including those that would be connecting to us digitally to be able to access grants. The unemployment rate in our country stood at 32.9% at the end of the first quarter. This increased the demand for SASSA services. This represented a 0.2% compared to the fourth quarter of 2022. We also have a responsibility to deal with natural disasters, and this we do in support of other structures that would exist in the different municipalities, but also in the provinces. We had quite a number of challenges in KZN, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape, which were areas that were worse affected in terms of disasters. And again, it's important to highlight that this work we do in support of the jobs that would exist on the ground, and it's not the kind of work that we do on our own. So we're part of the team in terms of delivering on this particular mandate. The next slide, Sipho. Sipho.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So the other challenges that have impacted on the work that we do have had to do with the load shedding that has impacted on all of us, but more so with us in relation to being able to deliver a service to our customers. We currently have a huge program of looking at what alternative mechanisms can we put in place to make sure that we deliver value to our customers, even during the time when we have load shedding. The persistent reduction of budgets, notwithstanding the fact that we also have had to look at how do we improve on some of the allocations that we have to make sure that we deliver on the expectations also from National Treasury, particularly with regards to the SRD 350 in particular. The technical challenges we had impacted a hell of a lot on our beneficiaries, and we've been working together with both the departments to look at how do we fix these issues holistically and not have these kinds of problems in future. Working particularly closely with Postbank because it's our responsibility to make sure that we provide oversight and that they deliver on what it is that they need to deliver on with regards to this. And we really are sorry on the impact that it has had, particularly on the elderly, because those were the people that were affected on the 5th and the 6th when the challenge actually started. Despite all these challenges, we continue to be able to disperse the grants with regards to the previous financial year. It was 202 billion, which represented the growth of approximately 0.82%. As indicated in the past, 30.2 billion was what we dispersed on the COVID-19 SRD grant, which has reduced from 10.5 million people that we dispersed grants to during the time of COVID to now 8.5 million after having looked at the demands exerted by National Treasury and what we needed to do to make sure that not only do we improve the systems, but we also look at how we need to reduce the leakages that existed in the past. Overall, we pay more than 27.3 million beneficiaries monthly, which is about 45% of the population who are dependent on social transfers. And I must say that this is one of the issues that we're able to talk to globally in terms of the impact that this is having, just to safeguard, provide some kind of safety net for our people, particularly with reference to where we are as a country with the lack of jobs and the challenges that we face as a country, notwithstanding that some of these grants may not be able to achieve, to reach people in terms of the lower income bound with regards to particularly with regards to child support grant. We continue to engage National Treasury to look at what it is that we can do differently to improve on the allocations that we actually have. Sipho?
I'm here. Excuse me, CEO. Sorry, Chairperson. Can the presentation please be flighted in presentation mode to make it bigger? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sipho, please put it on presentation mode.
I think it's just a Brenton help me, because I think it's just the 2 slides here. It's not that it's not. It is on the slideshow, just that it's showing the 2 slides on the one screen. And is it still on not on slideshow?
You must increase the font.
Sipho will make the changes to increase the font. He is about to start basically doing the presentation and can do so on his side. But this is basically to talk to the programs that we have. As we know, we have 2 programs. The first program being on the administration side, where we have a number of business units that we focus on, and program 2 being the benefits administration and support, which basically focuses on the core business, which is actually the grants. As I will hand over to Sipho to complete the rest of the presentation, and then the CFO will come in on the financial side. Thank you very much, Chair. And Sipho will look at the first few slides at a high level so that we can give the portfolio committee sufficient time for us to be able to engage. Thank you very much, Chair. Sipho?
Thank you so much, CEO. I will try, CEO. I don't know why it's appearing as it's not on a slideshow. On my side, it is. But if you don't mind, let me just go quickly, because I believe the members also do have the presentation, so that we save on time rather than dealing with technical issues. Thank you very much, CEO. And indeed, we will definitely be very, very quick and a bit high level, Honorable Chair, to save on the time and to allow members to engage on the SASSA presentation. We do have a longer presentation, but our presentation, Honorable Chair, I will just take the high level part of it, which is at least up to slide number 15, 15, and then the rest of the detailed information will be there. It is there in the presentation for consumption by members as well. But because of time, we'll then straight go into the financial issues from slide number 45, and then give it to CFO without wasting much time. I'm being assisted quickly. Come up. I'm being assisted, CEO, just to deal with that issue of the Yeah. Okay. Let's just close it quickly. I think it's the second slide. Yes, the second slide. Okay. No, it's okay, CEO. Let's try and work on it this way. The CEO has already spoken to the programs. The programs, and the second program is the program that the AG was speaking to in the morning in terms of SASSA audit, Honorable Chair. And also then we are sharing with the honorable members the performance of SASSA, at least in the past 3 audited years. The AG spoke to the last year as well in terms of the 76%, the 73 in the previous year, and 74 in 2020, 2021. And the diagram, Chair, just shows the progression in terms of the key milestones in each year to say when you start the year, in your 6 months period, in your 9 months, and how do you arrive to the final performance of 76%. And if we look at this slide alone, just give the summary of the year that we are here about, which is the 2022-23, the 76%, Honorable Chair, that speaks to the APP that was tabled to Parliament as approved by the Minister. It had 34 targets, and out of the 34 targets, 26 of those, Honorable Chair, were fully achieved. That does make the 76%. And that 76% comes from the 2 programs, which they contributed equally 76% of each. And then we get the 76, which is the overall. And then that small diagram at the bottom, it speaks now again to the 4 outcomes that SASSA identified in the beginning of the strat plan to deliver on the commitments that were made to the 6th administration, which is your reduced level of poverty, our primary outcome, economic transformation, our contribution, improved customer experience, and lastly, improved organizational efficiencies. And in terms of those 4, the work that we have done, the 76% is spread in this fashion to say, in terms of our primary, 86%, our contribution to economic transformation. We had about 2 indicators there, Honorable Chair, and all of them were realized. And the customer experience, there was 86% performance there. And in terms of the organizational efficiencies, there was a 68%, and that's where our 76% comes from. And then this is slide number 9, Chair. Like I have said, I'm just going to present to you, Chair, and the honorable members, slide 9 to slide number 15, which summarizes both the performance of SASSA in terms of the 76%, as well as the indicators or targets that were not realized. Those 8 indicators, also including some reasons why those were not fully achieved, Honorable Chair. And after that, we'll then go straight into the CFO to present the financial report. In terms of program 1, Chair, we have already said that it was 76% that was achieved, and we've got legends there that indicates that anything that is in the slide and it's green, it means that we have met the target as planned, and if it is blue, it means that the target was overachieved. So you will see 2 colors in the first few slides, and thereafter then we deal with those that were not fully achieved. And the first 3, Chair, the first one, it deals with the issue that the minister was speaking about in the morning, the issue of unqualified audit. And from 2019 all the way, Chair, 21, 22, CFO will deal with 22, 23, and we got our unqualified opinion from the AG in terms of annual financial statements. And we will deal with the issue of the performance information when the CFO comes and presents. And then the second one, we talking about the average cost of administering social assistance. And for the period that we're reporting, Chair, it was 22 Rand against a target of, the target was to have it kept below 37 Rand. And by the end of the year, it gave us a calculation, because this we do it on a monthly basis, and it gave us an average of 22 rand. And this, Chair, it includes both the normal grants as well as the COVID SRD grant. And in terms of the administration cost, we also kept it, and the cap is 5%. And by the end of the year, the actual expenditure against the social assistance budget, Chair, was 3.1%. And then the next target, Chair, was around the social assistance debts, which is a done, Chief Honorable Chair. And this year we are able to drop it by at least 345 million, which includes a 334 approval that was granted by National Treasury to write off on social assistance, and the rest came from actual recovery from the debtors. And then the next one, it's 95% of current financial misconduct cases, Chair, that were finalized within 120 days against a target of 75%. And that was an overachievement as well. And then around the fraud and corruption cases as well, the target, Chair, was 80%, and we're able to do 96% by the end of the financial year, which is 469 cases that were investigated and closed by the end of the financial year. And then the number 7 deals with the labor relation cases as well. And out of the target of 60%, we're able to do 79%, which is 227 cases against 287 which were received. And then number 8, it deals with the vacant funded positions that at any given point in time for SASSA to deliver on its mandate, we need to at least have 90% of the warm bodies to assist us deliver, and we're able to have at least 96% of the entire funded positions filled, Honorable Chair. And then this slide then concludes program 1, which number 1 deals with the issue of procurement spent through SMMEs and cooperatives. And for this financial year, Honorable Chair, we're able to contribute 9% of the goods and services budget was spent through SMMEs and cooperatives, which is 334 million against a 3.7 billion. And then the next one, it's around the issue of web-based, around the issue of software, and around the issue of automation, Honorable Chair. And we are saying for the financial year, we're able to do the web-based front-end solution that was implemented to ensure that we integrate our online system with the software for processing of the child support grant, the foster care grant, and the old age grant. Then the issue of the interfaces, Honorable Chair, that we do during our verification, particularly when we do the COVID-19 grant, we had to establish those with various government departments through the API, and this we're able to do with COCTA, with the UIF, and as well as the GEPF. This is done, Chair, to make sure that we pay eligible beneficiaries. I know already there's a question that was raised, Chair, which will be dealt with in terms of those who were not who received it and they were not supposed to. Suspected fraud was also detected and referred to relevant stakeholders. Here we're talking about when a fraud has been detected, it will then be given to grant administration, it will be given to SAP or Postbank, or it will be dealt with the issues of the banks in terms of doing corrective action. And then lastly, within program 1, it is around the issue of communication, Chair, where we communicate with beneficiaries. Specifically, the issues that we put in the APP are issues that communicate with beneficiaries in terms of customer communication, in terms of organizational reputation, and as well as strategic intervention. Then around program 2, Chair, the first thing we needed to measure was to measure approved grants, social grants, against the number of applications that we process. On average, SASSA process between 1.6 to 2 million every year, Chair. And for this year, we processed about 1.8, and out of that 1.6 grants were approved. which is an overachievement against the target of 1.2 million. And again, the issue of the 18.29 that the minister spoke to, that the CEO has already spoken to it. Our target, Honorable Chair, was 18,931, and we're able to do this at 99.5. And yes, it is made green. It is claimed as an achievement because it is within the 5% variance that is allowed when you deal with projections. And then the third one, the under ones, Chair, our target was to have at least 65% of the eligible children. And for this year, we're able to at least be above the 65, which is 66%. And we will, I think when we presented in the past to the committee presenting the APP, we discussed it to say the eligible here, it does not speak to the population of the under ones, because the population, Honorable Chair, is more than 1.2 million, but the 776,000 that is presented here is the eligible. So we are talking, or we're targeting 65% of the 776. And then number 4, Chair, it's the COVID-19 SRD grant applications, which on the side of SASSA, the target was to say process all applications, and processing was defined, Chair, and we indicated it to the committee when presented the APP to say we only going to report on those that we processed, validated, and they've got either a declined status or an approved status. And we can say, Chair, that 13.8 million by the end of March 2023 were processed, and all of them had the status of declined and approved. And you will see that in the table that is included in the summary or in the detail, Honorable Chair, we indicate exactly the 8.5 that the CEO has spoken about to say those were approved, and the 5.3 that were declined, and all of those things in the details, Honorable Chair. And then 99% of reported disasters were responded to within 48 hours. Also, the CEO has spoken to the issue of the SRD, the disasters that are happening across the country, and how SASSA services are spread. And here we're talking about every time there's a disaster, SASSA is notified in writing, and the response, Honorable Chair, is on the basis of that written request that has been submitted to SASSA within the specified period of 48 hours. And then number 6, the number of online applications. You will remember that, Chair, with the introduction of the online applications, we, especially during COVID, and we are continuing when we want to intensify this so that citizens can be able to apply whilst at home with their smartphones, their tablet, and all other things. And for this year, we're able at least to get about 22,000 on the platform that were done, and about 17,000 of those were done within the 10 days as it was targeted. And then the inquiries, Honorable Chair, also there's the issue of the inquiries and disputes, which is more on the customer care, and we target this on an annual basis, which even the AG has actually emphasized to say these are core business issues and they must remain in the APP. And for this particular period, Honorable Chair, about 98% of the inquiries that were received, because the inquiries, there is a system that are captured into, and some of them, when the system is not working, there are registers, and all of those, Honorable Chair, and all of those were done. And by the end of the year, we're able to report those 98%. And the queue management system, we intensified it this year, and we're continuing in the MTF period. We are actually gradually increasing the numbers to more than the 23 that we're talking about here in the outer years, Honorable Chair. And then number 10, we're talking about the social grants payment. CEO spoke about the technical issues, but from the side of SASSA, in terms of the transfers, Honorable Chair, we are glad to say the transfers were made, and were made to about 100%, which is actually about 99.9%. And those smaller percent, it's actually on the basis of either the failed verification with the banks, or banks account are closed and stuff like that, but it is a very small portion from the side of SASSA. And then the social grants monitored on a monthly basis. And again, in the detail, Honorable Chair and the members, you will be able to see that when we monitor on a monthly basis, the payment of grants across the platforms, that is movement from the SAPO and the Mzansi card, people moving towards their own banks. And the numbers are shown nicely in the 12 months to show that there's a decrease from the SAPO side and there's an increase on the commercial banks. And then the SLA, the monitoring of the SLA, focusing on provision of dignity services, payment of all beneficiaries, and around that monitoring, we have noticed that there's risk scheduling allowed for reasons outside SAPO's control, functional infrastructure during payment, and start and finishing times. Those are the critical things that we look at every time we go to the payment during the payment cycle. And then the last one, Honorable Chair, it is the reduction of the open cash pay points in the provinces where they still exist. And we still have a few, and during this financial year, we're able to reduce them by 52%, which is 341. And these were in the different regions or provinces. Eastern Cape were reduced by 136, Free State were reduced by 6, Gauteng were reduced by 1, KZN 97, and there was 101 in Limpopo. And we can explain this, Chair, to say a reduction in this case. We are talking about where beneficiaries are paid on open cash, on open plan, or the word that is being used in the street, or the word that is used in most of the time is to say people are paid under the tree. And then when we say we reduce it, Chair, the first thing that we do, we look for an alternative place within the communities, a permanent structure, and we move the pay point into that, and we count that as a reduction. Secondly, if we bring a temporary structure on the day of payment, including obviously the shelter, as well as the ablution facilities, seating arrangements, and everything, those we count them as have been reduced. They are not an open cash pay point. And then the 8 that were not fully realized, Honorable Chair. Within Program 1, we're talking about the financial misconduct cases, and the reasons that some of the reasons AG dealt with, particularly those of Program 2, Honorable Chair, but for Program 1, we will deal with it. Here, the misconduct cases where there were delays in the investigation, resolution, and implementation of disciplinary corrective measures due to complexity of some of the cases. The CAO will emphasize when it does the financial report. And then again, in terms of the local offices improvement, because this is a project that we have taken it very serious as SASSA from the previous year, this year going forward, we want to improve the local offices for ensuring that the beneficiaries are served under conditions that are humane. And unfortunately, we were able to do 13 out of the 18 that we had targeted ourselves. And the reasons are as per the different provinces, Honorable Chair, because these offices are in the different provinces. You can see that in some instances, like your Eastern Cape, there was poor performance by service provider, leading to a termination of the contract. And in Mpumalanga, there was delays in finalization of tenant installations. Again, in the Northwest and Northern Cape, there were delays by landlords in signing of the SLAs. And then lastly, the cancellation of bids due to non-compliance also in the Northwest. And those are the reasons that led into us not realizing 100% of the 18. And then the last 2 of Program 1, the one is on the PPR. In fact, both of them, Honorable Chair.
I can tell you, if you choose me to you, boss,
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mehdi, please.
Sorry.
Mute, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The last 2 on Program 1, they relate to the PPR, which is the re-engineering process that the SASSA we going through. It actually deals with the issues of the business processes as well as the development of the organizational structures. in line with the proposals of the BPR, Honorable Chair. But then both of them were delayed due to consultation process. And you will notice that at least the structures, organizational structures, the draft of them and the operating model were developed. However, it was the issue of approval that was pending, and the approval was actually part of the things that needed to be done to claim it as an achieved target. And then there's the 4 in terms of the core business, Honorable Chair, and this is the last slide. The first one, Honorable Chair, it's around the turnaround time on the processing of grant applications through the face-to-face interaction. Remember, when we're dealing with those that we have fully achieved, we're talking about the online applications. And here, this one was not fully realized because the target was a 95 and we only managed 89% of the face-to-face. And the reasons are covered in what the CEO has already spoken to, Honorable Chair, that the issues around the load shedding and that impact also on the availability of the network, they all contributed in terms of us not able to receive our target of 95. And then the customer satisfaction survey, Honorable Chair, we were able to conduct the survey. We completed it across the 9 provinces. However, there was a critical element of developing a service delivery improvement plan. And that service delivery improvement plan was not completed by the end of March, which was something that was then moved to the first quarter of this financial year. And that was the reason why it could not be completed. And then the CSG top-up, members have already spoken to it. And here, from the admin point of view, Honorable Chair, it was around the issue of the late promulgation of the regulation, which meant that our first quarter, we lost it because if we were to be specific, it was at the end of May. And then we then only started with the training of the people in June going forward. And therefore we're unable, Honorable Chair, to realize the target as stipulated in the APP. And the last one was on the biometric solution implemented in terms of the agreement with labor, which was the 4 local offices, and the agreement and the pilot, Honorable Chair, was to cover these 4 offices so that we satisfy ourselves and labor to say this work is it additional or not to the employees, because part of the work that we needed to do was to do time and motion studies, but unfortunately all of this could not happen, Chair. We're unable to get a service provider to support and maintain the data as it's being captured, and we went out on tender 3 times, and every time we go out, we get a non-responsive. We look at the terms of reference, we review them, we go out, and we failed 3 times. But Honorable Chair, it is something that is in the current financial year, and it is going to be already delivered from the second quarter, which is October, going forward. And then, Chair, as I close, I have said that I will do until slide number 15, and from slide number 18, Chair. If I do slide number 18, I will be repeating myself, except that it is showing the linkage between the work that we have done, Honorable Chair, with the outcome, which is the 4 outcomes that we have identified, as well as the impact we want to make or the impact that we have made into our communities. And that's the only difference, Honorable Chair. Otherwise, the plan target as well as the status speaks exactly to the 15 slides that we have presented to you. And this information, we are presenting it to the members so that they can consume it during the meeting, or even ask questions and we can respond to them. Otherwise, then the CFO will take it from slide number 44. Sorry, slide number 45, which is the financial performance, starting with this slide, Honorable Chair, if that is in order with you, unless the Honorable Chair has a different view and the CEO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, CFO.
Honorable members, Minister, and Acting DG, and the CEOs. I will be able to take the committee through the financial performance for the year 22-23, starting with this slide. This slide, you will see, Chair, that on the COE, which is the composition of employees, on the composition of employees, you could see that we performed at 99%, which is just a percentage under. Under goods and services, there's an 8% underspending. I think of note, which I'll speak to in the following slide, is that the 42% of your SASSA budget on goods and services goes to the handling fees, which is servicing the contract that we had with Post Office and Post Bank. So that is 42%, around 1.7 billion rand, inclusive of the bank charges in that. This slide, Chair, I will at least guide the members that I'll come back to it on slide number 58. So link this slide with 58 because it would do indicate an underspending of or savings of about 296 million if you were to take this. So I will come back to it to say what has happened to the savings that we have accumulated in the year and under review. Next slide, please. The next slide, which slide number 47, Honorable Chairperson, just give you the split between Program 1 and Program 2. Program 1 is administration, and Program 2 is grant administration. So it is the repeat of the slide that I've already shared, which is slide number 46. We can take the next slide. Then the slide number 48. In the slide number 48, Chair, you will realize that we are giving you the sub-programs and the spending per sub-program. And in this instance, I can just comment on two sub-programs that have spent much lesser than what we anticipated. The one, it is the executive management at 71%. I think honorable members, when they go back to slide number 14, Mr. Zwane did brief the committee that the project around the BPR, we could not conclude on some of the elements. And the Program 1, where the executive management is, so we could not honor the payments on the BPR because of time delay, and some of the activities could not be concluded on time. The second one is the internal audit and risk management. The bulk of the amount that is there, which was not spent, where we spent it 85%, relates to the fraud management. Part of the work that was done by SIU through the proclamations that were issued by the president. At the time of the reporting program, we have not concluded as an entity the work of the SIU and honoring some of the invoices. Secondly, most of the work that is done within fraud management is done by SASSA employees. So there is no external outsourcing except where SIU is brought in to do additional work. So there has been savings. The third element that we have been in discussion, it is the issue of the department coming now with the inspectorate, just to be able to look at the synergy of work to be done between SASSA and the department in relation to the anti-fraud strategies and the implementation. So therefore, we will not commit all the funds that were available at that particular point. A portion of that amount was used actually within the internal audit just to do some of the anti-fraud strategies, which we could not conclude some of that work. So on this slide, I think that what's significant is those two that I needed to reflect on. In the next slide, which is slide number 49. So in the slide 49, we did in when we presented slide 49, please. Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Wani. So in slide number 49, what is more important is that when we presented the budget to the committee during 2022, we did indicate that we did not get any special allocation to administer the budget that was allocated to SASSA. It was a different thing that in allocated funding of about 500 million, but in 22-23, we're not allocated any funding. What it meant that we needed to follow and manage the budget very closely to avoid any potential overspending of the budget that we were allocated. The other issue, which is significant, what we need to do, coming from the year 21-22, we were given an additional amount in terms of the approval of the retained surplus of 756 million. And part of this amount, which we got from National Treasury as an approval, which is cash in the bank, we allocated to the admin cost for the 350. That's the reason that we could absorb some of the pressures during the year 22-23. I've already spoken about the last bullet around it, so we can just take slide number 50. On slide number 50, Chair, is that you will have noted that SASSA operations has been more of the hybrid in terms of engagement. So most of the meetings we defaulted actually to online meeting, and part of the work was done remotely. So therefore, it impacted some of the elements, which is the issue of traveling, accommodation, the use of stationery, because we had most of the submissions approved online, and we started to normalize what we thought is the gains from COVID-19. So we started now to implement some of the initiatives that come in. One of the issues which the department has already briefed the committee about was the issue of the toll-free number, the 0800 60 10 11, which since the establishment of SASSA, it was being catered for by the department. I think for operational efficiency, we had engagement with the department that it would be best suited to form part of the admin for SASSA, because the toll-free, it deals largely with the beneficiaries. And therefore, we have agreed that we should take over that. And we needed to start to cater for that. Because the contract was still running and we still had to really get the transfer of the contract from the department or the engagement with Telkom, we needed to make sure that we make an estimated calculation not to overcommit the agency, knowing very well that there is a contract that was coming into the books of the organization. The material underspending that we have incurred in the year 22-23 was the risk-adjusted approach that we dealt with the issue of the social assistance fees, which we call the cash ending fees. I did indicate that 1.7 billion, it is normally allocated to both the ending fees and the bank charges. I think it may be prudent that I brief the members that when you run the contract that we're running with Postbank and initially with SAPO, the cost for that service is driven by three main issues. So the first area that drives the cost around this contract is the choice of the beneficiary on how to access their benefit. So when we have a contract with Postbank, the contract that we have with Postbank initially with SAPO, which was transferred to Postbank effective 1 October, it has a segmented fee structure. So if a beneficiary was to go to a traditional cash pay point, will attract 189 rand per transaction. And if a beneficiary was to go to over the counter, going to a SASSA office, a SAPO office, or a Postbank outlet, it's attracting 73 rand. But if a beneficiary was to decide to draw their benefit from a merchant or go to an ATM, it will cost SASSA 7.14 rand. So from this kind of behavior, you will see that the cost is driven by the choice of a beneficiary. So if you make an assumption that less people will go over the cash pay point and more people go there, you're likely to have an over expenditure. And if ever then less people were to go to a different and less cost-effective arrangement, then you will have the savings. So that is the first one. The second thing is it is driven on the numbers that are with Postbank. So the higher the numbers that are serviced by Postbank, the higher the cost that will be incurring as SASSA. So we need to keep on in check of the numbers and the movement, because that choice, it is the choice of a beneficiary, whether a beneficiary want to be paid into a bank account of their choice, or they want to opt on a contract that we have with SAPO or Postbank now. So that is the second area. The third area of fees is linked to what one would say the fee structure, which is applicable at that point. The fee structure that we're currently implementing is a fee structure that existed during the year 21-22. So we should have negotiated the new fees with SAPO during the year 21-22. In 22-23, which is the year that we're reporting, we'll have had a new fee structure in place. But that process was not concluded until the contract was transferred or ceded to Postbank, which for now, that negotiation is an ongoing process because of the difficulty in finding each other on the fee that need to be paid. So from the finance point of view, we needed to make sure that we have a risk-adjusted approach, because we do not have a firm figure of where the fee structure will end. And if it was to end higher than what we currently have, then we may have a potential shortfall. So it was prudent for us to be able to keep and manage the budget appropriately. I did spend a bit of time here because it is a material contract in terms of the spending, and it does impact either on the projected overspending or either on the projected underspending. Next slide. Thank you. On the next slide, which slide number 51, Chair, I've already dealt with the issue relating to the fraud investigation that I said it impacted it. Part of what we have said, a bit of funds around 7 million, was to look at finding resources to augment the work done by SASSA on the issue of the social assistance debt, which is SASSA is managing on behalf of the department. During the year 22-23, we could not conclude the appointment of service providers, which we term debt collectors. Those service providers started now coming in 23-24. I can give an example. The Eastern Cape one started work from the 1st of September. The KZN one started from the 1st of July. The Western Cape one also started later this year. The rest of the other regions are still in the procurement services. We did, from SASSA point of view, prioritize the two provinces, which is your KZN and also your Eastern Cape, primarily because of the materiality of the amount of debt they manage. So at the end of March 2023, you will have had KZN still managing about 284 million of debt, and you have the Eastern Cape managing around 75 million. So we decided that let's put more emphasis on getting the service providers coming in within those two provinces, and as a phased-in approach, bring the rest of the other ones. On the issue of the records management, which is SASSA is managing about 60 million records in terms of the documentation that we're managing. And we needed to go out on tender. We've gone to tender several times. And finally, we managed to get a service provider. And currently, we are engaged in contracting the service provider. I can indicate, yes, that there are court challenges relating to the contract that we currently busy negotiation in terms of the awarded bid. So we can confirm that we finally managed to award this tender. On the issue of the utilization of the fleet, because I've already indicated that most of the SASSA meetings they default into an online, given that SASSA has about 9 offices, regional offices, about 46 district offices, just under 400 local offices. So we have dealt with the issue of engagement through an online or a hybrid with a limited number of people meeting physically. So the traveling became less over the year 22-23. And that's what you saw, that there has been a reduction and the savings around the operations. On slide number 52, Chair, there's the slide 52, which is coming. So this slide, Chair, it just indicates the financial health. So what we wanted to show to the committee was whether SASSA is financially stable or not. And I did indicate that it is important that we manage the resources very closely. So when we ended the year 22-23, there was a savings or a surplus of 345 million, which is the first line that we use depicted there. But when you go to the SASSA bank balance, we closed the year with 1.9 billion of bank balance. Okay, but then we had to recalculate in terms of the instruction note what Treasury guided as the declaration of a cash surplus. So cash surplus need to be declared at the end of the audit period, which will be the 31st of July. So SASSA declared a cash surplus of 943. So the calculation is a simple calculation. You take the bank balance, you add the 13 million receivable, you minus just an amount that has been the current liabilities, which was about 983 million. And then you will end up with 943. Of the 943 million that we have, I can confirm that we did make a request to Treasury to keep back 651 million. Of the 943 million, we have asked to keep 651 to be able to conclude some of the work that was started and some of the areas that we could not conclude during the year. We have since received that approval from National Treasury. The 293 million that is indicated as funds to be surrendered to the National Revenue Fund will be paid to Treasury before the end of November. So in terms of what is required. So I can confirm that SASSA is financially stable in that regard. So let me deal quickly with the Auditor General, starting from slide number 54, Chair. So the outcome of the Auditor General is this is the summary of the outcome of the audit for SASSA. You will see that the green color, it just indicates that the financial statements that were submitted to the Auditor General were free of material errors and there were no material adjustment to it. It remains unchanged for the past 3 years. We have had a challenge in terms of program 2, which has to do with the performance information. And I will deal with this in the next few slides that will come. There's also an issue that remains unchanged and stagnant, which has to do with expenditure management, and I will deal with it in the next slides. Next slide, slide number 55. The slide number 55, I did indicate that SASSA has got an unqualified audit opinion for the year or for the reporting period, which ended 31st March 2023. You did indicate, it did see that, Chair, that we said we struggled with the performance information. The purple color, it's linked to a finding by the Auditor General on one of the key performance indicators, where we have had a target that will resolve 90% of our inquiries within 10 days. We reported an achievement of 98.25%. But on the audit, the Auditor General did find that the supporting information may not be adequate, and I will deal with it on the table when I do indicate what is the commitment that we're making. On the adjustment of the financial statement, there isn't much adjustment that was done. So next slide. So I can just deal with the key audit matters that were found by the Auditor-General. The first matter that was found by the Auditor-General that made the Auditor-General to say, I'm not happy with the expenditure management is the issue of the leases. That SASSA still occupied leases or occupied buildings with no valid leases. And this is a historical, it is a historical issue, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. So we did indicate there's 21 million of regular expenditure that was recorded for the year 22-23. Of that 21 million that we have reported, 18 million of that 21 million relate to already expired leases, which is a matter that we have been struggling with. It may be important that I do give just a high-level context of this because I think the honorable members have been worried about it. So SASSA occupies 659 buildings across the landscape of South Africa. And of those, only 113 buildings are actually under the National Department of Public Works. SASSA has got a policy on immovable management, property management, which was signed that says, if you want to procure office accommodation, you must do it through the Department of Public Works. So we have made the request to the Public Works Department, and they are in the process of procuring. But we have had 18 leases. Initially, it was 22, but 18 leases where they have expired with no alternative accommodation. A decision was to be considered by SASSA. One, if you want to avoid that irregular expenditure, is either you fast track the procurement process, or alternatively, you must close the offices and move into other offices, which may impact service delivery. What we have done initially in the year 21-22 was to allow the Department of Public Works to fast track the procurement process. They have been unsuccessful in some of those leases. So during the 22-23, because already the honorable members were worried about the incurrence of irregular expenditure, we decided to request the minister to give us just a limited approval to deviate from the SASSA immovable property management policy. For SASSA to also test the market while the Department of Public Works is also assisting us. Whichever process that will yield results quicker, we will align to that. That intervention has since bear fruit. I can confirm to you that of the 18 that have been incurring irregular expenditure, we're left with 5. 1 in the northwest, 1 in Gauteng, and 3 in the Northern Cape. We are very confident that by the end of the year, we'll have finalized these issues. I can also confirm this because it's important that I indicate this, that the honorable members will still find irregular expenditure when we report for the year 23-24, because irregular expenditure has already been incurred. So during the audit of 22-23, already a regular expenditure was already incurred to date until the time that we got a new lease. So you'll find an insignificant amount of money recognized in the books, and the AG may say it's a repeat of irregular expenditure because it is the residual irregular expenditure recognized during the reporting period until such time when we have done so. So I can confirm that until the end of September, we still had about 1.5 million of irregular expenditure that is recorded during the current year, which is 23-24, which will still form part of SASSA's books. Once we have cleared this backlog of the 5 cases, in the year 24-25, you will not find this as a repeat finding, but it will become a repeat finding for the 23-24 because of the residual balance that we needed to deal with it. We can confirm that we have already developed what we call an immovable property acquisition strategy and immovable property management improvement strategy, which had key elements. One is not to allow any other lease to expire without an alternative accommodation. And we have seen these results ever since that. So on the next one, which is the performance information, which I spoke about, the 90% of the 90% of the queries resolved within 10 days. What has been a problem here, Chair, when you go to your performance information, you will have noted that we reported 98%, but we could not correct this. And the main reason why we could not correct it is because the system did not allow for a proper capturing of the date on which an inquiry was made. So I give an example. Honorable members will raise a query with me. I will take that query and send it to another manager. Another manager will send it to another manager. And therefore, you need to trace the email to say who received the email by which date. And therefore, you need to go back and adjust the email that was received by the organization as an entry point. Because inquiries, they come through different doors within the organization. So they don't normally come only within the relevant appointed officials. Some of those come via managers, and the managers escalate to the relevant people. In other instances, you will find that we had an official who was off sick and only came back a day or two later and needed to recapture that. So we realized that to go back to 643,000 inquiries that were received, it was impossible to go through every official in the organization and reconfirm it. And that is the reason that because of the time, we could not finalize it. What we have done was to work on the system that during the 23-24, we'll be able to adjust the system and also adjust the portfolio in totality, not to face the similar issue by year end. Then slide number 58. This is the slide of irregular expenditure, and we felt that it is important that we contextualize this slide, and just will be my last slide just before I hand over back to the CEO. This slide, Honorable Chairperson, it may be important that I give a context of the slide. In 2018-19, just after SASSA received a qualified opinion on 2016-17 and 17-18. So those two financial years, 2016-17 and 17-18, SASSA received a qualified audit outcome. And the main qualification reason was SASSA was not able to disclose a complete picture of the irregular expenditure that was incurred by the organization. And therefore, we started a project where we needed to check all the contracts that we have within SASSA for validity and compliance to supply chain management. In the year 2018-19, we disclosed a balance of irregular expenditure when we closed the year of 1.8 billion rand. And that is what we have disclosed to Parliament and to the honorable members. And we started to work on a strategy, and the strategy had three areas. One, it was to look on the issue of the completeness of irregular expenditure, which we successfully did. That's the reason that in 2018-19, we got an unqualified audit opinion after we have got a qualified audit opinion. So the first thing was to disclose all the things that were not correct, and therefore we disclosed it. The second area that we looked into was the issue what we call prevention. So we put in measures not to allow the recurrence of the irregular expenditure. The third element had to deal with the issue of what we call disciplinary corrective measures. So those three elements as a strategy were implemented by the organization. So when we opened the year 22-23, we had 994 million of irregular expenditure disclosed, with about 411 cases. We worked through those cases, Honorable Chair. When we closed the year, with 267 cases. And therefore, with a balance of irregular expenditure at 425 million. We went through all the remaining cases of the 267 cases. The cases that will remain with that we have not concluded the disciplinary corrective measures are only 37 cases, amounting to 310 million rand. Of those 310 million rand, one case is 281 million, which relates to the ICROP, which the current process of disciplinary process is underway. We're very confident that when we come to the end of 23-24, we'll have been able to resolve all the material cases that we've been reporting to the honorable members about. And you could see that Treasury has condoned 565 million rand. I need to indicate that of the 565 million that you see as condoned by Treasury, SASSA had to do the following. One, provide the proof of corrective disciplinary process that was taken, so which is called consequence management. Two, SASSA has to confirm that the goods and services relating to those transactions or contracts were indeed correct and received. Three, SASSA has to prove to Treasury that there were no losses that we can account for, that we've checked through the loss control committees and the relevant people to establish whether there were losses. Four, we needed to provide Treasury with assurance that we've implemented the preventative measures, that this will not recur in the subsequent period and years. I can confirm that, Chair, looking at where we come from, with the 1.8 billion of irregular expenditure and working down and correcting it, because to know when something is working, you must check whether there is perpetual increase of the similar offenses. And I can confirm that we have not experienced that. We have managed this area in a much more strengthened way. Let me just thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and hand back to the CEO just to close and make the recommendation for the committee to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I think so that we can give the members sufficient time to engage, I won't say much now so that we can take the questions and be able to respond to the questions as I respond to close at the end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Let's give over to the honorable members to engage with the presentation. Okay. Can I give over to Honorable Bridget Masango?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to SASSA for the presentation. Congratulations on the improvements that we have seen earlier when the AG was presenting to us. It is as a member of the portfolio committee, one is sort of, encouraged by the improvements across the board. I just have questions, Chairperson, that I kept whilst we were receiving a presentation from the AG that I needed to clarify with SASSA. The first one relates to what I think was one of the last slides that the CFO presented. There was a slide in the AG's report that talked about the material irregularities. And one of those material irregularities is the old story of 316 million rand. In short, the AG said that that MI has been resolved because, among other reasons, it had what do they call it? It had something that to mean that it had taken too long. I'm now forgetting the term that they use in these things. I think they said that it has prescribed. It had prescribed and has lapsed. Now, the reason that they said that the root cause of that is that things take long. And people, I believe they said in the SASSA instance, in this 16 million rand, the person that, or the people that were involved in this had resigned. One would like to know then, everybody that was involved in this project has resigned, and also if they say that the problem or the responsibility to have fast-tracked this process lies with the actual, I believe they said it lies with SASSA or the department. I am then saying, what will happen to that? Because now we can't touch the officials, but can we not touch the people that caused this delay in the first place, so that the whole process prescribed and lapsed and all those things, because someone must have led to those delays, as it were. And then, Chair, we have another one, the 74 million rand. I'm just asking the CFO, how are we going to be ensuring that we do not find ourselves in the same situation a year or 2 years later, when this will also have lapsed and the people would have gone, gotten off scot-free, whilst millions of rands are being lost to the department and its entities, and ultimately to the people that would have benefited from this process. And then, Chair, also the AG I was just latching on the root causes of why we were looking at key insights or key MIs or key projects that were not achieved or as such. And I'm saying one of those root causes, they are saying that it is because of inadequate oversight by SASSA on the grant admin and payment. And my take on this, Chair, is that is the job of SASSA, the administering and the payment of grants. And if you can't oversight that, what are you oversighting? And so I would like to know what processes are in place or have been in place and are being applied to make sure that this root cause, Chair, because they say it's a root cause. I mean, the ADG, when he was presenting earlier on, he was saying, giving reasons why not everything had been achieved. He was saying that we need to recognize, and I agree with him, we need to recognize that they are dealing with huge monies. So a lot or some things will go wrong. I agree with that. But if the root cause of not having achieved what we're supposed to achieve is that there is no oversight by SASSA, that for me, Chair, is a bit concerning. And then, Chair, the next one was when there's a gentleman who presented and on the SASSA payments, and he was saying that the figures of the beneficiaries who are now migrating to other commercial banks is showing nicely that beneficiaries are actually migrating to other into other commercial banks. What I would like to know is that they just go there and they just pay the bank charges that are being charged by that bank, or has SASSA had any engagements with the banks for these beneficiaries to at least benefit from a negotiated payment regime in terms of bank charges and so on and so forth. And also the AG said, this is the next question, the AG said that SASSA, because it's not a public, it's not a department, it is a public entity. I think they said SASSA is not obliged to use the DPWI. So I'm asking now, after the CFO has just been giving a comprehensive background and context in terms of the immovable assets, why then was SASSA in the first place using DPWI, and how far are they from transitioning to actually approaching the market in terms of or getting accommodation for their work? And yes, thank you, Chair. I had much more questions, but my notes are all over the show, so I will not be able to. I don't want to waste your time with that kind of a thing. But thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Abrams, followed by Honorable Bonnet.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to SASSA for the presentation. Chairperson, if I start with fraud at SASSA, and it's something that I've raised before, and we've now recently in one of the emails, the documentation for this meeting, received SASSA's fraud prevention strategy. And in that strategy, I mean, it's something that I've brought up before, and it speaks to employee screening. And in there it says the benefits to prevention outweigh the cost of response. And I want to ask the CEO, then at what point, because I imagine the strategy is updated on a regular basis and things change and personnel change. So, and some personnel have been at SASSA for decades while others are new. And, the screening and the vetting processes change as the years go on. And I just, in line with the strategy, at what point are we actually, is SASSA going to actually do a complete overhaul of all their staff and start a refresh screening and vetting process of some staff who may have joined many years ago, and maybe not necessarily went through the same screening criteria as what someone who would start tomorrow will go through? Because, we read recently, SASSA was in the news again that it's officials that are, behind these massive amount of fraud cases. And when we were talking about the recent payment glitch, SASSA indicated that there was a lot of people trying to defraud SASSA and take advantage of that payment glitch. SASSA made mention of it being, beneficiaries or outside people, but I, had the concern that it can very much come from inside SASSA, which we see all the time. So I'd like to put that question to SASSA again. At what point are we gonna, look at the strategy? And the first line in there that stood out for me was that the benefits of prevention outweighs the cost of response. Then also, Chairperson, I'd like to find out, why does SASSA's disciplinary cases take so long when it comes to fraud matters? So long to the point that people leave the department. Is it a human resource problem, shortage? Is it I don't know, other individuals obstructing the process? why is it that the AG always reports that your disciplinary processes take so long to the point that people are then deceased or left and then the money just can't be recovered? Then on slide 52, the CFO mentioned that in the National Treasury approved a requested amount for 650 million. So here we now see that Treasury does approve amounts when it's been asked for and validated. And I'd just like to know what was this request for? What is the 650 request for? Because if the department and SASSA have in the past, asked Treasury to please, what's the word I'm looking for? To please for the department and SASSA to retain some money from Treasury, and those requests were denied. What makes this request so different? And what was the request that it was actually granted, and that these funds never got had to be given back to National Treasury? Then, Chairperson, in past presentations, SASSA used to give us a nice table which actually shows the number of beneficiaries against the different payment methods and against the different banks that they have used or are currently using. And I'd like to request if maybe they can do so in writing, to please then provide us with that table of beneficiaries who are now making use of the various commercial banks, as well as the updated cost per payment method, because that used to be included in our presentations. And then just lastly, Chairperson, I don't think I had a very clear response. I think it was from Isabella when it came to the child support top-up grant. In my question, is SASSA seeing the desired impact of the amendments, and in relation to the North Gauteng High Court backlog and so forth? And so the question again remains: is the top-up grant working? Has there been a decrease? Is it serving the purpose that was intended? And then on that, I heard the officials say that they only started with training in June. So training the officials in June on the child support top-up grant, and therefore that is the reason why they never met their target. So my question then becomes, when was this target of, let me just find it quickly, it was 190,000 for the year that was not achieved, that they only achieved about 37,000 applicants. So when was that target then set if you knew you were only going to be training officials in June? And the question then is, for this year coming, are you setting the same target, because now there won't be any training that needs to be done? And are you confident that you're going to then achieve this target when it comes to the child support grant top-up? I hope I'm making myself clear, because I'm just, it's very low, only achieving 37,000 of that target. It's extremely low, and I don't know, I just feel that there should have been some foresight into that they weren't going to meet it, and therefore, what are we projecting, what do we foresee for this year when it comes to that child support grant top-up? Thank you, Chairperson, that is all.
Honorable Polnit.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the AG report says SASSA lack adequate systems to trade inquiries received from the public. SASSA cannot say how long must people wait for this grant to be approved. The question that I want to ask is, how long do you wait? Because I have an old lady. She turned 60 in April. She went and applied in March, April, just after she got 60. Till today, she have not received her grant. They keep on saying there's some documents that is missing. When you are 60, you don't need any documents. You just give your ID number and whatever is needed. And then it's not like you're going for a sick grant, disabled grant or anything like that. And then also in the Aegis report, they say 33,000 people were given food parcels. During the lockdown of 2020 and 2021, COVID lockdown, I know there was food parcels given. But last year, I didn't see any food parcels because I myself went to SASSA to ask, look here, these people are waiting for their grants. Is it possible that you can please give them food parcels? The answer was given to me, no, SASSA don't provide food parcels anymore. And then also the question I want to know, the children's grant, how long must a mother wait for a child's grant to be implemented? Because I have 3 different set of families where I went personally to go and assist the mother for the grants. Till today, the mothers have not received those children's grant. The other question I want to find out, I'm also agreeing with what Alex is saying. The top-up grant is a very huge issue, and especially when children are orphaned. Just Sunday, I met a grandmother. She's having a grandchild of 13 and 15. I'm going to say it again till you're tired of me. The children is just getting the top-up grant. They are not getting the foster care grant. They are teenagers. The grandmother doesn't get pension because she's not of pension age yet. How must the grandparents survive with the 650 rand that you are giving in the top-up? Because if it goes through the system and the grandmother is the foster care parent for their children, the child must get the full grant of a foster child. But you are not doing that anymore. All the departments are just giving the top-up grant because if they are too lazy to go through the system and make sure that these children are foster children, because it's family members, it's easier for the department to say, no, we're just going to give you the top-up grant. And that is a huge problem for parents because everything is too expensive for them to cope nowadays. And then the last thing that I want to say is I just need to understand, what is SASSA going to do of last month's mess? People waited for the grant 2 months, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. People had to loan money to go for the taxi to the town to go get their money. People had to loan money from the loan sharks to buy food in the house. How is SASSA going to assist those families? Because now the families are even deeper into trouble than they were before the social grant came. This month, everything went smooth, but the people are still sitting with the loans that they made for the previous months. How are you going to assist these people that is in a mess because of SASSA's messed up? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Stock.
Thank you
You are
very
the
much.
last one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join the previous speakers to acknowledge and appreciate the presentation which is done today by SASSA, of course, which has got some here and there challenges here and there, and then it has been reported that there is progress to resolve some of those findings by the Auditor-General. First and foremost, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to indicate from the onset that I think during the presentation, I had more issues, but 2 of them have been adequately covered by the presentation. I think it's during the presentation by the CFO, financial material irregularities, which were actually raised by or highlighted by the AG. And one of them is the issue of the lease agreements, where SASSA was actually occupying offices without the lease agreement. But I'm also happy by the fact that in the presentation that we're getting, there is progress in that regard. And then also from the side of the minister has already given the approval in terms of the determination with regards to this issue of the leases. The minister has given the approval, and then SASSA is moving in that regard. So the few that are there that are still left behind, with the hope that they will be resolved in the near future. And then the second issue also, Honorable Chairperson, which I had, which have been also clarified partly, is the issue of the 350 SRD grant, which there's also a finding against SASSA, which you also paid to the wrong beneficiaries and all of that. So this morning when we had an engagement with the AG, I posed a question to the AG, and I'm of the view that I was actually not actually answered by the AG. And then my issue or my concern from my part was that I just wanted to find out from the AG whether the data that is being used by SASSA to identify the beneficiaries is the same data that is being used by the AG. For an example, because that will put us in a much better position as members of the portfolio committee to come to a determination whether we are supposed to be lambasting or to be condemning SASSA with regard to the audit finding or not. But at this stage, at least I can speak for myself, because it puts me in a difficult predicament. And then the reason why I'm saying it puts me in a difficult predicament for now, because I can't make my own determination. For an example, somebody who does, let me put this as an example. SASSA, for an example, uses their own data, SOCPEN, or maybe they get the data from the UIF and all of that. So I just wanted this morning, I asked this question to the AG with a specific purpose to the AG, and I'm not answered. The AG did not adequately answer me on that one. So even now, I'm not sure whether I must agree on this finding or not, but I've got, of course, my own reservations, like I'm putting it now in the portfolio committee. But maybe the only thing that can happen maybe in the meeting is for SASSA to come in and clarify us exactly which data has been used, so that we are able to be in a much better position as to what is actually happening. So, Honorable Chairperson, with regard to the consequence management, on slide 35 of the presentation of SASSA is actually also where they've also not performed well, because some of the backlogs have been coming for some time now. And then with regard to the consequence management, SASSA has actually managed to resolve about 167 of the 197, and then only 30 have not been finalized. So I would also like to find out from SASSA if they can just give us a firm commitment as the portfolio committee on how and when do they plan to resolve these disciplinary corrective measures. And then also, how soon do they think that they can finalize the outstanding 30 cases? And then with regard to the customer satisfaction levels, I've also noted that there is an issue. So I would like SASSA to clarify us, in this regard, what do they mean when they say they will be resolving issues within 10 days? Because for me, it's just a vague statement. It doesn't actually, it's not clear. If you say you are going to resolve issues in 10 days, if somebody through an email, takes up an issue, raises an issue with SASSA through an email, and then the email, let me say for hypothetical reasons, the email arrives today. Do we say we're counting from today onwards? Or maybe the email has been sent to the CEO. The CEO must then take that email and forward it to the relevant person. So when does the 10 days count? Is it when it arrives at the relevant person, or is it when it arrives at SASSA? So that we are clear, what do you mean when you say you will be resolving issues within the 10 days? And then also in situations where the email has also been sent or the query is sent or referred to the relevant person, what happens if that person is not there? Maybe the person could have been sick, the relevant official, and all of that. So where does the 10 days come in? So this 10 days, for an example, you receive a query today, it's been referred to the relevant person. The relevant person is not there, can't respond to emails and all of that. This person is sick, and then only comes back after 10 days. So it will also be important if you can also clarify us by saying, what do you mean by 10 days, or how does it apply, so that we're also clear in that regard. And then also I would like to find out, Honorable Chairperson, what caused the delay in the investigation the resolution and implementation of the disciplinary corrective measures, and then also what measures are taken to deal with the poor performance by a service provider, leading to the termination of a contract with the service provider in the Eastern Cape, and the delays in the finalization of tenant installations in the Northwest. I would also like to find out, of course, Honorable Chairperson, what has the department done to deal with the consultation process for some key BPR project activities that took longer than it was expected or anticipated? Are there any contingency plans to now combat the issue of the accumulation of manual applications due to load shedding and negative impacts of network availability? Has there been any different approach in dealing with the lack of service provider for support and maintenance of the beneficiary biometric systems? And then also, does the department think that the 70% of online application processed within 10 days for older persons, child support grants and foster child care grants could have been higher, or this 70% is a reasonable performance or improvement based on, according to the department? And then also, why were only 60% of the disputes resolved within 14 days for customer experience? And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to find out, does the department think that the 5% of social assistance debts recovered or submitted for a write-off could have been avoided at a much earlier stage, or they could have been handled differently? Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stock. I think, honorable members, let's give over to the department to answer the questions. I think they are enough for now. Over to you, department CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Much appreciate the questions posed by the members. I thought I should just direct the business unit executives to respond to most of the issues.
Excuse me, CEO, can I request you to switch off your video?
Okay.
Because it's faint, you know.
Thank you,
can
Chair.
see that you are not
thank you very much, Chair. Brenton will respond to most of the grant questions that have been asked. We got lost and didn't get all the questions by Honorable Stock, but we'll pick up on those that we actually understood. So we will do that on the grant side. I will ask the CFO to respond to most of the issues that relate to the audit queries that were asked. On the issue of why it actually takes long for us to resolve some of the investigations that we need to do, it's because in many instances we actually have to source investigators from outside the institution. Therefore, we also have to start with the procurement process. We appreciate the support that we got from National Treasury for us to be able to deal with the big irregular expenditure that had been outstanding for a while. And we've dealt with most of them, with only 2 that are outstanding, as the CFO indicated, and we should be able to complete those by the end of this financial year. That's our commitment, Chair and members, and that's what we're looking at, because there's only 2 outstanding, which we believe should be completed ASP. On the issue that the honorable member Mahlangu indicated on the issue of that was raised by the AG, also related to the MI issues, we basically have got one MI that is outstanding of the 74 million. We believe we should be able to complete this by the end of this quarter, not even the financial year, because the process has been going on for quite a while in terms of resolving the legal process, or rather the labor relations process, to deal with this particular issue. So this should be resolved by the end of the year. On the issue of the 316 over and above the prescription, because the people have left, that these are people that left even long before my time, Chair, just to clarify that, but also to indicate that we still have the right and the responsibility to continue to collect from CPS, who started first by indicating that they wanted to do a business rescue. We took a legal view in terms of what we could do, and currently they are going through liquidation, and we want to believe that we should be able to get most of the money back, because there's money that we had not paid them, and we've withheld that money so that we can resolve this particular issue before we can actually pay them what we owe them. On the issue of the Eastern Cape, that the member has raised, the MI that member Stock has raised, will ask Oscar to be able to respond to that. It's an MI that we have responded to the AG. On the issue of the top up and foster care, I think Brenda did try to explain to the members as to the reason why the top up grant was actually put in place. Member Alexandra wanted to understand as to why the numbers are actually lower than what we had targeted. When we set up the targets initially, it was on the basis of what we thought was possible. But what we're finding, ma'am, is that most of the families would prefer to actually wait until the court process has been completed rather than take the top-up grant. We've been doing all we can to ensure that those that qualify for the top-up grant can actually get that grant, but we can't also force families when they would prefer to wait for the court process for them to get the top-up. The education process in terms of the training of the staff members with regards to how this grant works was done immediately after the grant was actually approved, rather than just done only now in June. I'm not sure if I understood the question that was raised by the member. We would appreciate it if the member can actually indicate to us as to what are these child support grants and the grants for the elderly that she believes should have been approved that were not approved. We always get inquiries and queries also raised by members, and I'm sure the member can also do the same when she feels that there's things that fall off the table. And we always respond to those issues, and we would appreciate it if we can get support from the member too, if there's people in her constituency that actually don't get a resolution on queries as quickly as we can. I'll hand over to Brenton to respond to the grant issues, and CFO will respond to some of the issues that have been raised with regards to the audits. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CEO, Honorable Chair, members, good afternoon again. I think CEO dealt with the issues from Honorable Marie around the grant applications that have been said to have been delayed. I think it would be useful for us to get those details so we can look into it. But I think also just to mention that the old age grant does require quite a significant amount of documents on an application, and we do need clients to submit all of that. Otherwise, we will then get the audit findings that the AG mentioned when you know that if you approve grants without the necessary documents. I think on the question around the setting of the target for the top-up grant. So when we set, I think the target when it was set in the previous financial year was quite ambitious, and in the current financial year we have put a more realistic target, which will be achieved, which is more likely to be achieved. But when the target, the question the honourable member asked was when was the target set? When the target is set, at the time we were estimating that the legislation would be passed by the start of the financial year, but the legislation was only passed. There were some delays, and the legislation was only passed in June. And then the Children's Act amendment, which should have also have been processed through Parliament by the time that by the beginning of the financial year, that legislation also took a bit of time to pass. And so we didn't get as many referrals that we should have gotten from social workers in DSD because they were still operating under the previous Children's Act. But again, but that being said, I think we also were very ambitious to set a target of over 190,000 in one financial year. And in the current year, we have set a much more realistic target. In terms of, and unfortunately, Honourable Stock, our device cut off when you were asking your questions. So we may have missed a few, but I'll ask my colleagues, so not to waste any time by asking you to repeat the questions. I'll just ask my colleagues to respond, and if necessary, I'll come back again. But I did hear one about explaining 10 days. So the 10 days is 10 working days, and it doesn't really depend on an official because the queries are, well, if it's a phone call, an official would be on duty, they would answer the phone. If it's an email, it goes to a queries email, not an official email. And there are many officials that man those. Our biggest challenge that the AG raised around this was an issue that we had on our system, that we locked the system so that a client, an official couldn't backdate the query. So for example, if the system was down and a query came in today, let's say at 4 o'clock, but the system was down due to load shedding or any other reason, and the query was then taken manually the next, or the person saw the email only the next day, they couldn't then go and change the query to say it actually came in the day before. And the reason we did that a few years ago was because we didn't want officials to be backdating queries and or being able to manipulate the dates on the queries. But given the environment that we operate in now with continuous load shedding and system downtime, we had to then amend our system, and that amendment has been done in the current financial year, so that we will hopefully not get this finding again. In terms of contingency plans, I think I've heard a question around that as well. So the key thing, and that's that's unfortunate, it's the environment we operate in. There is going to be continuous load shedding for the foreseeable future. This does negatively impact our systems and downtime as well. So beyond the sort of physical stuff around trying to ensure that all offices are equipped with alternative power supplies, which will take a bit of time to roll out, we are also strongly encouraging our online application systems to be used, and this as an alternative to people coming into the offices. At the moment, we're also looking at employing kiosks or piloting kiosks in our local offices. This is basically a self-help service. If this works well and we get good client uptake on this, we will then start looking at implementing these kiosks in key strategic locations outside of our offices as well, to enable clients to be able, who might not have access to the internet in their homes, but may be able to access internet in various locations. In terms of, yes, I think that is all I got. So CEO, I think maybe CFO can come in. CFO.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll just respond to the remaining few questions, Honorable Chair. There was a question, the issue of 316 and report, the CEO has addressed it, but there was an issue that was raised by Honorable Masango on the issue of the inadequacy of oversight. The route that we have taken going forward, especially when we looked at the 22-23 audit action plan, one of the issues that we have focused on was the determination of the root cause. So as management, we did not necessarily consider only what the AG made as an inference. We needed to reconfirm from managers and the environment why this happened. And there were about 3 things that we considered that we believe that going forward it will assist. One was to say, is the query related to the absence of policy provision. And if there is no policy, we try to put a policy in place. Sometimes the query may be related on the inadequacy of the policy. The policy exists, but probably it might not be adequate. Then we bring that adequacy. The other issue that we looked into is whether there is a business process or a standard operating procedure. So when we look at the finding, we need to consider whether there is in the organization a business process or a standard operating procedure. And that will test the adequacy of it. So if there's a policy which is adequate and there is a standard operating procedure or business process that is adequate, then the element could be only the overriding of controls, or it could be the understanding of the prescript, which may require an intervention. So this is what we have been spending time on, which we believe that we should be able to turn the corner. I did indicate in my responses of the areas that I indicated that what caused the area on performance to be of a purple color and what caused the issue of the expenditure management not to be green. And those areas that I've covered are the main areas that affected the audit report and affected the annual financial statement and the performance information. Overall is the annual report. So we believe that can be dealt with. Linked to this, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of reviewing how SASSA is configured in terms of the processes. Given that SASSA it's a big organization, we started actually in digitization and also in automation of some of the functions. And this is what you will see in the next 5 years, that certain areas will be able to really have a complete automation and digitization, and which will improve it. Like I can give an example. When you manage leave within SASSA, it is automated. There is no paper that goes from one person to another person. So we are looking at some of the functions that we believe that we can automate and where we can digitize and make that investment accordingly in that space. There was an issue that was raised by Honorable Abrams relating to the why Treasury previously would not approve of the request for the retained surplus, and what is the area that we will be spending the retained surplus that has been approved, which linked to the 650 million. I can confirm that in the slide which I presented, which is slide 49, I think I did capture, or SASSA did capture, that even in the year 22-23, we did get an amount of 755 million, which was approved as retained surplus. What is important for the honorable members to consider is this. The retained surplus, you can only make it an application after the audit outcome, which is after the 31st of July each year, which means that the application can only be made during the month of August and September, and must be spent and utilized fully. So spend is not even only the commitment where you issue the order. You should have received the goods or the services that which you have asked for. Because it is only applicable and approved per financial year. So at the end of March of each financial year, that approval from Treasury ceases to exist. So therefore, you need to align the procurement process together with the implementation of the project. Because the retained surplus is approved during September or sometimes in October, you have limited time to spend the money, and it becomes the highest risk in irregular expenditure. So what we have done was to make sure that we spend more time and stringent measures are put in place to make sure compliance to the supply chain management processes, but also to the implementation of the same project at this particular point. So the areas that we are spending this 650 million on include, not limited to, the following. We did indicate in the previous engagement with the committee that we are looking and pursuing the alternative power supply. So we are spending money around that to make sure that the stability of the power supply in all the local offices. We prioritize in the local offices in this regard. We are spending money around that to make sure that the stability of the power supply in all the local offices. We prioritize in the local offices in this regard. We are spending money around that to make sure that the stability of the power supply in all the local offices. We prioritize in the local offices in this regard. There is amount that will be spent on local office improvement, which is to look at some of the maintenance issues that are affected in local offices. We did take note that members have been complaining when they visited local offices on the state of local offices. So we'll prioritize some of the offices based on the limited funding that we have, but also based on the time that is available. We're also going to be spending a bit of money on the issue of furniture, just for the purposes of the seating arrangement in some of the local offices. We're prioritizing the local offices and also the staff. We are also looking at replenishing some of the ICT equipment. We have already adopted an issue that we can do remote working in some other areas, and therefore we may need to replace that some of the assets so that people can do work anywhere in the country. We'll spend a bit of money on the issue of the vehicles, especially in the Western Cape, where we could not replenish any cars in the past 3 years. We'll be able to get some of the vehicles being bought in that regard. Because we will be more heavy on the issue of remote working, then we need to refresh the ICT requirement at head office where the servers are, including the cloud storage. So we'll be spending a bit of money around that, just to make sure that the stability, because we have already said during the presentation in the previous quarters that SASSA is also considering an online grant application, which means that the infrastructure and the bandwidth that we're going to be utilizing within the organization is adequate to cater for those initiatives. We'll be spending money around it. I did indicate that we have awarded the contract where we need to move the records management from the current service provider to the new service provider. We will have to spend money on record management removal and relocation in that regard. So these are the areas that we will be looking at without getting into each and every project. But what we have done, we've placed a business case on each of the projects, look at the impact of it. Given that there is a shrinking fiscus, we looked at what is the highest priority and what will be impactful going forward over the MTF cycle in this regard. My last comment will relate to, the second last comment will relate to the cancellation of contract the Honorable Stock spoke about in the Eastern Cape. We did not cancel any contract in the Eastern Cape, but what has happened is part of the material irregularity. We have had a contract that has been contracted through an RT, which the AG said we did not comply with the RT contract requirement. And we did make a firm and a detailed representation to the AG on the issue of the material irregularity that the AG was raising. What the AG has concluded on that contract was they will escalate our representation to within their own structures for a decision making, and the decision could come either the AG confirming that material irregularity, or the decision can come and say that SASSA was correct in the way we have applied and contracted that service provider. So that would happen between now until the end of March. The last comment to do with the issue of the TNET installations within the Northwest Regional Office. That part is being handled by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And once they've given us guidance as SASSA on the payment and the validation and the quantum of that amount, we will be able to honor it appropriately in line with what the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will have guided in this regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think those are my comments.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we've responded to most of the questions that the members have asked. And I'm not sure if we need to deal with any additional issues, but really, again, Chair, we would like to continue to thank the members for their continued guidance and the fact that we will continue to work with each other and make sure that where there's gaps, we continue to close the gaps. On the issues raised with regards to irregular expenditure, it's been our focus, particularly the focus that I've had in my office in areas that relate to the big cases that we had that started with 1.5 billion. We do take the issues that are related to issues raised by the AG very seriously. We've put a lot of focus in relation to that. And the issue of consequence management, we are beginning to measure each and every area to make sure that these issues are resolved as quickly as possible. We'll continue to work with the team in DSD on the ground in terms of making sure that all the issues that relate to grants and the issue of how do we resolve the entry to make sure that people that enter into the system wrongly, that those issues are resolved, and resolve the issues of control measures in all our different environments to make sure that we close the gap. I must say, we, Chair, through you, that we've tried the best that we can to make sure that we improve on all the issues that have been raised by the AG, but we'll continue to do better as we do our work diligently as a collective. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. I think you are really has covered most of the question, and we hope that all these findings that are being found by the AG, at least we will improve from it. And then we also hope that what has happened during the previous month won't happen again. We know that we are going for festive season. People will be very much angry with us if you do that mistake again. We thank you for the presentation. We also commend the good work so far you have done. We are also in real terms happy about the way you are conducting other issues. I don't see any other hand, which makes me to think that we are done for today. Then let's
propose closure. You. Hi, closure. My battery is no, it's long time.
Yeah, no, we are done now. Out of the last Lentuka, we'll deal with the NTA on another day, not today. Otherwise, I wish to thank everyone, every member, every official, the CEO with the team. Thanks ever so much. The meeting has adjourned.
Siyabonga, Chairperson. Inkosi.
Thanks.
Thank you.